My pleasure to welcome you all to our flagship event, the CUTS-CIRC Biennial Competition, Regulation and Development Conference. Uh, this is the seventh edition in the series that started in 2007. We've been conducting such conferences every 2 years since then, except for 2009, which we could not do due to reasons beyond our control. This is the first virtual biennial that we are doing. The reason is obvious, that there are still some global travel restrictions in place, and it is still uncertain as to when we will be traveling freely once again. Before I proceed further in my welcome address, let me first of all welcome the people on the dais. In this inaugural session, Nitin Desai, the chairman of the CUTS Institute for Regulation and Competition, would be the chair moderator, and he will also share his views on the session theme. Nitin is a distinguished economist and a well-known voice in public policy nationally and internationally, especially in the sustainable development sector. He was in the Planning Commission India and has also served as the Chief Economic Advisor and Secretary, Department of Economic Affairs in the Ministry of Finance of Government of India at a very young age, in fact. He has also served as Senior Economic Advisor for the World Commission on Environment and Development, what is famously known as the Brundtland Commission, where he introduced the concept of sustainable development. Later, as the Under-Secretary General for Economic and Social Affairs in the United Nations, among other things, he oversaw the creation of the Commission on Sustainable Development in the UN and was the first Under-Secretary General for Policy Coordination and Sustainable Development. Welcome, Nitin. We also have in the William, more popularly known as Bill Kovacic, who is a professor of law and policy at the George Washington University in the US. He's one of the globally renowned exponents of competition law and policy. Among other things, he has served as General Counsel and Chairman of the Federal Trade Commission in the USA, and as a non-executive director of the Competition and Market Authority in the United Kingdom. He has advised several countries and international organizations, including CUTS, on competition regulation and consumer protection. Unfortunately, Bill will not be able to join us live as it is too early in the morning in the US. But he has sent his pre-recorded address, which will be played soon. Let me welcome Bill in absentia. We also have on the panel Isabel Durant, the Deputy Secretary General of UNCTAD. She has served as Acting Secretary General for around 7 months at UNCTAD before a new Secretary General, Rebecca Greenspan, took office in September this year. Isabel's contribution towards making international trade more inclusive and greener is significant. She has also been an advocate for gender equality. A former Vice Prime Minister and Senator of Belgium, as well as Vice President of the European Parliament, Isabel possesses solid experience in public affairs, intergovernmental processes, and providing concrete assistance to countries. She had also attended the 6th Biennial Conference held in Jaipur and had impressed all with her comments. Welcome, Isabel. I'm Arantxa Gonzalez is not here, so I'll skip the welcome.
May I interrupt? Arantxa Gonzalez has just sent a message saying she can see us, but we can't see her, so she can hear it.
Arantxa, welcome in absentia. A delight to welcome you. Arantxa has served as the Minister of Foreign Affairs in the Spanish government till recently. There she is. She has also served as the Executive Director of the International Trade Center, the Joint Development Agency of the UNCTAD and the World Trade Organization. Before that, Arantxa served as Chief of Staff to the WTO Director General, Pascal Lamy, who, by the way, is going to speak in the valedictory. During her tenure at the WTO, Arantxa played an active role in launching the Aid for Trade initiative. Good to see you, Arantxa. She had also held several positions at the European Commission, conducting negotiations of trade agreements and assisting developing countries in the trade development efforts. Welcome, Arantxa. Furthermore, let me welcome Ratin Roy, who's the Managing Director, Research and Policy at the Overseas Development Institute in London. ODI is one of the partners in this biennial along with OECD and the European University Institute. And we'll have representatives from EUI and the OECD speak in other sessions. Ratin is an excellent economist and a delightful writer on economic policy matters. His policy interests and research has mainly focused on fiscal and macroeconomic issues pertinent to human development in developing and emerging economies. Ratin has also served as the director and the chief executive officer of the National Institute of Public Finance and Policy in New Delhi, which is an organization supported by the Ministry of Finance. Furthermore, Ratin has also been an economic diplomat and policy advisor at the UNDP. He has also served in the Prime Minister of India's Economic Advisory Council, as well as an economic advisor to the 13th Finance Commission. Welcome, Ratin. Our last but not the least panelist is Sangeeta Verma, who is a member of the Competition Commission of India. She has served as a senior officer in the Indian Economic Service. And we are grateful and obliged that she agreed to be a panelist on a very short notice. Most welcome, Sangeeta.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, before I hand over the floor to the chair, please allow me to say a few words about the biennial series and the topic of this important session. Every time we choose our themes carefully, taking into account, among other things, its relevance to developing countries and its currency, as well as its connection with development, competition, and regulation. The idea for the biennial series was conceived in the backdrop of developing countries' concerns of frequent regulatory failures that undermine the capacity to achieve policy solutions important to citizens and consumers. Such failures are due to persistent and common patterns of over-regulation, under-regulation, poorly designed regulation, and implementation, as well as weak institutional capacities. In our first biennial in 2007, we discussed political economic governance constraints that developing countries face in implementing their competition regulatory regimes. And by the way, Isabel, we had a paper from Belgium also in that particular series. They said, no, Belgium is as good as any other developing country in terms of the competition regime. Now, two important publications came out of this event, which contained nearly 50 papers from around the world on the topic. These are available at the top. The heading is very simple: Politics Trumps Economics. It was co-edited by me and Simon Evnett, who also is going to speak in the validity of this particular. These are available on our website, and they have also been cited in various research papers. Similarly, during the second biennial in 2011, the chosen theme was reviewing the global experience with economic regulation, where the idea was to showcase the heterogeneity of approaches in different countries vis-a-vis the rationale for economic regulation and methodology for its evaluation, regulatory frameworks and approaches for achieving regulatory coherence. In the third biennial in 2013, we deliberated upon competition reforms and the emerging challenges in a globalizing world. CUTS strongly believes that competition reforms should be pursued to level the playing field and prevent interest groups and individuals from dominating the market. The fourth biennial in 2015 was held for the first time outside India in Nairobi, which was inaugurated by the former Secretary General of UNCTAD, Mukhiza Kitui. The theme of that the fourth biennial was competition reforms in key markets for enhancing social and economic welfare in developing countries. It was basically the outcome of a project called CRU, which we had carried out in 4 countries, 2 in Africa and 2 in Asia, Ghana and Zambia in Africa, and India and Philippines in Asia, on 2 common sectors that impact a common man, a common person, staple food and passenger transport. The theme for the 5th biennial held in Jaipur was fostering innovation for sustainable development, revisiting IPRs and competition from the lens of optimal regulation. While the first part was the central theme, the second part was on 2 related sub-themes: IP competition interface and optimal regulation, which are crucial for a good innovation ecosystem. Isabel was there at Jaipur as our honored guest. which I had mentioned earlier. In December 2019, the sixth biennial before the present one, we focused on the nuances of the digital economy, and the chosen theme was making competition and regulatory regimes matter in an increasingly online developing world. This biennial was held in Delhi a few days before the news about the coronavirus began making the global headlines. A couple of months later, the world saw the havoc that has never been seen before. The pandemic was there. The world stopped moving. While global supply chains were badly hit, even domestic supply chains also faltered. Public health prevailed over national economies. Governments were struggling to streamline supplies of basic essentials like food and medicine, and also masks, sanitizers, and PPE kits. The healthcare systems were under immense pressure, and economies were getting hit badly. It hit the small businesses and manufacturers. Now, this is a global phenomenon. It's not just a developing country phenomenon. Particularly in India, we found a huge Armageddon of migrant workers and daily wage earners going out on roads, going back to their villages about 1,000, 2,000 kilometers. Many other countries, we saw similar phenomena where migrant workers were returning to their native places, many of them who had traveled thousands of miles on foot. Now, the world do not need any more data and inequality. It was visible, staring all of us in our face. The cry about inclusive and resilient economy got louder in policy circles. Klaus Schwab, the founder and executive chairman of the World Economic Forum, called for a great reset of capitalism and requested the world to act jointly and swiftly to revamp all aspects of societies and economies, from education to social contracts and working conditions. In these reverberating calls for great rest of capitalism, or build back better, or build back broader, we decided to keep this transformational issue as our theme of the present biennial conference: building blocks for an inclusive and resilient economy. The idea is to look at the theme from different perspectives and to bring out a roadmap for competition and regulation, especially for the global south. There are sub-themes presented as session themes which constitute some key building blocks that can result in inclusive and resilient economies. The theme of this inaugural session is diminishing multilateralism and economic recovery, where we are focusing on the surging protectionism and its effect on inclusivity and reliance. CUTS has run a campaign on what would happen to a world without the WTO. In April 2020, CUTS International had issued a statement for endorsement, COVID-19 and a global call to the WTO members, pledge for trade as a global public good. We also had several webinars on this issue, and based on which we came out with a discussion paper. In sum, the outcome is that we should not denounce WTO and multilateralism. It must, however, inculcate reforms to engender more inclusivity. In terms of multilateralism, I would be amiss to not mention the Glasgow COP26 summit held last week, where the usual North-South divide dominated the discussions and nations could not agree on many things. But this is not the place to go into details here, except to note that the civil society everywhere have to get more active than before in order to protect our one and only Earth. It would be interesting to hear views of analysts on this and other social and economic issues that I've stated earlier. Tomorrow we have 3 sessions lined up. I mean, today we have, the next session is on growing market power and concentration, the role of competition and regulation. Thanks to Sangeeta, who's going to be speaking in this session on this particular topic. We are going to hear some relevant views. Today's last session is again on something which is a great emergency now, is equitable access to COVID-19 healthcare. You know, the availability of vaccines, for example, is so skewed and iniquitous that, you know, many rich countries are hoarding vaccines, and many poor countries like in Africa are devoid of any vaccines at all. Pascal Lamy, who's had done a short interview with us to promote this conference, has said that the most important problem today is the availability of vaccines equitably. The session is likely to have some lively debates on trade, intellectual property, and competition interfaces. Tomorrow we have 3 sessions lined up. The first will discuss the theme e-commerce as a vehicle for inclusive global economy. Since the pandemic has increased reliance of businesses and consumers on digital platforms, it would be interesting to hear how digital commerce can result in inclusive global economy. The second session on the second day is on the theme of creating more income opportunities and jobs, since this is one of the key building blocks of any inclusive economy. We need consumers to be able to satisfy their basic needs and get opportunities to do so, but also drive the economy. One more issue which bothers many of us is the increasing inequality, which I spoke about a little earlier. Some of these issues can be resolved by innovative use of competition tools. In the last session of the biennial, the emerging roadmap for a resilient and inclusive economy, we are going to be benefited by listening to some of the globally renowned exponents and sharp minds to help us devise the contours of a roadmap that will lead us towards resilient and inclusive economy. And I would urge all of you, at least, if you can't attend other sessions, at least come for the valedictory session. We have minds like Frederick Jenny, Pascal Lamy, etc. Simon Evnet all speak there, and Alan Asher. Having said that, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to particularly take this opportunity that most of this knowledge that we've built up is thanks to our regular development partners such as DFID, or what is now called the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, the World Bank, NORAD, the Germans, the Swedes, and so on. They have supported our work on trade and development, competition and regulation, consumer protection, and governance issues since long, and continue to do so even today. Let me be, again, I'll be remiss if I did not mention one of the foundations which has supported us since our beginning was Ford Foundation, which continues to support us and into doing very innovative work, particularly in terms of the employment policy. Ladies and gentlemen, I once again welcome you all to this conference and look forward to a healthy discussion which can plot out some roadmaps for the international community to hear and use so that the human misery is reduced. With this, I'm handing over the proceedings to Nitin Desai to take the discussion forward. By the way, the session is being recorded. Nitin, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Pradeep. And thank you very much for your introduction. You have introduced all the speakers very generously, and you also described the series of biennials that you've held so far and where this fits in. In many ways, Pradeep started his public career as somebody whose primary interest was in consumer protection. But the logic of consumer protection led him also to be very concerned about trade policy, because you cannot separate trade policy from consumer rights entirely, and competition policy. And a great deal of what he has been doing since then has focused very much on issues of trade policy and issues of competition and regulation, which is in many ways quite intimately connected with what he started with, which is consumer protection. And if you notice, most of the biennials are a mix of these different themes which are coming up. The theme of this particular one has been driven by two things which have really worried people over the past few years. The first one, which has been worrying for quite some time, is the spread of inequality in practically every country in the world. There's been a substantial increase in inequality, including in India and China, not just in Western countries. And the consequences of this inequality, both on the economy, on politics, and on society. To me, from a political perspective, one of the greatest challenges that liberalism faces is the widespread growth of inequality. And the second thing was the issue of resilience, which was driven home when we got the COVID epidemic. And the COVID epidemic, where initially most governments did not respond in a sufficiently organized way, because they did not know how to do this. And it took them time. And the very fact that for over nearly 2 years now, the world has been caught in this whole process of managing everything around COVID management has created and it has had a huge impact on the economy, not just on the global economy, but very much on the national economies. And that is what has accelerated concerns about resilience that we have talked about, that is a theme here. And let me just add parenthetically that resilience is also one of the key issues that is relevant from the climate perspective, since where we, since the Glasgow meeting just ended. This is a context in which this biennial is being held. The particular session, the inaugural session that we are going to be talking about, is about diminishing multilateralism, as we spoke, multilateralism being replaced by pluralism and bilateralism, and the consequences that this is having on the global economy and through that on the national economy. And does this constrain the possibilities of genuine, resilient, inclusive economic recovery? This is a question in many ways that is implicit in this. It so happens that most of you have been involved in one way or another in multilateralism. Some are still involved, like Isabel. And I therefore look forward to what you will have to say on this. And let me therefore stop here and let us listen to our panelists.
I'm Bill Kovacic, and I'm extremely grateful to Pradeep Mehta for the honor of participating in this, the 7th CUTS-CIRC Biennial Conference on Competition Policy. I'm especially glad to be part of the panel on diminishing multilateralism and economic recovery, and to discuss the impact that trends in multilateralism are having on the development of competition law and policy in the face of efforts to recover from the pandemic. I think one of the most notable trends we see is skepticism about the beneficial role of trade as an ingredient of a broad multilateral framework of economic policy, and severe skepticism of the institutions such as the World Trade Organization that have been responsible for facilitating trade. We see acute doubts in many jurisdictions about whether trade has made our nations better and has improved the well-being of our citizens. And one manifestation of this skepticism is a growth in protectionist impulses. Protectionism has also always been a policy concern that lies beneath the surface or comes to the top of the policy agenda. But the pressure to advance protectionist policies is arguably especially strong today. And it comes in two forms that should be a matter of great concern for competition policy advocates. The first is to restrict trade as an engine of economic growth and to facilitate policies that promote self-sufficiency, channeling public resources towards the improvement of domestic enterprises. A second and often related element of protectionism is to increase state outlays in the form of state aid for domestic enterprises and to encourage their development through a variety of direct forms of assistance from the state. This will manifest itself in several forms. One is the increase in recovery expenditures that governments take. Nations around the world are taking the public treasury and putting it to work to stimulate recovery. And a major channel for that stimulus is the public procurement process, but also direct grants to specific enterprises. And they are also revisiting, under the guise of resiliency programs or domestic sufficiency, reconsidering the appropriateness of relatively open trade systems, and in many instances restricting it. What does this mean for competition agencies? Well, it's an extraordinary challenge, but that's no surprise to any of you. I want to suggest 3 ways that competition agencies can seek to ensure that whatever policies are put in place do not have adverse side effects for the well-being of the nation's citizens, and to ensure that governments don't forget the benefits that they have received from multilateral frameworks that promote competition, and this indeed includes trade. What's the first step? A crucial first step is to take what we have learned through decades of experience and bring it to the attention of policymakers who are keen on restricting trade flows or using other domestic policy tools to give domestic firms a distinctive advantage. To draw upon the history of competition policy, trade, and state aid to underscore for public officials the hazards of applying certain policies without thinking carefully about their competitive effects. I've done a considerable amount of work with Rob Anderson and Allison Jones looking at public procurement. And there are some unmistakable lessons that come from examining procurement experience in a variety of nations. One of them is that restrictions on trade, severe limitations that favor domestic firms or limit procurement opportunities exclusive to domestic firms or impose domestic content requirements have a very positive effect from one group of actors. Those are firms that engage in bid rigging and price fixing. These types of protectionist matters serve to insulate domestic firms from effective challenge from the outside. And that's one of the most important things that you can do to promote effective cartel management. That is to prevent entry or expansion by new firms or firms outside the jurisdiction from contesting the position of the bid rotation participants. If the bid rotation participants, the cartelists, were giving a list of measures that they would like the government to establish to reinforce effective illegal coordination, one of them would be to say, by all means, keep foreign suppliers out of the market. Don't let them come in. They're disruptive to us. They might be good for the nation, but they certainly are bad for us. A related point that Rob, Allison, and I have seen is that entry by foreign firms often destabilizes corrupt relationships between incumbent suppliers and government officials. It is a sad fact of procurement in many countries that the cartel participants derive enormous support from a government insider. Corrupt payments that enable the government insider to work hard to keep foreign suppliers out, to impose severe restrictions on imports, take other measures to keep foreign firms out of the market. Having a relatively free mechanism that allows foreign suppliers to come in can disrupt these agreements and make them harder to form. So there's a lot of history that says if you slam the door on imports and you emphasize domestic content at all costs and you hand out lavish state aid to domestic firms only, you're doing bid rotation cartels and other forms of collusion involving public procurement a great favor. A second thing that competition authorities can do is to say, if we're going to have severe limits on imports or participation by foreign firms, let's make sure that we continue to press the domestic firms that will participate in public tenders or obtain state aid to have to compete hard to get them. To emphasize for procurement officials in designing procurement programs, to emphasize to government agencies that hand out state aid, there are ways you can do this to maximize competition. And this is an opportunity for you to stimulate competition in the domestic market. Don't throw the opportunity away. And I think competition agencies have learned a great deal about how to do that, about specific means that government officials, be they state aid dispensers or procurement officials, can use to use competition as an effective discipline, even in the face of these other protectionist policies. In short, if we're going to spend the money this way, if we're going to restrict participation that knocks out foreign firms, there are a lot of things you can do to use the expenditures to boost competition at home. It requires the development of a pro-competition strategy. The third contribution is to ensure that government officials who are imposing limits that protect domestic enterprise think hard and carefully about how they're doing it. And in particular, to focus their attention on the following questions. First, spell out clearly your objective in restricting foreign participation. What's the aim of the protectionist measure? Second, are the means you are choosing to accomplish it proportionate? Are they well suited to the objective? Is there a good fit between the restriction and the broader social purpose to be served? And last, and this is the crucial question, how do we know it's working? What are the effects? It seems to me that an indispensable element of the protection agenda is to have a mechanism in place to test outcomes. The simple question is, for the benefit of our citizens, does this work? Who's benefiting? Are the intended aims of boosting domestic participation and domestic effectiveness, improving domestic productivity, are those being accomplished? And by what measures are we going to test that? So as the citizens who are the investors in the government, what rate of return am I getting from your policies? And if the government's answer to it is, well, that's hard to tell and we won't know for a very long time, that's not very reassuring. And it seems to me that an issue behind which civic society, policy analysts, and others who are interested in the effectiveness of government policy can rally and form common cause is to insist on the development of an effective program to measure actual outcomes, to know whether the protectionism is working, and to know what cost it's imposing on the larger society. A competition policy program that takes these steps draws attention to what we've learned from history, pursues less restrictive ways of imposing the government's agenda, and insisting upon a methodology for evaluating effects. 3 excellent steps that competition authorities can do to ensure that protectionist impulses simply don't overwhelm us and impose a much greater social cost. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in the program, and I look forward to being able to do this in the future in person once again in India. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Coates. And of course, he is not with us because it's rather in the middle of late night where he is. But his very valuable comments on and most particularly the last one, of the insistence that you must always evaluate whether the protectionism has had the beneficial consequences which people claim it is likely to have. And that is one of the most crucial things. Let me now turn to our next speaker, who is actually still involved in multilateralism, Madame Isabel Durant, the Deputy Secretary General of UNCTAD. Isabel, yours.
First of all, thank you for this invitation and the capacity for me to be with you, unfortunately virtually, because I remember very vibrantly the quality of the discussion in Jaipur in 2017, and also the hospitality in Jaipur. But I hope that the next time it could be in person. So there's one issue before to start that you just mentioned. It's a question that trade policies and trade and competition and consumer protection are really interconnected. I would like to emphasize that, especially in the digital world, because with the digital economy, more than ever, those questions are also related and interlinked, but also related to human rights, to all aspects related to privacy and protection of consumer in a world which is more difficult than the traditional market. So what I will say to start my remarks today has already been said many times, but I believe that it should be repeated until we do something about it. Yes, the COVID-19 pandemic triggered an immense economic crisis that put the spotlight on existing inequalities and have strongly exacerbated them. It is in fact that most vulnerable countries have been the hardest hit by the pandemic at a time when they were already struggling with their socio-economic challenges. So, and yes, it's true, it is also an unfortunate fact that the pandemic will have a lasting impact on future efforts by developing countries to gainfully benefit from the global economy. And let me add from the start that, as in many previous crises, women and girls have paid and are paying a much higher price. And I'm sure that Arantxa will agree with me on that. Not only her, but also her. So there is increased inequalities were at the core of the debates of our ministerial conference UNCTAD 15 organized last month. And at UNCTAD 15, world leaders strongly asked for an effective debt relief, private financing and effective redistribution policies. Without this, inequalities will remain. And with no surprise, one of the conclusions of the debates was that nations need multilateralism more than ever. It's true that the global economy has become more and more interdependent. It became very tangible a year ago when we ran out of face masks and hand sanitizers. Because of that interdependence, recovery based on protectionism is not a solution. Our interdependence and the need for international cooperation was also at the heart of the COP26, whatever we assess its results. So the United Nations World Food Programme warned on 7 November 2021 that the number of people on the edge of famine in 43 countries has risen to 45 million. It is up by 3 million this year. This trend is of course due to COVID and of course, but also to conflict and to climate change. And these challenges are global challenges. Let's remind to the voices calling for protectionist measure that no virus stops at a border and that no temperature rise stops at a border. So, dear friends, at UNCTAD we work with countries on concrete set of policies, including trade policies, competition and investment policies. And it's true, and I would like to just mention what was said, despite the skepticism that was just mentioned, and under the condition to differentiate protection and protectionism, which is not the same, because it's true that we have to protect a lot of goods, and the climate conference shows how important it is to protect some environmental aspect or biodiversity. But we have to differentiate protection and protectionism. And if we are doing that, yes, international trade is a solution for inclusive economic recovery. Trade is an engine for growth and under this condition and can be an engine for inclusive and resilient recovery if we work together at removing barriers to trade, not at erecting them. Trade barriers do not only consist of tariffs and non-tariff barriers or state measures. Trade is also hampered by private barriers, which we call anti-competitive practices across borders. Cartels, for instance, between large firms affecting a region or even a continent. Cross-border violations of competition law cause significant harm. One study estimated that between 1990 and 2016, the private international cartels affected sales of over $51 trillion worldwide. The overcharges exceeded an estimated $1.5 trillion US dollar globally. So we know that the cartels inflate prices by setting margins over competitive prices. We also know that international cartels overcharge much more than domestic cartels. So UNCTAD is the focal point for competition law and policy in the United Nations system and has a mandate to promote the UN set on competition, which is the only multilaterally agreed rules and principle on competition. We are working towards promoting free and fair competition and making markets work for development and consumers. And we have seen the relevance of competition law and policy in dealing with the challenges arising from the pandemic. Competition authorities took very concrete measures to alleviate the impact of the pandemic on markets and consumers. Unfair commercial practices, such as price gouging, were observed after the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic. Competition and consumer protection authorities took appropriate measures, initiated investigations and sanctions those engaged in such practices. This shows the relevance of competition law and policy when they are, of course, well implemented, and the respective authorities in addressing inequality issues, both at crisis times and at normal times, if normal times is already existing. Competition law and policy ensures that markets are and remain open and accessible, especially to MSMEs, which play an important role in job creation, innovation, and economic growth. So as you know, to achieve this required solid legislative and regulatory competition frameworks and competition authorities with sufficient power to tackle anti-competitive practices, particularly in the digital economy, where that's what I mentioned 1 minute ago. To our opinion, and keeping in mind the objective of our discussion today of building back better or building differently, competition policy should incorporate fair competition amongst its objectives. This would help keep markets open and accessible to more actors. We can see, for instance, this happening in some countries, German competition law amendment or the EU Digital Markets Act, the Japanese guideline for digital platforms that are good examples in this regard. Fair competition is essential in the digital economy if we want to ensure that MSMEs can access and stay on digital platforms subject to fair terms and conditions. At the regional level, and again with the same objective of a more equal recovery in mind, a policy priority could be to strengthen existing regional integration frameworks toward a stronger regional competition regime, which would be apt to deal with anti-competitive and unfair commercial practices of multinational companies. UNCTAD is also advocating for a reinforced international cooperation to deal effectively with cross-border cases. This is crucial, especially for developing countries, competition authorities, which face challenges in conducting competition investigations against multinational companies, which most of the time do not have physical presence, but whose practices or merger transactions do affect these fragile economies. Competition law and policy also have a critical role to play, my friends, in addressing the increasing market concentration, which, as you know, contributes directly and importantly to economic inequality. In 1995, the average market capitalization of the top 100 firms was 31 times higher than that of the bottom 2,000 firms. By 2015, the ratio had grown to a staggering 7,000. And while these firms were significantly in control, their employment share was not rising proportionately. For example, the top 100 market capitalization rose fourfold while their employment share less than doubled. This showed to what extent market power generates income inequality. This trend has also accelerated with the digital revolution. Profits of digital platforms and big tech have skyrocketed in the period 2011-2015, with profit to revenue ratios averaging 7% in the top 2,000 transnational corporations and 25% in top 8 big tech firms. So overall market concentration has led to increased profit for firms and decreased wages for workers, and this was widened the income inequality globally. The pandemic accelerated the use of online services, thereby leading to digital platforms growing larger and more powerful, as we all know, dear colleagues. The market capitalization of technology companies in the global top 100 increased by 71% in the 12 months ending March 2021, led by Apple, Microsoft, Alphabet, and Facebook. As of March 2021, 7 of the world's top 10 companies by market capitalization were digital platforms, 2 based in China and 5 in the United States, Apple being the most valuable overall. So competition authorities in developing countries have faced many challenges in dealing with anti-competitive business practices of digital platforms, particularly in collecting and analyzing relevant data, determining when and how to intervene, and designing measures that will restore or maintain competition whilst not deterring innovation. Even in some developing countries and emerging economies, for instance, Argentina, Brazil, Egypt, Indonesia, Pakistan, the Russian Federation, and Turkey, have been actively dealing with the anti-competitive practices and mergers and acquisitions involving the digital platforms. Online platforms provide market access opportunities to local firms and MSMEs. Competition authorities, especially in developing countries, need to adopt rules and regulation to ensure that such markets are and remain fair and open. Keeping markets open is also an important priority, as it is the only way trade keeps its promises and being an engine for development, and the only way global economy benefits all. Promoting fairness in international trade is UNCTAD's contribution to our common objective of revitalizing multilateralism. More than ever, the interconnectedness of policy areas as well as the interdependencies of the world must guide our roadmap, not only for competition, but for all the economic and social development for the country. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Isabel. And I think we made one very crucial point, which I don't think we have paid sufficient attention to, which is that the barriers to multilateralism don't just come from governments. They also can come from the way the private sector operates. And that the emergence of this e-commerce system and the large companies is in some ways altering that dynamic of multilateralism in a manner that we actually don't fully grasp altogether at the moment. But many thanks for your very valuable contribution. I now turn to Arantxa González-Laya. She was the former foreign minister of Spain and was also part of UNCTAD some years ago. Arantxa, all yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, and it's a real pleasure to be back with the CUTS-CIRC family. Of course, I went into geopolitics after a long time into the world of geoeconomics, and it's a real pleasure to be back into the economics, which I have to tell you is a bit more rational than the world of geopolitics. You have built a very rich program, and I want to congratulate you for that. I am not going to go into the technical aspects that will be discussed in the numerous sessions you have in the program, but I like to look at the politics of why we need to do better multilateralism, why do we need to do better regulatory frameworks, and why do we have to do this as a family, do this together, do this as a result of international cooperation, and not just individually as countries or individually as businesses or individually as interest groups. This conference is taking place against the backdrop of first an unfinished COVID health crisis. It's still with us. It hasn't gone away. Growing geopolitical tensions, both at the Indo-Pacific and at the Atlantic. And three, a very volatile economic and social recovery. This is the backdrop where we are operating. And it's I have to say, a sobering backdrop. And what all these ingredients of the backdrop have in common is that the level of international cooperation is suboptimal. Multilateralism is being weakened mostly by the inability of governments that today are the big driving forces behind the creation of international regulatory frameworks. Whether they do it or not doesn't mean that there will not be rules. Someone else may be doing those rules. It's just that it not be the product of governments who are at the end of the day are the guardians of multilateral systems. Today, they have an inability to exist, to reform the multilateralism that exists, is the case with the World Trade Organization, and I'll come back to that in a minute. They are unable also to build new multilateral frameworks, is what we are seeing with a treaty on pandemics that is meant to take the lessons from the current COVID crisis and build something new that would help us with future crises on the health side. This is not going to be the first and last one. There will be others. So we need a framework that will help us govern the next pandemic. And they cannot certainly strengthen regulatory frameworks multilaterally that are weak today, as is the case of the one on climate change. And we've seen this in the COP that just finished in Glasgow. And yet, for all these difficulties, we know that international cooperation in the form of multilateral cooperation is the most effective way to respond to all these different challenges that I have outlined, that have as a common element that they simply are needed to address our interdependence. We do not live in worlds where we have the luxury of being independent, nor are we dependent. We are interdependent, and it's this interdependency that we need to be able to manage better, creating the necessary set of rules. On the health crisis, it's been obvious. We've been repeating, and I certainly in Spain was repeating all the time, no one is safe until everyone is safe. It didn't matter if you lived in an island. It didn't matter if you live on the top of a mountain. There was no territory that was free from the expansion of COVID. And it showed us very clearly how much we needed to build shared responses if we wanted the responses to be effective. I think the international community, so that we start looking at what lessons we draw also from the COVID crisis, governments were good at creating COVAX, a mechanism that was meant to help finance the research and help finance the distribution and ensure that the vaccine would be distributed to the remotest or poorest place on earth. But they did not cooperate on what was needed for COVAX to work, which was on the manufacturing side. There was no coherent multilateral framework to work on production, to focus on technology transfer, to look at the rules on intellectual property rights, to speed up logistics. By the way, we know that countries that had implemented the World Trade Organization Trade Facilitation Agreement had it easier to move vaccines across borders, which shows that these reforms do matter. They do matter when the rubber hits the road. So one of the lessons that we have to take from this health crisis is that fragmented, incomplete responses are not good to manage interdependence. Same can be said on climate change. It's another visible feature of our interdependence, as Isabel was saying. There is no, I will keep with my temperature and you will keep with your temperature. We have one temperature in our planet, and whether we manage to keep it within boundaries to ensure life for future generations or not will depend on our ability to work together. The divides, someone has mentioned this in the conversation, the divides are north-south, but there are many more divides that span in this climate change debate. The debate also has as fractures those that need to reconvert their carbon industries, those that need to reinvent gas extraction, those that are so small and vulnerable that simply do not have the means to finance the transition, those that have done their work and want to make sure that, or are on the way to reduce emissions and want to make sure that they don't inadvertently import this through imported carbon content. So the fractures are very diverse, and this is what makes this work more complicated. What the two have in common, health and climate, is that we are talking about global public goods. And multilateralism has a particular difficulty in dealing with global public goods. It's everyone's responsibility, but no one in particular feels responsible for making sure that we build a framework that provides the necessary responses. The sense that I have sometimes in these negotiations is that they are seen as zero-sum game, whereas we know that for global public goods of systemic interest to everyone, it certainly has to be seen, and we have to work as if it was a win-win outcome that we want to achieve. Let me move into the trade field. We have an upcoming WTO ministerial conference in a couple of weeks, and it's going to be another moment to show for the members of the World Trade Organization, governments, to show their leadership on building a stronger multilateral trading system. It's interesting that what is happening around the world with disruptions in the functioning of international value chains, with skyrocketing costs of transport, and therefore with all of this translating into inflation domestically, it shows us that citizens may not understand about tariff rate quotas, bound tariffs, schedules of commitments, but they do understand when prices rise. Our citizens do understand when prices rise. And it's another manifestation of why is it that as governments, we have to work to build systems that help us ensure the benefits of international trade. In this case, lowering the cost of trade would certainly help us with managing inflation if we do it in a cooperative manner. This conference has a number of tough items that need to be addressed. Issues that have to do with rebalancing existing agreements to make them fairer for all stakeholders. This is certainly the case of the agreement on agriculture. But it also is about creating frameworks in areas that don't exist today that will be important also for protecting public goods. Is the case of fish subsidies. And here again, I want to stress how much this conversation is about protecting together global public goods. And this is not a fight against pitting rich against poor or developed against developing. Is a pitch between having fish in our oceans or not having them. So it's a battle that WTO members need to give together and need to fight together. They agreed when they agreed the Sustainable Development Goals back in 2015 to agree to a framework that would protect marine resources. And this is precisely the opportunity they have now. And I hope they take this opportunity in the next couple of weeks. It's also a good moment to introduce lenses in the way rules are made in WTO and agreements are monitored and surveyed, lenses that reflect the diversity of trading operators. Is certainly the lens of small and medium enterprises, and it's certainly the lens of women-owned businesses. And I must say that I've seen a huge move forward if I compare the situation today to what it was when we started this conversation 3 years ago. And if I compare this conversation from the one in the last ministerial conference in Buenos Aires, where these issues were in the margins of the ministerial, and this time around these issues will be within the discussions by members of the organization. It's a step forward. We have to recognize it, and it's good for all the members because it reflects simply that the rules of the WTO and the proceedings of the WTO will take into account the huge diversity of the stakeholders that the systems have. Isabel has spoken at length about electronic commerce, but suffice it to say that with this crisis, we've seen an enormous growth of electronic commerce worldwide, north, south, east, and west, and we still do not have a global regulatory framework. And the risk that we run is that we fragment the level playing field. There will be regulatory frameworks. We are seeing this in many constituencies. The question is whether we can work one that is common and therefore levels the playing field on all fronts, on access, on consumer protection, on privacy, on security, on the many aspects that this issue brings. Finally, I want to talk about services. This is the biggest and the fastest growing part of international trade, and an area where a bit of modernization is also needed on the side of the WTO. So let me conclude by saying that at the political level, what is clear is that our interdependence needs shared rules of the game, that we need to make sure that these rules are reflective of all voices internationally, the voices of the countries in the north, in the south, in the east, and in the west, And I applaud CUTS for doing organizing this conference in India and making sure that this conversation is also an Indian conversation, given the important role that India has to play in this multilateral system. Understanding that if we don't do this, the result is going to be fragmentation, and fragmentation is going to be suboptimal. So in a nutshell, we have to build back better. We have to build together. We have to build fairer, and we have to build with all the voices, but we certainly have to build. That's Nitin, the message that I would like to end with, and thanks again for your invitation.
Thank you very much, Alan. Very useful and very challenging thing that you put before the world, and particularly in the context of what has happened in Glasgow. And the question that you raised about multilateralism and the global commons. But I'll come back to that when any remarks that I may make at the end. This is something that I obviously am very concerned about. May I now turn to Ratin Roy and ask him for his views and comments.
Thank you, Nitin. Thank you, colleagues. This has been very interesting so far. I'm now no longer working in a multilat, and I don't work with the government anymore. So I'm a think tank. So I'm going to do what I think entitled to do, which is reflect. And I want to reflect first as an economist by sharing with you why I did not do international trade and did public finance. I did not do international trade and specialize in it because I realized that economics was incompetent to deal with international trade, because international trade was defined as trade between countries. And in economics, countries are a distortion. In general equilibrium theory, you're better off without countries. In fact, you're better off without family, without kin, without anything. Sociology, political boundaries are all distortions. So in effect, if you look at even Ricardian equivalence or anything, international trade is a study of how to minimize distortions. The same is true of public finance, obviously, which is my specialization. But I decided to study it because I thought I could have something to say about the state, and we've made considerably more progress, I think, in public finance than in trade, in understanding the role of public finance beyond distortions, though I'll come back to that in a minute. So when we speak about interdependence, it's a no-brainer. But that's not interesting to me. I mean, it's important to record that. What is interesting is, despite acknowledging this, why do we behave, as Amartya Sen once called it, like rational fools? Both the healthcare crisis and the outcome of the recently concluded summit in Glasgow reflect behavior of rational fools, because it's rational behavior. And I think it's rational behavior for three reasons. The logic of multilateralism depends on three things, in my view. The history of loss and damage from not taking multilateral action. That, in essence, is the raison d'etre for the foundation of the UN system. Ideology, which then helps you combat asymmetry, and I'll give you two examples there. The International Monetary Fund, and to a lesser extent the World Bank, despite their protestations, have always been, or at least till about 2005, profoundly ideological organizations. They sought to pursue an individual economic ideology, which was backed by very powerful forces. Now with the theory of efficient markets discarded, of course, the IMF comes to World Social Forum and that sort of thing. It's all different. But once upon a time, there was a very explicit, simplistic post-Cold War ideology, which was the foundations of what we know as globalization, and the IMF pursued it in multilateral space. Equally, UNCTAD, much reviled by powerful powers. They've had their money cut. I have been told when I worked at UNDP, why do you waste your time with UNCTAD? They don't matter. Existed primarily because it offered consistently an alternative ideological trajectory, which developing countries found very appealing. And the interplay of these ideological forces led to a multilateral discourse. So ideology is important. I'm saying this because I want to address this in the context of especially environment, but also the COVID crisis. And the third is sequence. So there's history, there's ideology, there's a moral imperative, which is deontological, which is you do it because you want to do it, but very often it is not. So very often we invoke a moral imperative to pursue an instrumental result. And a good example of that is the history of human rights in multilateralism. There is an alleged universal moral imperative for human rights, but the way we pursue human rights policy is profoundly transactional. So while the moral imperative may inspire the creation of a multilateral journey, such as the human rights journey or the humanitarian journey or the refugees journey, the journey is impacted by transactional responses. Otherwise, you would not see migrants being turned away in the middle of the English Channel by a government that has signed up to almost every human rights accord there is. And then there is, of course, the purely transactional. Now, I think we get very confused very often about what we are talking about and from where we are coming when we speak of these things. And we get confused because we deny, I think, the role of asymmetric power and the importance of the exercise of the asymmetric power to ultimately justify and ideate the notion of a nation state. A nation state is not a physical entity. We all know that, right? It's an ideation. This India I'm from, it's an ice cream, this ice cream cone is an ideation. And at the moment, India has been profoundly challenged with an alternative ideation. That I think Arantxa, of all people, should know very well because it tore her country apart in the 1930s. Belgium, of course, is conflicted repeatedly by such ideation, and the entire European project is struggling with the ideation of the nation state versus different things. So I think it's important to understand that international negotiations also involve justification of the ideation of one's own nation state and the ideation and the idea of a nation state. Now that immediately means, in my view, that without a shared ideology, we will fall back on historical ways in which nation states have pursued economic interest. And those tend to be capitalist, right? Including China. So the pursuit by a nation state of its economic interest nowadays is largely capitalist. And there begins the problem with climate. When Nitin Desai worked on the Brundtland Commission report, we didn't talk about energy. We talked about the need to preserve the commons and therefore the need, essentially, as I understand the Brundtland report, Nitin, if I don't get me wrong, to change the way we produce and consume, such that the puzzle of the 80s, which was, why are so many people in the world going hungry when we are producing so much food? Such puzzles could be resolved by changing the way we produced and consumed and interacted with each other. And the key to that lay in treating the commons as an overriding public good. Fast forward to the Rio conference, the Paris conference, possibly Kyoto. I only got involved after Paris. And I don't hear the word commons mentioned even once. Production and consumption don't matter. And the profound evidence of this is that rather than discussing the output composition of final demand and asking what is the sustainable output composition of final demand and how it is produced, that is the things we eat, drink, consume, and how they are produced, we are talking almost exclusively today about an intermediate good called energy. And then everything else becomes an afterthought. And the discourse has moved, therefore, changing how we consume energy and produce it, actually mainly produce it, gives us something called a net zero target. That arithmetically is how you reduce global warming, and therefore that is where we focus. Basta. Everything else is a side event. Climate justice, that's okay. I don't mind climate justice being a side event. I do mind agriculture being a side event. I do mind biodiversity being relegated to another COP. But there's a logic to it. It's the logic of capitalism. It is no coincidence that the two biggest fossil fuel consumers of India, producers in India, and this is also true of Shell, this is also true of BP, they're just following a global trend, are going to be the biggest money makers from hydrogen in the next 17 years. So it is not in their interest to argue for a change in the terms and conditions of capitalism, and therefore it becomes imperative, because if you do not change what you consume, if your pathways to net zero are not important, then you are indifferent to equity, because you're then indifferent to the question of who consumes what, or you have separated out that question from the question of how do we get to global warming by changing, who consumes and therefore what we consume. So this change in the environmental space is a natural result, in my view, of the political economy of where we are. This move, ideological move away from Brundtland to an obsession with energy and net zero. The abolishing of the word commons. I was been with Glasgow for 2 weeks, waiting for this word to be mentioned. No one mentioned it. I'm not talking about a common planet. I'm talking about the commons. That is the global public good that I thought we were trying to preserve. And now what we're trying to preserve is a technical target which is being put forward as a global public good, but actually profoundly masks a desire to continue with the current patterns of production and consumption, and to make sure that those who made money from petrol yesterday make money from hydrogen tomorrow. And I think that was the contradiction in Rio. The rest of it is predictable, that the rich countries will not put in money for loss and damage, that India and the US and China, because that is how it happened, will quibble about the definition of what to do about coal. It is all predictable from this contextual framing that I'm giving to you. With the health crisis equally, to justify your nation state and its idea, you must emphasize prioritization. And therefore, I think political leaders had a problem, like my own. We had a major COVID crisis in the country, and to justify at that point fulfilling international commitments and not giving priority to your own people would in some sense mean that your adherence to the nation state is muted. And that was impossible to do. And that is what you saw, that playbook being played out. And therefore it becomes logical, obviously, that the weakest in this game, which is essentially LDCs in Africa, will get a raw deal from the vaccines, because nationalism will not permit the ideation of the nation state and therefore the priority to national citizens to be subordinated. So I think this is the second challenge we face when we seek a multilateral response to what is a no-brainer otherwise. The constraints that, the need to ideate nation states and therefore prioritize national citizens brings. The third and final point I want to make, the third constraint to multilateralism, is the asymmetry between the idea of sovereignty and the idea of cooperating with institutionally, which causes breakdown in multilateral action because there is only partial cooperation on instrumentation. I'll give you two examples, one from the European Union. I think the European project is in severe trouble for many reasons. Political, social, cultural read. It's a fascinating read. But it's also in severe trouble, and I think at the root of Brexit and potentially Polexit, is the fact that sovereignty was designed to be recused to the European Union when it came to giving up monetary policy. But sovereignty was not designed to be recused to the European Union when it came up to giving up fiscal policy. That was left as an ideation in Maastricht. And then, very swiftly what followed was exit from that ideation, which gave you suboptimal outcomes, which any economist in Europe tells me was a no-brainer. You would have suboptimal outcomes with this asymmetry in policy implementation. The same thing applies in the world of regulation. Because one of the sovereign problems that we have with the existence of nation states is that laws, you see, are not just made differently in different places because they're made for different people, but they're also implemented very differently in different places. And it's all very well to create an international court of justice, but that cannot span all law. We cannot try everyone in this world, on this planet with a common law for even murder. Forget regulating multinational entities, etc. And then there is the question of the strength and the ability to enforce laws fairly. I come from a country where laws are enforced horribly unfairly. This is a country where people can be locked up without bail for 2, 3, 4 years, and the courts are impotent to do anything about it. It's a country where you have, despite great advances in technology and all the things India is proud of, essentially a banana republic police force that fabricates evidence on a routine basis, despite courts noticing and putting them to account. Now, in that context of poorly meted out justice, how do you expect regulatory law to be enforceable? The final example I want to give of this, again coming from India, is that what are you regulating? If the objective of an economy and of businesses is to go for profit seeking, then you have a certain logic of regulation there. But if, as I think, the objective very often is to go for rent seeking, and the objective, and you make corporate profits essentially by securing rents, then regulating as if you were profit seekers will get complicated. And that is, I think, very much the problem in India with all sorts of regulation, particularly in my view, the sector I'm most familiar with, the financial system. So I think when we talk about multilateralism, I would propose that we try and find a new framework within which we understand why the first best, no-brainer, that Arantxa pointed out, that there is a common good here, there is obviously a positive sum game is not happening. I have tried to give you, for discussion, of course, a framework within which I think we could address this, because if we do not address these limitations of the nation state, we will never get the multilateralism we want. And if we do not get that, then we are in danger of seeing what we saw in Glasgow, which is a third best solution. Glasgow, in my view, is a solution that is inferior to what you would have got with a series of bilateral and plurilateral negotiations. And the same is true of trade sometimes. And is obviously that is inferior to the ideal, which is a multilateral solution. So the danger of multilateralism and aspiring for it without interrogating the causes for its not being achieved is that we will end up not in a second best, but a third best world. And therefore, I think we need to do some analytical rethinking about this very fast. Thank you.
Thank you, Ratin. Thank you, Ratin, for questioning the continued relevance of the Westphalian notion of a sovereign nation state, and which is in effect what you have implied. And that you have to go beyond this, particularly when you're looking at common goods. May I just mention a word to the participants? If you have questions, why don't you put them in this thing which is Q&A? And there are, and I would request the panelists also to keep a track of the questions which come up, so that later when we answer them, we know what we will first answer the questions which have been put up here. May I now turn to our last panelist, Sangeeta Verma of the Competition Commission of India. You have heard, Sangeeta, many people talking about the connection between competition, multilateralism, and so on. And I look forward to what you have to tell us about this in an Indian context. Sangeeta, all yours.
Thank you, Chair. And greetings to my fellow panelists and all participants here today. My congratulations to CUTS and CIRC for organizing this biennial conference, the 7th in the series, and encouraging tremendous scholarship in the area of competition and regulation, especially in the context of the challenges faced by the developed. The question that was posed to me earlier when we were discussing this was on dealing with the growing market concentration in the digital space. So I will try and address that. This is an important aspect of a new world order that is now coming up. In the past few years, a few digital ecosystems and players have emerged as gateways to the internet with bottleneck power. This has posed significant challenges to policymakers and regulators across the globe. These digital gatekeepers are acting as a first touch point for a consumer's transaction journey, and it is through their ranking logic of search results and advertisements that an online seller's visibility is determined. But at the same time, such ecosystems are also integrating a wide range of products and services, which can lead to efficiencies, reduced prices, and also enhance consumer experience. Clearly, the effect is ambiguous, and we all acknowledge that. So across the world, a slew of new legislative and regulatory responses are being proposed to build an inclusive and resilient economy, with competition being central. Post-COVID, what will also be very important is to ensure that the steps towards recovery do not irreversibly alter markets. Also, that competition principles can be respected along the way by the gatekeeper firms. This assumes great importance in the Indian context, where the online dependence of consumers is rising exponentially. According to one estimate, India's consumer digital economy, which was pegged at about $85 billion in 2020, is expected to become an $800 billion market by 2030. So the digital economy is expected to constitute 60% of the travel bookings, 40% of non-grocery retail, 30% of education, 25% of food and beverages services, and 6% of pharma and grocery by 2030. Having said that, we know that high concentration in the digital space is endogenous to the market itself. Market power in the digital space is also uniquely durable. We know that network effects may prevent a newcomer with superior technology from replacing an established incumbent. Sticky consumer behavior, when combined with lack of data portability, increases the switching costs of customers and helps maintain the status quo in the market. Due to these features, platform markets may be more concentrated than other industries, as most consumers would flock to larger players, leaving smaller players competitively unviable. Once we recognize this problem, the question at hand is, what are the instrumentalities available to governments and regulators in dealing with it? So the mere fact that one firm has entrenched market power in a particular industry is not condemned. It is the way that market power is used that is subject to competition scrutiny. In these cases involving dynamic competition, at the CCI, we try to strike a balance between short-term, narrow price concerns and the long-term gains that arise from innovation. A nuanced assessment based on the facts of each case and the market and technology in question is the strategy that the Commission has adopted. Another issue with market concentration in the digital ecosystem is, and that has been mentioned earlier by earlier speakers also, is how to account for data-related effects. Data is emerging as a key intangible asset that can drive certain acquisitions in the digital space. Control over data by gatekeeper firms may result in exploitative and exclusionary conduct by firms, which may fall foul of the provisions of the Competition Act. Tying with other digital products is another thing that we have seen, and this further strengthens the data advantage enjoyed by the dominant incumbent. It allows cross-linking the data collected across services, creating a vicious circle from the competition perspective. The competition impact of data privacy compromise has now gained traction in the antitrust framework. Loose privacy policies of dominant firms may lead to exclusionary practices, reinforcing their position and allowing them to leverage themselves in neighboring and even unrelated markets. This would result in entry barriers for new entrants. So the antitrust law framework, at least in India, is broad enough to address the exploitative and exclusionary behavior arising out of privacy standards of entities commanding market power. At the CCI, we are closely scrutinizing such data privacy concerns that has a direct impact on competition. The number of the problem that requires policy and regulatory redressal in these markets is the bargaining power imbalance and information asymmetry between platforms and their business users. Platform neutrality has been at the center stage of antitrust enforcement in digital market cases. This area continues to be on the radar of the Competition Commission of India to ensure that platforms do not indulge in anti-competitive behavior, such as self-preferencing, deep discounting, leveraging and imposition of unfair discriminatory conditions on their business users, and so on. This imbalance and the resulting concerns were elaborately discussed in an e-commerce market study that the Commission conducted. The Commission did this under its advocacy mandate, and under that mandate, we have urged the e-commerce platforms to improve transparency over certain areas of their functioning that will help in bridging information asymmetry. Compliance with this measure can positively influence competition, not only on the platform, but also between platforms. Based on the findings of the study, the Commission has recommended self-regulation by the e-commerce marketplace platforms with regard to search ranking criteria, collection, use and sharing of data, user review and rating mechanism, revision in contract terms, and discount policy. Market studies have served to inform enforcement decisions and aid our advocacy efforts. So the Commission has included market studies as an important part of our toolkit. Following this market study, I may share that we have observed certain market corrections by platforms, such as addressing issues related to exclusivity and preferential treatment. The implementation of competition law should aim at improving economic outcomes that can maximize the gains from trade on these digital platforms. This would create a balance that incentivizes innovation on the platform as well as their trading partners. For the tech companies, this would imply imposition of new or strengthened access requirements, non-discrimination provisions, and interoperability. This can be achieved either through actions by the competition agencies or by new digital rules through other instruments. It seems the choice before policymakers is whether we live in an environment with a few highly regulated firms controlling large ecosystems or a more fragmented digital world. The big policy question is which environment will deliver on innovation and hence consumer welfare. Today, I've just spoken about some regulatory measures that we have been taking to deal with these market concentration problems. These are based on current thinking the world over and in India. Since these markets are dynamic, regulatory responses will also have to be dynamic, and some form of experimentation with various instruments is only natural. Going forward, I believe it is our duty as a competition authority to assist with the government's endeavor of digitization by promoting competitive digital markets, both through enforcement and advocacy. And we intend to play a decisive role at building a fairer and sustainable, better world. Once again, I would like to thank CUTS and CIRC for engaging with us and for giving this opportunity. And I look forward to the panel discussions that follow, particularly the discussion that immediately follows this session, which I hope will provide some useful insights on these issues. Thank you very much.
Very much, Sangeeta. Now, so we've heard all our panelists, and that's they've been very helpful. I wanted to pose one or two questions later for the panelists to look at. One thing that we've not touched on adequately is the argument that is often heard in some countries that multilateralism has worsened inequalities. Now, that's not an argument that I'll hear in China or more recently in Bangladesh or Vietnam, where you could argue that the opening up of the trade system has actually helped to reduce poverty to a substantial extent, in that sense, reduce inequality. And I wondered whether there is how one responds to this argument about pro-protectionist argument from the perspective of reducing inequality. Is that at all relevant? And Apple would be a good example to look at. I thought I'd just pose this. I didn't hear a clear answer to this from the panelists. A second thing which has come up is, Ratin raised, is how will this, what we call multilateralism, the practical practice of multilateralism today, work with the ideation of a nation, and he gave us several examples. And I was actually going to ask whether Arantxa could respond to that, as she has experience from both sides, so to speak, and whether she can respond to the question that Ratin had raised. I have something more to say on the whole issue of the multilateralism and global commons, but I'll leave that for the end. So let me just pose this. There is another question which has been posed, which is, will it be problematic if underdeveloped economies facing hardships during the COVID keep up with multilateralism instead of keeping their country first? In effect, it's like a subtle argument for protectionism. Questions for Isabel Durant then. Given the challenges emanating particularly from the concentration of power in e-commerce, is it necessary for multilateral bodies like WTO to deliver more decisively? And if that is the case, will the national competition authorities have to step in? And can national competition authorities step in unilaterally in organizations which are clearly have operations spread across many, many countries? So these are some of the questions which have come up. So let me turn first to Arantxa and see whether she has a response to the challenge that Ratin has posed.
Thank you very much. And thanks to Ratin for raising this issue, but let me give you my take on this. And this is the whole, is what I call the big paradox. The more you are multilateralist, meaning the less sovereign, the more sovereign you are. And it's a paradox. The more you decide to work multilaterally, the more sovereign you are in protecting your citizens. Because what's protecting the citizens today, what will protect citizens against climate change, what will protect citizens on the pandemic, what will protect citizens against the risks of inflation have a lot to do with a stronger multilateral cooperative frameworks. So the paradox is the less sovereign you are, the more sovereign you are. So the less you insist on building solutions at the level of the nation state, the more you are going to be protecting your citizens. This is what we've learned in the European Union. And sometimes I can tell you that national reflexes, the Westphalian reflexes of nation states come back, and they come back with a lot of vigor. But the reality is the more you decide to pool sovereignty, the more you can and the better you can protect your citizens. Now, it doesn't mean that you will cede control. You don't cede control because you, by definition, is for as long as this is the case in multilateral organizations, it's essentially nations that build the rules. It's nations that adjudicate the rules. But the reality is that they have to do this more and more if they really want to protect their citizens. Now, let me also take the opportunity to address the other question that you put, Nitin, which is multilateralism has worsened inequalities. And let me be very clear on this. I don't think this is true. Trade rules make trade possible. They are an enabler. You still need to make this trade happen, and this to a large extent is not in the hands of the agreements or the rules that you build. It's on the enabling environment that you create at home and abroad. And you still need to make sure that trade benefits all. It's three levels: make trade possible, make trade happen, and make trade benefit all. Now, the make trade benefit all, which is what this discussion of inequalities is about, has a lot to do with what you do beyond trade. What kind of taxation policies do you have? Are they fair? Do they put the burden on citizens as opposed to businesses? What kind of infrastructure investments do you make? What kind of education policies do you have? What kind of access to credits do your businesses have? And the best example that I always use to say that it's not trade rules or multilateral trade rules that fuel inequalities is the European Union. The EU has 27 countries, same trade policy, different levels of inequality. And they have exactly the same trade rules, verbatim. They negotiate them as one, they adjudicate them as one, they implement them as one. But the reality is that the domestic environments or many other things are not the same. So if you want a good example of why it's not multilateral trade rules that fuel inequalities, the EU is a good example. Now, this is, to me, a big call to synergize and to make your trade rules coherent with other areas if you really want these trade rules to be for the benefit of all and not just a happy few. Hence the importance, Nitin, if I may, of ensuring in WTO that the lenses through which we build those rules are multidimensional. That the lenses that we use are for big companies, for small companies, for medium companies, for men traders, for women traders. I know that there was a bit of a resistance at the beginning when we started these conversations because people thought, oh, these are Trojan horses that, you know, they are going to introduce through the back door. But they are, if you want the rules to reflect the diversity of views, this is a good way to do it.
Let me answer the latter part of that, Chair, if you permit.
Yeah, yes, sir.
They've called attention to what we could be doing or are doing. So there's no doubt that digital ecosystems have a global footprint. And the Indian competition law, I just want to share, has provisions for conduct from extraterritorial entities that has an appreciable adverse effect in India. And CCI on its part has not felt constrained. In fact, we have memoranda of understanding with global counterparts to deal with competition issues in general and concentration of power in digital markets for exchange of knowledge and also frameworks. Clearly, market contexts across countries will be different, but we are using this opportunity for cross-fertilization of ideas, and these MOUs are to help us in assessing these markets. So I just wanted to add that for the...
Thank you very much. I want to thank Arantxa for particularly giving the example of the European Union, where the variations in inequality across the member states have nothing to do really with trade policy, which is uniform for all of them, but it's really with domestic policy. And I think this is an argument which is relevant even in a place like the United States, where the famous example given is always of Apple, where almost all the production of Apple takes place outside America. And the argument is, what has happened is that the people involved in marketing, financing, etc., the high-income people in Apple are earning 70% of the proceeds of the phone that you and I may buy. And the remaining 30% is going to people, workers working in China, Taiwan, Malaysia, etc., etc. And there, the argument that Arantxa raised is a very sound one. It is because you have a taxation policy which doesn't take money from high-income earners and use it for purposes which would provide the alternate possibilities for others. So I think that particular thing is a very sound argument. It needs to be pushed. May I turn to Ratan if he has any comments on Arantxa's argument about sovereignty being greater if you surrender part of it?
No, actually, I think that's... thank you. I think Arantxa's comment is very important and very relevant. And you can see that in the current Brexit situation. Scotland threatens the identity of the United Kingdom because it wants to secede. And there's a part there, they lost the referendum by a whisker. The Scottish National Party wants to secede, but wants to remain part of Europe. So what I'm pointing out is that in this opera, the more you need to defend your nation state, I don't know how it is, Arantxa, with the Catalan movement or in Spain. It is very possible that a secessionary unit might wish to stay within the European Union, but because of the threat of secession, a country decides that it is better to secede. But that's again, thanks to Arantxa for bringing this up. I think this is the only point I'm trying to make intellectually, is that when we talk about multilateralism, we have to raise the quality of the discourse analytically to these things, and we're not doing it. We are pretending that multilateralism is, we are all the same. We're not. Again, Arantxa made another important point. What is multilateralism? It's Westphalian. When I worked in the UN, I used to tell that to people. People say UNDP is useless. I said, no, the economic and social function of the UN is useless compared to humanitarian or peacekeeping, because that's how the nation states want it. The IMF is very effective because that's how the nation states want it. So it's not as if we have communities of people gathering together in multilateralism. It is also a Westphalian construct, and therefore will be infected by its limitations. The other point I wanted to make to respond to you, Nitin, about inequality and trade, I think, you see, it's quite interesting that between country inequality has declined over the last 20 years as a consequence definitely of globalization. But within country inequality has gone up. So in a sense, if you like, the international union of rich people has transcended multilateralism to gain from it. But the international union of not rich people, because they don't have a union and are condemned to remaining within their nation states and taking what is dished out to them by the nation states, have not benefited from it. And that is what is causing this profound disconnect in the United Kingdom, in the US, in many parts of Europe, and in India, where people do not seem to understand that it is the rich that have transcended Westphalia. very effectively with globalization. We all eat sushi. And in England, most of my friends cook much better dal than I do. But that has led to a disconnect with the nation state. It's a larger question, because that's all the non-rich have. The nation state and the country where they live. And therefore, they start affirming the nation state to compensate for the inequality that globalization has caused them. So it's not trade that caused that inequality. It was the pathways to globalization that we chose over the last 20 years. I think Joseph Stiglitz points this out beautifully, that resulted in a situation where the rich benefited disproportionately from globalization and therefore transcended the nation state, and the poor did not. And I think that is the quibble many people have with how we have implemented free trade, not with the principle of free trade.
Thank you. Can I now, we're running a little short of time, so can I now turn to Isabel for the question which has been raised about the adequacy of the multilateral arrangements regarding e-commerce, and perhaps also on the broader question of the more general question which has been raised about whether in a COVID context, multilateralism is the answer for poor countries.
Yes, thank you, Nitin. And first of all, to react to what was just said on the question of multilateralism, it's true that sometimes, because of the inequalities within the countries, it's easy to really identify the multilateralism as the responsible of the problems that you have probably to solve on national level. And I'm also a European one, and I know so well, even with the supranational European strategy, that a lot of national reaction could be, when it is on supranational level, European level, Europe is responsible of all the problems, and the national countries is responsible for all what is working. That's of course a very, very bad way to work, because I agree with Arantxa on the question of the big paradox between sovereignty from on one hand and multilateralism on the other hand. So I think that sometimes accuse the multilateralism as such as the cause of the problems is also a way to hide some difficulties or domestic weaknesses regarding taxation, competitive policies, etc., etc. So I agree with what was said. I think that we cannot, as multilateralists, we have to keep in mind that, of course, multilateralism and cooperation is the way to solve the problem, whatever is said or expressed by the nationalist wrong approach. First. Secondly, regarding the question of anti-competitive practices and market concentration, especially in the digital world, it's true that there is really a very big lack of regulation and lack of capacity for the competitive authorities to really regulate these practices. But it's true that it has to be done on multilateral level. Nevertheless, it doesn't mean that it cannot be done on national or regional level. You have seen, for instance, the will of the EU to really claim or complain about Google strategy or big tech strategy. I think that we have to, on national or regional level, to really use the instrument that we have in order to fight against those anti-competitive practices and concentration practices, even if, of course, we have at the end, I hope, to have international regulation in this regard regarding the specificity of the digital economy. But it doesn't mean that at national or even regional level, we don't have to do something, or the government or the authorities on regional level could not cooperate in order to really work against those practices. But it is, of course, in the hand of the governments, national and regional entities, to try to do that in order to defend their own platform or their own capacity for the economic actors to benefit of the digital economy, and not only be the client of the victim of the big platform, but really to use digital economy as a tool for development.
Thank you very much. I think we've had a very valuable discussion. I wanted to just add a word or two on, the one issue, which is that of multilateralism and the global if you like, commons. And we have seen this in Glasgow. What was Glasgow? Glasgow was basically a multilateral effort at some manner of tackling the challenges posed by climate change, a global issue. And quite correctly, people are rather disappointed with the pace at which we've had improvements along this. I've seen many responses to this. And one response which I've seen often is, oh, this is because you're trying to negotiate between 200 people. And because you're trying to negotiate between 200 people, you'll never get an agreement which is adequate. You should leave it to the G20. My answer to that is my problem is the G20. My problem is the G20. They are the ones who are the primary emitters of carbon in the atmosphere. And if I leave it to them, I will get an agreement which is grossly inadequate. Multilateralism is for a commons, you have to have a democratic process which includes all stakeholders. Multilateralism is potentially a democratic process, particularly if you expand it to include all stakeholders. And one thing that has happened since the 1990s in the UN, it has broadened the engagement of non-governmental actors. And they are very influential, particularly in the issue of climate. I would say one of the major achievements of the climate process has been the extent to which it has generated global climate think tanks, global climate NGOs, etc. So in many ways, multilateralism provides you with that potential of a democratic decision-making, which oligarchic systems will never provide you with. So therefore, to say that go oligarchic because you'll get decisions instead of multilateralism is the wrong answer, particularly when it comes to the global commons. And they have to be tackled multilaterally. What is missing in our process at the moment in that is the absence of a discussion on climate justice, the absence of an agreement on how the common but differentiated responsibility should be shared between people. And that is the missing part of our multilateralism when it comes to global goods like that. The absence of an agreement on the underlying principles of justice which should govern the decision-making by all who are involved. So multi-stakeholder engagement, broadening the engagement of civil society. I'm impressed by the fact that one of the things that has happened in the past 30 years on climate is the way in which the corporate sector has changed. The corporate sector is actually ahead of governments when it comes to addressing issues of climate change. They are ahead of government. And in fact, to some extent, whatever gains we've got by way on renewable energy and so on have not been because of multilateral agreements. They have been because the corporates have responded with technology, with investments and many other things, which have reduced costs of renewable energy and made at least one part of the answer to the climate change easier. So I would say the broadening of engagements in multilateralism to other actors. One of the things I had to do when I left the UN, and I still stayed on as the special advisor to the Secretary General on Internet, was to run the Internet Governance Forum, which was a multi-stakeholder. I can't say it did achieve all that much, but at least it was an attempt at bringing all stakeholders together in a framework. But what is missing even there is the notion of justice. This is true even in the economy. In some ways, the economy has globalized much more than our politics has. At the national level, our politics ensures and makes sure that we have to have some principle of justice guiding our decisions on the economy. But at the global level, we have no such thing. So I have a globalized economy, but not a globalized polity. So we are in many ways a generation which is caught in the middle. We are a generation caught in the middle of a transition which is taking place. And I have no doubt that over the remaining years of the century, there will be developments of this. There will be greater attention to the notions of justice, both in the sort of issues I talked of on global commons, as well as on economy issues, as well as in politics and in other areas. But to me, it seems to me that basically this is the challenge that we face. But the answer is not oligarchy.
Thank you. Thank you.
The answer is not oligarchy.
Nitin, would you like to wind up?
Yes, we can wind up now. We've reached.
Yeah, it's 2:56 as per our clock, and we have to release the report, which.
Oh, we want to release a report? That's not good.
Yeah, just now. But I had been raising my hand. You didn't notice it. There's one important aspect of and so was Isabel raising. But anyway, this will give us an experience to warn the next chairs.
Well, I didn't see. Someone may.
It comes on the screen.
Yeah.
Anyway, but that doesn't matter. What I'm only saying is, what is very critical now is that if you looked at the absence of the Chinese leader at the Glasgow summit and the increasing East-West rivalry which is happening, is another very important dimension which we have to look at in the context of why multilateralism may not progress as all of us right-thinking people may want it to do. But as I said, we have run out of time. Therefore, I'm not going to ask anybody for their response, but to just think about it.
But if I may, let me share a piece of intelligence, which is that I heard from the Indian delegation that the basic group, the Chinese told them, that the reason their leader wouldn't come is that loss and damage wouldn't work, Glasgow would fail by Chinese metrics, and therefore he wanted to prepare for the next battle that's happening in 2 weeks. He feels the European countries and the US are going to shift the battle to the WTO and try and impose sanctions on developed countries, which are carbon related. So that is where the Chinese are preserving their firepower.
You and US are going to come up with a ratification of on carbon taxation, carbon compensatory taxation. There's going
to be fireworks there.
Could be fireworks. Yeah.
And let's announce work and release the report. Would you like to say some word on the report?
Yeah. Sure. Go ahead. Nitin, why don't you speak about the report?
No, I think you speak about the report.
Well, this is again a biennial report which we do on the competition and regulatory scenario in India, particularly. And this is again the 7th report that we are doing. It is also done biennially. And it's always been done under the leadership of Nitin Desai, all the 7 reports so far. This one is particularly looking again at digital economy, which is a kind of further deepening of the last report, which came out in 2019, was also on the digital economy. But here we are taking a deeper dive into many of these issues which have come up. And most of the chapters which have been written, papers which have been contributed are sort of applicable globally, I would say. There's nothing in it that would only apply to India as such, because of the theoretical discussions or the intellectual discussions which have taken place in that. May I request Sutish to please release the report? And we are 1 minute over our time. So let me wish you goodbye, all of you. And thank you very much again from CUTS and CIRC for a very interesting discussion. Incidentally, this is recorded, so you could revisit it. And I may also like to tell you that this is also being streamed on YouTube simultaneously. And YouTube has more viewers than what we see on the web here. With that, thank you very much. And the next session starts after 15 minutes. And a very interesting session if anybody would like to attend. But as I said, I would certainly request you to attend tomorrow evenings. This is 6 p.m. India valedictory session. We have an excellent lineup of speakers who will be talking about many of the issues that were raised in the inaugural session. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Isabel. Thank you. Bye, Arancha. Bye, Sangeeta. Bye, Ratin.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye, Nitin, and take care.
So, a warm welcome to everybody joining us today for the 7th Biennial Conference organized by CUTS International. First and foremost, we hope that everybody is staying healthy and safe. We didn't anticipate having this event virtual, but we're excited to be here and that we're able to pivot this event, having had a great response from the participants and esteemed speakers from different time zones. The theme for this session is Growing Market Power and Concentration, Role of Competition and Regulation. To kickstart the first session of the Biennial Conference, I would like to introduce Alan Felts, the moderator of this session. Alan Felts is a professorial fellow at the University of Melbourne in the Law School and the Faculty of Business and Economics, and Monash University in the Faculty of Business and Economics. He is the former chairman of the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission and its predecessor bodies, the Trade Practices Commission and the Prices Surveillance Authority. He has recently written Tough Customer. Further in the panel would be Daniel Schwartz. Daniel Schwartz is a senior associate at Clifford Chance, advising businesses and governments on all areas of competition. Daniel is also a legal fellow at Cambridge University's Center for Finance and Technology and Regulation. His research addresses the application of competition policy to fintech from legal and economic perspectives. He previously worked as a counsel at the International Monetary Fund in Washington, D.C., advising on international finance, trade, and competition law. We also have in the panel Nicholas Petit. Nicholas Petit is a joint chair in competition law at the Department of Law and the Robert Scruman Center for Advanced Studies. He is also invited professor at the College of Europe in Bruges. Nicholas Petit held a public office position as a part-time judge with the Belgian Competition Authority. He is the author of Big Tech and the Digital Economy, the Oligopoly Scenario, and a co-author of the EU in Competition Law and Economics. We also have on the panel Lynn Robertson. Lynn Robertson is a competition expert and project manager in the OECD Competition Division. She's currently leading the project on gender-inclusive competition policy. Amongst other responsibilities, Ms. Robertson manages relations with Africa and the MENA region. She also leads the organization of the annual OECD IDB Latin American and Caribbean Competition Forum. Further, on the panel, we have Tula Kaira. Tula Kaira is the lead consultant on competition and regulatory law and policy with AB and David, a Pan-African law firm. He worked for the Competition and Consumer Protection Commission in Zambia in 1998 and interned at the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission in 2002. He returned to CCPC and was the CEO from 2008 to 2011. In 2011, he left to establish the Competition Authority in Botswana, of which he was the CEO from 2011 to 2016. And finally, we also have on the panel Geeta Gauri. Geeta Gauri has been a member Competition Commission of India, before which she was Director Tariffs, Andhra Pradesh Electricity Regulatory Commission. Her regulatory experience of 15 years in these two commissions at their formative stages shaped her perspective insights into regulatory activities for India's transition to an open market economy. She's the member of the Governing Council and Management Committee of CIRC. She currently edits the South Asian Handle of Competition Policy International. It's a pleasure to have you all with us today. Before starting with the session, I would like to make a few house announcements. It is encouraged for the audience to enter their questions for the respective speakers in the Q&A tab below to make this session more interactive. Secondly, we are live tweeting this session. Humble request to all present here to retweet for a wider dissemination. Lastly, while tweeting about the live session, we also request everyone to use our official hashtag for the tweet, which is #7thBiennial. We have a pretty packed 2 days for everybody who has joined us here. Our main goal is to replicate what we would have offered had it been a physical event. Since we're all here, we'll make the best of it. Hope you all enjoyed the session as much as we did in organizing the event. Now, I would like to offer the floor to the moderator of this session, Alan Felts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rajshri. And I would just like to congratulate CUTS on another great initiative, having this really exciting conference, and for us, a potentially really interesting session on growing market power and concentration, the role of competition and regulation. The pandemic has hit micro, small and medium-sized enterprises and big enterprises in many cases and consumers hard, while at the same time, dominant firms seem to gain from this. This phenomenon has added to the already growing concentration and market power in many sectors, and particularly in the digital sector. And at the time when recovery and job creation are prime agenda items for governments around the world, such growing market power and market concentration can pose big hurdles in achieving this, and potentially then adding to what seems to be growing economic inequality. How should competition policy respond to such a situation? Whether competition policy would be sufficient to deal with it, or do we need a whole of government approach, is one of the issues. What types of regulations could aid in solving this problem? Do we know enough to give good answers to these questions? How do our perspectives fit into what seem to be three schools of thought at the moment in the world of competition? One school of thought says that we're doing the right thing at present with the right way of looking at problems, and we're doing just enough the right things and we shouldn't do more. Another school of thought says that we are on the right track, we have the right approaches, the right analytical methods and so on, but we need to be much more vigorous in applying the competition law. And another school of thought, which in some ways is reflected in the appointment of the new chair of the Federal Trade Commission in the United States, Lena Khan, is much more radical and questions all our ways, our traditional ways of thinking about competition issues, and wants to overthrow a lot of the orthodoxy, return somewhat to what are thought to be the real, true objectives of competition law, and to challenge a much wider range of behaviours for their adverse impact on the community. That's a bit of the background against which our responses to digital platform questions might be framed. Now, I just want to also make one other brief comment about what the whole conference is about. And it's a conference on competition, regulation and development. And I particularly emphasise the word development. Do the answers which are being talked about in North America, Europe and Australia for that matter, do they constitute the right answers, the relevant answers in a development setting? The other point, which is quite unusual for a competition conference, at least unusual for a competition conference now as opposed to 10, 20, 30, 40 years ago, is that it's called, as the subtitle, Building Blocks for an Inclusive and Resilient Economy. And that raises a few questions that we don't customarily answer in standard competition debates. Things about, inclusive means a focus on the whole population, excluding no one. And traditionally, we have tended to have a kind of utilitarian approach. We want to maximize the sum of the utilities of each individual so that the aggregate increases, never mind too much about who gains and loses, just grow the pie. That's not an inclusive approach. Do we need to think a bit more about inclusivity? And also, typically, inclusivity is a term comes up a lot in talking about one bit of the population only, that is the people at the very bottom of it, the disadvantaged. So are we going to have to think about especially the impact on the most disadvantaged parts of the population? And we also have to think about different groups in our society. And as the OECD and Lynn and others have been working on, turns out there are major issues in the gender space that really need much more attention than they've ever received in the past in the world of competition law. So I just wanted to mention the significance of the title of this matter, and also resilient. That's the other word. Now, resilient could mean very competitive. We think of the two as very similar. Competitive economy is very adaptive. Resilient is an aspect of recovery there. And is there anything special about the recovery that needs to be taken into account in the application of competition and regulation in this area? And I just mentioned that there's been a long, to my mind, rather sad history that competition law is often heavily weakened in periods of economic downturn. Business is able to push through anti-competitive arrangements, establish new monopolies through being able to get their mergers through unchecked or allowed through on a very liberal basis. And that often means there's a heavy price to pay when there's recovery, because we come out of recovery with a less competitive economy. Now, they're just a few thoughts that come into my mind as we turn to the specific issues of digital markets and so on. We have got a terrific panel, and I think we've got enough on our hands, in one sense, with doing our standard competition analysis in regard to digital platforms, but I'll just mention some of those other angles. So our first commentator is Daniel Schwartz, Senior Associate Clifford Chance and ex-IMF Counsel. What are your initial thoughts, Daniel, on the given theme? You wrote an IMF blog on this, arguing that the growing concentration would act as a hurdle in economic recovery. How grave is this concern? What would be your advice to governments? Daniel.
Thank you, Alan, for that introduction. And also thank you to CUTS for putting on this fantastic conference, which really places competition on the wider context of government policies and government objectives. Research at the IMF has shown that excessive market power can harm growth, innovation, and investment. And after the huge damage to our economies caused by the pandemic, it's now more important than ever that we encourage the dynamism of the private sector to fuel the recovery, and that we reconsider whether our competition policy frameworks are really achieving that. So I think maybe it's best if I first give an overview of what research the IMF has done and shown on this, and then consider what are the lessons for competition policy. And I should mention that what I'm talking about today are personal views. They don't represent the views of my firm or clients, and they really focus on the staff discussion notes that I co-authored while I was at the IMF. So what did the IMF find in our staff discussion note on corporate market power? So firstly, we find rising market power and declining business dynamism. So market power has increased in advanced economies with negative, but so far moderate, effects on economic growth, investments, innovation, and the labor income share. Since 1980, for publicly listed firms, price markups over marginal costs have increased by about 1/3, and profitability has approximately doubled. This rising market power has been broad-based across countries and industries in advanced economies. We also see a falling share of activity accounted for by young firms, and this may suggest that it's harder for younger firms or startups to win market share. We see a decline in the dispersion of growth rates across firms, and where competition is working effectively, you might expect some firms to be growing much faster than others. But what we found is that this has been declining. There's been a decline in the dispersion of growth rates across firms. Next, on labor markets, we identify there's a connection between firms' power in product markets and their power in labor markets. And this can lead to lower wages than they otherwise would be. And then we also find conclusions on monetary and fiscal policy. We find rising market power, while making economies more stable, has also made monetary policy and fiscal policy less effective. And the intuition here is that when the difference between price and marginal cost is greater, changes to marginal costs from interest rates have less of an impact on output decisions on firms. And in one sense, this is positive because output is more stable. But in another sense, you could say this is negative because monetary policy can be less effective. So how should we respond in terms of competition and other government policies? I think the first thing that we need to think about is we really need to take a country by country analysis, because it's really important that reforms are tailored to the particular experiences of that country. Competition authorities have different levels of resources, different levels of experience. Some have been more interventionist than others, and they operate in very different regulatory environments. Alan spoke about whether the approach taken in North America, changes in Europe, changes in Australia, and whether they could be relevant to other jurisdictions. But we've got to remember that they're coming from very different places, and therefore the changes advocated for one jurisdiction might not be relevant to other jurisdictions or to other developing countries. So we really need to focus on the particular approach of countries and not adopt a one-size-fits-all approach, because that could be a distraction, it could be the wrong priority, and it might not be appropriate for all countries. The next thing is that it's not always about the law itself. The resources of competition authorities are important too. So reforms are important, but they can also be resource intensive. And we wouldn't want competition authorities to reduce the important work that they're already doing in one area in order to do more work in another area. But at this time when additional resources would be beneficial, particularly in some jurisdictions, there's evidence that some budgets have actually been falling over the years. Since 1980, the combined budget of the FTC and the DOJ Antitrust Division was roughly halved as a share of US GDP, and it fell by even more in real terms when compared with a sharply higher total number of HSR findings. So it's not just about the law, it's about the institutions itself. And institutional design is important. Lots of these issues, particularly digital competition issues, cut across competition, consumer protection, and privacy. So it's important that you create a regulatory framework that enables cooperation between regulators with these different responsibilities. And in fintech, with fintech firms, you also need to have a framework which includes cooperation with prudential and conduct regulators as well. Next, competition policy in the digital market. This has received lots of attention in recent years. There are new market dynamics creating challenges for competition policy. We have data, very high network effects, returns to scale, and in some cases, this can lead to a winner-takes-all dynamic. But when designing regulation, we need to take account of the dynamic and fast-moving nature of these markets. These aren't necessarily the same as the railroads in previous centuries. And one of the strengths of a code of conduct for digital platforms, as has been adopted, was being adopted in the UK, is the flexibility. Digital issues are important and are really difficult, challenging issues, which cut across the first principles of competition and public policy. But for some younger competition agencies, and particularly those with less resources, focusing on more traditional areas might lead to more effective results that can impact consumers on a day-to-day basis. Next, market investigations. Market investigations can be really helpful. You analyze how a market is working, you see if competition is working well, and then you impose or recommend remedies where needed. This has been undertaken in the UK for many years, but it's also in other jurisdictions. And it's important because competition might not be working well, even if companies haven't broken competition law. So it's important to have mechanisms to improve competition in different sectors. But market investigations are very resource intensive. They give lots of power to a competition authority to change markets where laws haven't been broken. And they can also be very difficult to do and time intensive for lots of the companies involved. And so in some jurisdictions, this would be very helpful. I know the Swedish competition has requested these powers. But in lots of other jurisdictions, particularly younger jurisdictions, this won't be appropriate. So again, when we're thinking about the appropriate reforms, we really have to tailor them to the relevant jurisdiction. And then in terms of prioritization, one of the things that Alan mentioned is the idea of exclusivity, about marginalized groups and the extent to which these can be taken into account with competition, in competition law and competition policy. He also spoke about the ideas of a whole of government approach. Now, I think we don't really want competition law to be trying to solve every societal problem. It's not set up to solve every problem that we have in society. But at the same time, you don't want the state to be pulling in different directions. But inequality, the protection of workers are really important issues, and the state has a really important role to play in it. And one area where I think the competition authorities can do work on inequality and marginalized groups is on prioritization. When deciding which cases to bring, you can focus on the more vulnerable groups, such as low-income consumers or more marginalized consumers. That means choosing to prioritize the cartel involving bread or rice over the cartel involving luxury handbags. Even if the total consumer welfare is equivalent, prioritizing ensuring there's competition for the benefit of low-income consumers is one thing that we could do more of. So just to round off, market power can impact not only individual markets, but it can also affect the wider economy. And we have an opportunity to reconsider whether our competition frameworks are achieving their goals and whether they need to be tightened in some areas. But the approach has to be tailored to individual countries or regions, looking at their own experiences, because reforms that are beneficial for some countries might not be beneficial for others, or might be the wrong priority. So thanks very much, Alan. Thank you to CUTS for the invitation to speak. I'm looking forward to hearing everyone's questions.
I now turn to Professor Nicolas Petit, Professor at the European University Institute. Your initial thoughts, Nicolas, on the given theme. You've done a lot of work on digital antitrust. There is a concern that digitization is further increasing market concentration. How real is this concern? What's needed to translate emerging theories on digital antitrust to their practical implementation by competition authorities? Over to you, and we have your PowerPoint.
Okay, thank you very much, Alan, and thanks to everyone at CUTS for having me on this panel today. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Very good. Okay, so I like to think of my job, which is a great job, and I really like it, as trying to understand what's going on. And so the question that we've been asked to discuss today is what's going on in the economy. So, you know, one way to address this question is to go to what people write, and I think we all do that, as reasonable and curious students of complex economic facts. And if you go to the literature from, let's say, the past 10 years, you can read about broad concerns of rising market power and broad concerns and sometimes unqualified concerns of declining business dynamism, low entry and exit in multiple industries and sectors of the economy, and decreased entrepreneurial effort. I can say entrepreneur well because I'm French and it's a French word. Now, so this is what people say about what's going on in the economy, and I want to look into that a little more, and then maybe tell you also a bit about what people call the digital economy, what's going on in the digital economy. Okay, so if we go to studies which keep coming every month, every week, and if not every day, we see that in fact the concerns that have been raised by authors a few years ago about rising market power are just more nuanced and ambiguous than met the eye first. And the recent evidence that we receive show that there's a lot of regional heterogeneity about rising markups. In particular, there is a very clear set of studies which show that the problem is mostly a US and American problem more than a European problem. We can see that in the US economy, markups have risen in the entire economy and in the manufacturing sector, which is significantly less the case in Europe. You can't actually predict or observe a rise or decline in markups in the European Union, right? This is ECB data. The same is actually true of regional heterogeneity. The same is actually, I'm not sure it's true. In a way, I want to say that it's complicated because we're seeing lots of studies which advance very nuanced findings. So we are seeing mixed reports about business dynamism compared to previous studies that documented falling business dynamism. We tend to see that the well-documented reduction in business dynamism in the US economy does not really carry to the European economy. And in a way, even if the American economy tends to record lower degrees of business dynamism, it remains much more dynamic than the European economy. So again, this is just a note of nuance about very broad claims of rising market power and declining business dynamism. You can actually see in very recent studies that the post-recovery data that we have on business dynamism shows that the entry and establishment of new firms, that is new firm creation in the American economy, tends to actually increase again. And so what you can see here on the slide is that on the right-hand side is that what we typically observe is a decrease of entry after economic shocks like the financial crisis or the COVID crisis, but a rise in entry shortly thereafter. Now, you can also see on the right-hand side of the slide that the numbers that we tend to see today show that entry exceeds exit data in the US economy, suggesting that indeed business dynamism is now recovering, and we don't know how much time this will last, but there is some evidence to suggest that more firms are created than firms are terminated in the American economy. So all this to tell you that when we ask what's going on, it's very complex, it's very context dependent. There are good indications for rising market power and declining business dynamism in certain regions of the world and in certain industry segments, but there are also good indicators that there is not a rise in markups and not a decline in business dynamism in all industry sectors and in all regions of the world. So it has to be a very, very subtle exercise that we have to do to understand what is really going on before we jump to broad-based conclusions about policy reform. So Alan, to what you said before when you introduced the panel, I think it's going to take a lot of time to unpack what is really at play here. And even though Twitter presses us to act very expeditiously, we have to be calm and follow attentively what's going on. Now, the complexity levels are actually magnified if you think about the digital economy. And I wrote about that in the book that was kindly mentioned in the introduction of the panel. So there are two properties of the digital economy that I think economists agree upon. The first property of the digital economy that economists agree upon is the existence of substantial network effects. The second property is the existence of information goods which are very uncostly to replicate. Now, if you take these two economic facts, which are facts on which there is consensus again, if you take these two economic facts seriously, what you are going to derive as an economic implication is that you should observe industry trends towards rising marginal benefits to users and declining marginal costs to suppliers. Okay, so in other words, the utility to users increases, the cost to suppliers decreases. So the economic, so the less immediate effects of these tendencies, which is to have a sort of divorce between the demand curve and the supply curve, is essentially to create a gigantic amount of surplus, which is certainly compatible with increased concentration. There is no question that network effects drive concentration upwards. And there is no, and the second thing that you're going to anticipate is that there is no question that as consumer surplus increases, the opportunity to realize higher markups increases as well. But this is not an implication that one should derive. The implication that one should not derive is that there are substantial consumer losses that require immediate policy attention with systemic intensity. What I mean here is that in the digital economy, we have a natural force towards industry concentration, and we have a natural force towards rising markups, but these are not inconsistent with increases in consumer surplus. That is the marginal utility that I, you, and all of us derive from using digital goods and services, okay? So, and you know what I'm saying here are very simple facts of economic nature, which in a way are supported by a ton of anecdotal evidence about how consumers behave when they go online and how much savings they're making by using digital goods. Okay, and I want to set aside for a minute here the discussion about the political harms from the digital economy, right? But if we think in economic terms about the digital benefits versus losses, we are seeing indeed increased concentration and markups, but also we might be observing increased consumer surplus. Okay, so what are the policy implications of these findings? It's complicated, as I said before. So we might actually move to an economy in which digital concentration has efficiency. Others have written about that in the past. Ken Arrow wrote about that in the 1960s, saying that we needed a new theory of oligopoly to account for information goods. Recently, Francesco Ducci wrote a book about natural monopolies in digital industries, in which he shows that there is indeed efficiency to economic concentration. We might also have to accept or tolerate in policy circles a long-term trend towards oligopolies of large and diversified firms that will account for a substantial supply of resources to production and innovation. In other words, societies might have to rely increasingly often on markets in which a few subset of suppliers produce most of the goods and innovation that consumers require. Is this a problem? I don't go to this question with dogmatic eyes. If the digital economy is something new, we cannot just apply lessons from the agrarian or industrial age about concentration and market share. Now, what we want to think about is under what properties should oligopoly concentration in digital markets be acceptable from a social standpoint? And I think there are three conditions under which we can accept that trend towards long-term concentration. The first one is absence of lock-in, possibility of consumers to switch. The second one is absence of inertial behavior, that is, suppliers do invest substantial effort in trying to develop new products and services. And the third is spillover benefits. We need to rely on oligopolies that provide spillovers to small firms and medium-sized firms that operate in their ecosystem. What are the policy implications? And I'll close here. Alan, if you allow me 1 more minute.
Sure.
So the policy implications are extremely straightforward, and I unpack them in the book, but they are not the policy implication that the journalists talk about every day. The policy implications is that we don't need to be too agitated in antitrust with what we have to do to, as I often read, rein in the tech giants. What we want to do is certainly not do digital breakups. There's probably a lot of inefficiency to this, if indeed concentration is efficient and conglomeration creates consumer surplus. But we want to go against, and we want to hard rules against horizontal transactions like horizontal M&A, in which a monopoly firm acquires its next horizontal competitor. Why do we want that? Because we want to avoid lock-in. We want to have a B or C plan in the market. This relates to work from Ryan Arthur in the 1990s and 2000s, where he said, you know, monopoly might be efficient, but it's always good to have a second player in the game, because this allows opportunities for consumer switching, and this allows to undermine lock-in effects which arise as a result of increasing returns. We want to focus policy efforts on tipped markets in which there's inertial behavior. Tipped markets are markets in which a platform has the ability to grow without investing anything towards marketing or innovation. Right. The best of all monopoly profits is a quiet life. We want tailored interoperability rules which allow consumers and users to move away from one platform to the other when a new product kicks in the markets. And we also want to prevent short-term predatory conduct in digital ecosystems, where digital platforms renege on their long-term commitments to nurture an ecosystem of innovation by basically trying to snatch a quick profit. Okay, and this is what happens with some, not all, types of self-preferencing conduct. So the bottom line is, we are not seeing less competition in digital economy. We are seeing a change in the nature of competition. And it's a harder thing to understand, this change in the nature of competition, than a change in the intensity of competition. But we need to make this work, because if we don't do this, we're bound to spend more decades in slow, sluggish prosperity and growth. So thanks for your attention, and I'm happy to take questions after the talks of my colleagues.
Thanks very much, Nicholas. I'm sure there will be questions. We turn to Lynn Robertson, competition expert, OECD Competition Division. And again, Lynn, your initial thoughts on the given theme. There seems to be an emerging consensus that competition enforcement in itself may not be sufficient in dealing with growing market concentration, particularly in the digital space, and that a whole of government approach is mooted. Do you agree with that? What types of regulations could aid in solving this problem? Lynn.
There we go. So thank you very much, Alan, and thank you very much to CUTS. CUTS is an important partner to the OECD, both as a vector for our work, and also we respect very much the type of work that CUTS is doing, and we learn from it regularly. So let me start by saying that the message I want to leave you with is that digitalization is changing the competition landscape. And we do need a competition policy that's equipped to respond. And this requires a whole of government approach that supports competition authority efforts. And this means that competition authorities do need to have the resources to tackle new forms of misconduct in digital markets, and they need to be prepared to assess new digital business models. And furthermore, competition authorities and governments, they need to match the borderless scope of digital markets with a deeper international cooperation. So the new digital economy, it also means recognizing that not all digital competition concerns are competition law enforcement issues, and that competition regulators have another fundamental role to play, which is advocacy. They can help policymakers identify why markets are not functioning, when no misconduct is suspected, and identify solutions, including pro-competitive regulation and consumer advocacy. There we go. So let me first give you the OECD perspective on how we see digital markets. First, it's important to recognize what makes digital markets unique and how this shapes competitive dynamics in digital sectors. And these characteristics may not be new, but they do have a role to play, and the interaction with each other is certainly new. First, there's substantial network effects, and this is something that my fellow speakers have referred to in the platform markets, meaning that as the number of users grows, the value of the platform increases as well. Second, there's low variable costs and high fixed costs, meaning that there are significant economies of scale and scope in digital markets, and this combined with network effects mean that markets may be dominated by a small number of firms. User data is playing an increasingly important role as an input and as a competitive asset. Switching costs, such as the time it takes users to move from one platform to another, may act as a significant barrier to new firms. Intellectual property rights may also limit the number of viable players in a market. New business models have emerged, which allow consumers to access services at zero price in exchange for their data, attention to advertisements, or possibly a future purchase. And so we see challenges in these markets because consumers do not necessarily critically examine the terms of the deals. How many times do all of us just sort of click the accept without actually reading the 3 pages of text that come before it? And so finally, there's a range of disruptive innovations for the digital sector that upend traditional markets by avoiding intermediary or regulatory costs. So we do see some broad economic trends, and these were generally referred to by my fellow speakers. First, the OECD and others, including my fellow speakers, have found that markups, which is, for those who might not be so familiar with the term, which is defined as the ratio of unit price over marginal cost charged by firms, we see them as increasing, and I'll expand on this evidence in my next slides. Second, there's evidence that fewer startups are being created, particularly in the digital sector, which also has implications for the entrenchment of larger established firms. And I'll show you this data as well in a further slide out of our OECD's dynamic database. And third, there's been acceleration of M&A activity, which is focusing on digital firms, and many mergers, they certainly can have broad pro-competitive effects, for example, in terms of innovations, but there's some concerns about the effects of transactions in which large tech firms acquire the smaller firms, smaller startup firms. So this could deprive consumers of the benefits that come from these innovative startups. Although we should recognize that for a startup, maybe being acquired by a bigger firm is part of their business strategy. And then there's concern in some jurisdictions that competition laws do not capture all of the anti-competitive transactions regarding smaller startups. And while competition authorities have closely reviewed many of the larger tech mergers in recent years, and we know the Facebook WhatsApp one, for example, there's countless small acquisitions that might be occurring under the radar. We know that Germany is experimenting with a different new merger notification threshold, and we're going to see how this delivers. Fourth, there's signs that larger firms are earning an increasing share of revenues. As measured in a recent OECD study, as the market share by revenue accounted for by the top decile of firms. And now revenue concentration is not necessarily a very meaningful indicator on its own, but in combination with these other factors and other trends suggests that something is changing about the competitive dynamics more generally. My fellow speaker also, I think it was Daniel, referred to labor. we see the overall share of income that is paid to labor is falling. And one of the studies that I looked up by Van Reenen in 2017 attributes this to the rise of the superstar firms which are characterized by high profits, a low share of labor and firm value added, and many of which, are the tech firms. And this is consistent with the fact that digital firms operate in markets that are less labor intensive and which involve low marginal costs, meaning that expansion is much easier. And the rewards to firm owners are certainly substantial. However, some have expressed concern that this might also reflect monopsony power, the existence of imbalances between the firms and workers in terms of negotiating power, as we're seeing a suppression of wages. And finally, our research has found that the survival rate of firms that exhibit lower than average levels of productivity seems to be increasing. So we seem to have more of these zombie firms that suggest that creative destruction may not be happening as much as we would expect. And we certainly see this in our research on the COVID recovery. And this has implications for efficient allocation of resources in the economy. And while this trend is not specific to digitalization, as I said, we're seeing in our COVID research, it could be indicative of policy or other distortions that are preventing economic transformations and limiting the reallocation of resources to sectors where there could be new competition. So in this slide, there's a little bit more detail on our markups research. And you can see here that markups, particularly for the top decile of firms, have increased substantially between 2001 to 14. And this is based on data for 25 countries, including 6 of the G7 countries, and for some reason Canada is excluded, which as a Canadian, I might find slightly insulting. And similar results have been found by other authors. We see this Deluca and Echoed. They found that the average global markups increased between 1980 to 2016. Belletti as well showed that net accounting profits in the 5 largest EU economies have increased by 5% of GDP in 1995 to 24% in 2016. So as Nicola said, there's many studies going on. And the reason why markups are so important is they are one of the best indicators we have of market powers, which is the ability of firms to keep prices above that perfectly competitive price level. And as I'll discuss later, market power can be quite legitimate for succeeding in the competitive process. It's a reward for success, especially through innovation. However, sustained and entrenched market power that is sheltered from competition can generate substantial economic harm. And indeed, it could be associated with some of the trends that I highlighted earlier.
Lynn, by the way, could I just mention that what you're saying is actually clear thanks to the PowerPoint, but your voice, it's very glitched, the reception.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, maybe, but actually, despite that, it is rather clear.
Well, that's good.
Sorry, now I've got it.
I can't do anything about my connection, but I'm glad that my slides are clear.
Yeah.
So I'll try to speak slower and we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
So maybe what I'm saying is not very interesting and I'm being censored by Zoom. So
it's interesting and it's clear.
I'm almost done. So the next slide illustrates our findings with respect to market dynamism and particularly the observation that firm entry is falling particularly quickly in digital sectors. And this could be an indicative of barriers to entry, such as limited access to financing or difficulty in gaining the scale to create the network effects I referred to earlier. So how can we interpret these findings? Essentially, the combination of rising market power of large firms and slowing business dynamics suggests that competition is weakening. The concern is that the rise of dominant firms will hinder innovation in the diffusion of technology and exacerbate income inequality. However, we should not overstate either what these findings means. They do not prove that There's been misconduct of many firms, and they do not mean that competition authorities have somehow failed to protect competition. But there is a need to better understand these sources of trends. And market power could be legitimate, as I said earlier, or it could mean an increase in market power could mean that technological innovation is having a greater impact on markets. But there's more concerning explanations as well. Regulation may be limiting the ability of firms to compete, to enter markets, to challenge market power. Sector regulation that fails to adapt to new business models may be keeping out new entrants, except for the largest who have the resources to undertake extensive legal disputes. Anti-competitive conduct could also be partially responsible. We could have firms who are using their dominant position to keep competitors out of a market, for example, by imposing exclusivity or pricing parity terms on their customers. There's a risk that has materialized in some online travel reservation markets, for example, where platforms have imposed the limits on hotels' ability to price competitively and use alternate platforms. And then some markets may increasingly feature entry barriers that are impossible for new entrants to overcome, and they may resemble natural monopolies or oligopolies. However, this phenomenon is likely not too widespread, and care is needed to determine whether in a given digital market the combination of network effects, high fixed costs, and data advantages mean they function more like a traditional network industry. So there are strong indications that several, if not all of these explanations are reasonable and may be partially responsible for the dynamics in today's markets. So I'm just wrapping up now. This is one of my final slides. So while work is being done to expand our understanding, there are opportunities for policymakers to better promote competition in digital markets. It refers back to Alan's question about this whole of government approach. So there's opportunities to improve competition law enforcement, to look at merger control, to look at ex-ante assessments. Perhaps we need to do more of those. They may need new tools to analyze and detect novel forms of misconduct, such as algorithmic collusion. And of course, being the OECD, we promote deeper international and interdisciplinary cooperation. Authorities can continue to detect and stop anti-competitive agreement on firms to limit competition for workers, including wage fixing and no poaching agreements. And this contact can result in substantial harm for workers and markets more generally. We see, well, no poaching is primarily in the US. We see some cases regarding no poaching agreements in the Netherlands, Spain, France, and we know that Japan, Hong Kong, China are producing guidelines. So next we need to consider whether the current legislative frameworks are themselves contributing to the problems, and this is where the OECD, we're adapting our competition assessment toolkit to consider digital markets. And then the next one might be sort of new policy solutions maybe needed to promote and protect competition in digital markets, to ensure that the fundamentals are in place for new businesses to succeed by ensuring the right education skills, to ensure administrative burdens are kept to a minimum, such as licensing, and promoting broadband internet. So here we have a whole government solution. We need measures perhaps to promote digital competition through data portability measures. This can also have a very important role. And the competition authorities can also make more frequent use of market studies. So contrary to Daniel, we very much promote market studies where they can make a holistic assessment of how competition is functioning in markets and how to improve it. And then finally, consumer and data protection regulators can address growing consumer concerns about digital firms, including clarifying the rights that consumers have and ensuring that they have meaningful opportunities to exercise these rights through fair contracting standards and default options. So here's just that last slide just summarized some of the policy actions from legislation, consumer rights, and the use of studies. So these are just some of the studies that I refer to. And as Nicola had said, there's a lot going on in this space. And then the OECD as well, we have a large stable of resources that you're welcome to consult, because I have to do a promotion of our own work. And then finally, I just have one last word to the audience, and it's to invite them to our Global Forum on Competition. The first panel, I have to do this is my corporate responsibility. Our first panel on trade development and competition is open to the public. The rest of the event is, of course, closed and only for competition authorities, but I welcome you to sign up to where you're allowed to go. So now I've done my corporate duty. And if you'd like more information, please don't hesitate to consult our website. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Lynn. I now turn to Tula Carriera, who's currently consultant competition and regulatory law and policy, AB and David, and of course well known to us as a very experienced regulator. So what are your thoughts on the given theme, Tula? And you've been a competition regulator in 2 African countries. What, according to you, are the practical challenges that regulators in African countries are facing in dealing with growing market concentration, including in the digital space? How can competition policy be made a more potent tool to mitigate inequality within and across borders? Over to you, Tula.
Thank you very much, Professor Fels. I don't know whether you're able to see me or my presentation, technology.
We can see your presentation.
All right, thank you.
We can see the presentation and a little bit of you.
Thank you very much. Otherwise, it's a pleasure. Thank you, CUTS, for inviting me to be part of this great conference, and in particular, of course, to sit on a panel that comprises luminaries in competition law and policy, such as Professor Fels, Lynn Robertson, David Schwartz, Agami, and also, of course, the Professor Petit. Thank you for the insights that have been given so far. So I'm going to talk about the growing market power concentration and the role, principally focus on the role of competition and regulation. And in that regard, I can't move my slide. So I'll talk about the role of competition and regulation, competition enforcement, SMEs, and of course, look at number 3 as really the challenges that we see occurring in a number of countries in Southern and Eastern Africa. And of course, by way of introduction, I think much of this has already been mentioned earlier, and I'll gloss over this, but just to say that the concern for any competition authority or regulator, I think, should be the anti-competitive issues that are happening in the market, and not necessarily where you have conduct that is occurring because of competitiveness of sectors. And when we look at most of the countries in Southern and Eastern Africa, we tend to see that you have statutory provisions on public interest that have been used in a number of countries, and I will see in our presentation. Of course, I've raised controversy, but I think they're important when we're talking about inequality, addressing inequality, like competition, the traditional way of managing and enforcing competition law and policy really often does not address with the inequalities that may occur in a particular market. So I believe that the role of regulation really is to address or correct market issues with regards to prohibited conduct that they see in the marketplace. And arising from that, each competition law is built around or builds around the objectives that Parliament has said to be achieved for that particular law. And it's important that even as we engage in competition interventions or regulatory interventions, we bear in mind also the objectives of the law, and not so much in the isolation, but also ensuring that we have a holistic view of other laws that would also equally impact on that particular sector. I believe also that regulations, of course, whatever intervention we are making in the marketplace, might also have in mind, sorry, I think I've just jumped a slide. We also must ensure that there is a balance between producer welfare and consumer welfare, that we cannot have a regulatory system that focuses only on consumer welfare without looking at producer welfare. Of course, an argument can be posited that producers are able and willing, of course, to implement any market strategies to ensure that they achieve the best possible output from the market. But of course, we note that where there is dominance and there is high concentration, not every producer in that particular market would be able to exert market power to the extent that they get what they want from the market, independent of consumers, independent of prospective competition. And so in that context, of course, then regulation comes in to ensure that even within the supply side of the market, that where there are casualties coming out of the market strategies that are being implemented as a result of abuse of dominance, for instance, as a result of anti-competitive measures, as a result of vertical agreements or horizontal agreements that actually facilitate exit or even close entry into particular markets. And then we should be concerned by how we are effecting our competition and regulatory interventions in the market. And in that sense, then competition and regulatory interventions have to ensure that they do have in mind barriers to entry, barriers to growth and development that are affecting holistic growth of markets. And I think one of the key roles for competition and regulation is advocacy. That we need to ensure that there are positive relationships that are created in the market through ensuring obedience or compliance to the law. That is very important, that the general premise of compliance is well communicated to the business community, either through, of course, in some countries you do have the powers of the competition authority or other regulators to have compliance undertakings or compliance commitments that dominant firms or monopoly firms would have to give to the competition authority. And I think when you look at the Australian regime, also the South African regime, also the regimes in Botswana, Kenya, and Zambia, Tanzania, they've been able also to have this kind of approaches when they are dealing with dominant firms. Of course, regulator information sharing, very important. With the regulator and the business community, that we need to ensure that there is this flow of information. That is very important. And when we're talking about the digital markets, I think a number of regulators and have followed very keenly the developments in the European Union, that it took quite a while for them to understand even how digital markets themselves operate. And so information sharing, information flow amongst the regulators, as well as also the competition authority, the business community, how business works, what makes a particular digital platform operate in the manner in which it operates, becomes very important in that sense before we go in to actually intervene with our measures. And these are fast-paced, highly dynamic sectors of our economies, and whatever we may be putting in place now may actually not be workable in a year's time. And so understanding how this flows, and of course from the Australian regime, we see the RegNet system, where there is information sharing between the competition authority as well as the regulatory community, in order for them to understand each other's roles and, of course, each other's capacities, and also where necessary, work together to intervene in a particular sector. So we sort of, instead of working individually, that we move together from an advocacy perspective, but sharing information, sharing expertise, sharing resources also helps us to ensure that we make meaningful interventions in that regard. Of course, specific publications, in particular to the MSMEs, are very important to have them indeed become a platform from which we can receive complaints of what is happening in the relevant market. And I think ultimately that advocacy also ensures that we reduce on the knowledge asymmetry, that there's as much information for everybody in the market, so that when there's a problem, it becomes easier then to move from that to deal with that particular issue. And coming to challenges that we see in the southern and eastern part of Africa, I think we see that the enforcement of competition law, the enforcement of any regulation, of course, we bear in mind that the interventions that we are making, and I see that the preface to this session had this caption here, talking about MSMEs, talking about jobs, talking about the government policy, talking about economic inequality, and whether competition enforcement would be sufficient to deal with it. And really, it's competition enforcement would not be sufficient to deal with jobs, would not be sufficient to deal with underlying matters of SMEs and economic inequality, unless we have, as we are discussing here, some form of power for the competition authority to look at these matters. The competition authority is not equipped in the law to actually deal with matters of jobs, matters of MSMEs, matters of economic inequality. The chances of it glossing over those matters become very high. And hence we see in a number of countries, and through UNCTAD, they've done studies in Thailand, in Brazil, and in South Africa, which shows that during the COVID and post-COVID period, we see a high exit of MSMEs from industry. And one of the things that has been identified is that the application of competition law and policy has not been sufficient in and of itself to curb this high exit of MSMEs. Of course, certain interventions have been made. And for instance, in the Competition Act in South Africa, when you look at it, they have particular provisions in the Act which deal with public interest grounds, that the Competition Commission can, for instance, look at a particular industry or sector, can look at employment, can look at the ability of small and medium businesses, can look at firms controlled or owned by historically disadvantaged persons in that sense. And of course, international markets and competitiveness in that manner as part and parcel of the determination of the major review. And so that opportunity of looking at public interest also becomes very important to deal with these challenges of jobs, of MSMEs, of economic inequality. And this has been very effective actually in the southern part of Africa, but we do not just see this in South Africa. We see that in legislations in Botswana, in Eswatini, formerly known as Swaziland, in Kenya, Namibia, and Zambia. For instance, in Kenya, under Section 46, the Competition Act, when reviewing a measure, they also ought to consider the extent to which the proposed measure would likely have effect on the ability of small undertakings to gain access to or to be competitive in any market. And so this becomes important at that point to sort of deal with these economic inequalities that may exist between the dominant firms, especially where there is high concentration or a measure is leading to high levels of dominance of concentration, that we need then to have these mechanisms to ensure that these small players are actually taken into account. Botswana has similar provision under Section 31 of their Competition Act. And we note also from Botswana that they do not have a wholesale prohibition of horizontal agreements, except for price fixing, market allocation, and bid rigging. But I think what Lynn Robertson was talking about, collective bargaining opportunities that become possible for SMEs in this sense, for to deal with a monopsony supplier or a dominant supplier of the service, so they're able to come together collectively. And I think where you have a legislation, a competition legislation that prohibits on a wholesale level all forms of horizontal agreements, then we have a problem with achieving the access to markets by MSMEs and also by how to curb economic inequalities for the competition enforcement interventions that we may be making. Of course, continued on that, and interestingly, of course, Professor Fels noted from Australia, and I think when I was attached there, I was quite intrigued by the fact that the ACCC, Australia Competition Consumer Commission, had a specific team of small business, and now they call it small business and agriculture. And notably, that even appointment to the position of chairperson or member of the commission under Section 7, I hope this is a correct citation, of the Australian Competition and Consumer Act of 2010, that before the Governor General appoints a person as a member of the commission or as chairperson, the minister must consider whether the person has knowledge of or experience in small business matters. So this is how important within the Australian competition enforcement system that they have understood the value that small businesses actually have for the economy. That left to traditional competition enforcement, that without such kind of people knowledgeable in the matters of small business, that you are going to have interventions that do not take into account the effects on small business. And of course, under that, they have developed a very good guideline for small business, which assists small business to identify unfair contracts. Most of the times on digital platforms, we click agree and move on to the next page without really reading and having time to read through all these myriad of terms and conditions of services that are given by players on digital platforms. And so we click agree because we want to proceed to transact or do business. Are those contracts unfair? Of course, they could have unfair contract clauses, which I believe when you have a unit such as a small business unit dedicated to deal with that could handle that. And I think refusal to deal was also dealt with by Professor Petit. Unconscionable conduct, another revolutionary provision in the Australian legislation that aims also at dealing with economic inequalities that can be a result of competition enforcement. And of course, how they can report matters to the competition authority, in particular when dealing with larger firms where concentration is an issue. Now, I think lastly, when it comes to competition enforcement, that fines and penalties have become the norm, have become like a fashion. And I think when a competition authority imposes a fine, it receives a lot of publicity. And that sort of becomes something like, oh, the competition authority has worked. But really on the ground, especially when we're talking about the current situation of trying to resuscitate MSMEs, and trying to avoid economic inequalities. And I think my suggestion would be that fines and penalties should not be, not all breaches should result in fines and penalties, especially against MSMEs for non-dominant first-time offenders, where sufficient remedial action has already been taken, more so in a proactive manner, and where there are no market-wide effects of the conduct of that particular company, especially to an appreciable extent. And also in times of economic recession, where the breach is non-negligent or non-intentional, that we need to review these kind of things. I think notably also when you see the Article 21 of the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, competition regulations of 2014, provides a very good approach, which I think most member states, competition authorities in the COMESA member states have and ought to adopt, because they have a memorandum of understanding between the regional competition authority and the national competition authorities. And it says the commission may decide based on its determination that the party in breach should cease its conduct immediately and or pay a fine in an amount to be determined by the commission and/or take whatever remedial action the Commission deems necessary to remove or diminish the effect of the illegal conduct. I think the purpose of regulation, the purpose of competition intervention is to return the market to a level, at least to a level closer to what it ought to be in the absence of that particular conduct. And I think ultimately, the ultimate aim of any intervention in the market, or even define itself, ought to be that understanding that we are also including remedial measures, or actually even focusing more on remedial measures to diminish the effect of a particular conduct, and not just to receive publicity for a fine imposed on players. Just by way of conclusion, that I think very interesting topic here, that there is need for regulators, of course, in terms of challenges, to find means and ways, as we see it in Australia, we see it in public interest provisions in Kenya, Botswana, South Africa, to see how their interventions could also take into account MSMEs' existence, as well as resurgence in the advocacy and enforcement work. And that blanket prohibition of all horizontal agreements, may be not providing economic justice, especially for MSMEs dealing with a monopsony buyer, a monopsony supplier. And we note, of course, in Australia that there is a process where you can actually seek authorization, in particular for small, medium-sized businesses, on how they can collectively bargain. And that is very important. Vertical and horizontal agreements, of course, involving MSMEs must have a fast-track approval process if they are to be captured for mandatory notification. Otherwise, my view is that they should not be captured at all. They should be allowed to work, and post-market interventions being done by the competition authority or regulator if at all there are any market effects. And I think we've dealt with issues of fines there. I think we're saying that where there are defenses to abuse of market power, you find that in the European Union as well, that you can have defenses to abuse of market power, but you do not have such defenses must not extend must not be provided for in the exemption or negative clearance process, if at all they have adverse effects on MSMEs. Of course, mergers and acquisitions, abuse of market power, and any exemptions applications that are handled by the competition authority or other regulator must include how the effects on MSMEs will be mitigated, including any social inequalities, how jobs would be preserved. I think in this time of high unemployment, especially for developing countries, that we should not have any interventions in the market, any authorizations or exemptions granted to dominant firms that do not take into account social inequalities, preservation of jobs, and MSMEs. Of course, I think having a small business unit in, and in Australia, it's not just small business, but they call it small business and agriculture now. That these are important things that we need to emulate and move out of the box and see how we can deal with that. And overall, I think that generally any regulation, any intervention must have a foresight, especially after the turbulence of the credit crunch, the COVID period that we are still going under. That how do we ensure that regulatory laws or competition laws are actually flexible enough, adaptable enough, and be able to be applied in a manner that does not leave a competition authority more or less helpless as to what to deal with, how to deal with a particular issue, in particular for against dominant firms and against sectors which are highly concentrated. And we see a lot of anti-competitive practices going on, but helpless to engage in there because our laws are not flexible enough, are not dynamic enough in equipping us with ensuring that adverse effects of jobs, of MSMEs, of continued dominance, of course, especially in the digital market space, again, are sort of not being dealt with because we are sort of tied by our legal framework. I think it is time that we begin to move into the direction of making those laws more flexible and adaptable to whatever market situation we find ourselves in. And I think a number of work being done at OECD, at UNCTAD, which I think the presenters who have made presentations before have given us some very useful insight. And thank you very much for your attention, and we wait for any questions that may be there.
Thank you very much, Tula. I now turn to Geeta Guri, who's well known to all of us as a former member of the Competition Commission of India. So, Geeta, your initial thoughts on the given theme. You've been a utility regulator and competition regulator, as well as an academic. How difficult is it to translate academic theories into practical implementation by regulators, especially in developing countries, including India? And what should be the strategy to deal with the growing market concentration and consequent deepening inequality? Over to you, Geeta.
Alan, it's so nice to be again with you. I remember asking questions right in the beginning when I joined the Competition Commission, and you did give me some answers. And of course, CUTS has always been very useful. The last 1 year I spent, not 1 year, a few months less, in looking at what would be a good primer for the Competition Commission. As a commissioner, what did I learn? What are the economics I used? And whether that economics was used or not. And when I heard Daniel and I heard Nicholas also, I realized that there's a lot of groping around. And the question that I posed to myself is, did we get it right? And I don't think there's anything known as getting it right in the competition analysis. And they've been very interesting when I look at the same cases and the decisions I took. Let me try to see if I can, in a little bit of short time, being the last speaker, and I want to get questions from others, put together a few things. Let's look at economic analysis. I'll break it up into 3 parts so that it's easier. One is, how much of economic analysis did we use? The other thing I will look at it is on the question of inequality. And the third is this obsession with data. And I would like to give the perspective from that of an Indian consumer. You know, and we're a very diverse country. We're large, we're huge. And Indians are known to be very good shoppers because we go for what is cheapest. The second thing also is that the COVID has made a large proportion of the population digital. Everyone goes online to buy things. And if you think they're going to be convinced with what is the first price that has been put up by, say, Amazon, you're sadly mistaken. They go right down to the bottom. And now you have problems of what are known as algorithmic, it's a sort of algorithmic coalition that is taking place. So the new problems that are continuously coming up. And in this process also, I'd like to talk about things like privacy and data and contracts. Having said all this, let's look at economic analysis. Did we use a lot of economic analysis? No. We didn't use that much of economic analysis. Of course, in the economics division, which I headed as a commissioner, we did all the studies. We looked at all the demand factors, but we didn't do a separate analysis of who are the consumers. It's very difficult to do a consumer survey and a consumer analysis what happens. But we tried to use a certain amount of economics. It was more by intuition of saying, yes, this is a good thing that we could use for agreements, for horizontal agreements, perhaps not for vertical agreements. And for abuse of dominance, it didn't bother us too much because, it had to go through the whole process. And there was the famous Google case, which has had, we've had our difference of opinion. And the majority order is not necessarily the most thoughtful order. There's also another little bit of problem that the Commission in the initial stages did get influenced by the European Commission, which is not a very good thing. I think we have to think out all our problems on our own. Now, what do I say about economic analysis? Did it suit a traditional economy? The Competition Act is 2002. It was implemented in 2014. Lots happened in between that. And therefore, the act was dated even before it was implemented, which is a very sad thing because it dealt with certain concepts that had to be continuously changed. During that period, a large web of commissions came up. The regulatory commissions in electricity, in telecommunications, in anything you want to name. And each one thought he was king. So everyone was playing and fighting out what is known as sectoral appreciation or sectoral demands of what is considered as competition. So that's another problem or issue that has to be taken up. So the Competition Act is dated and a new Competition Act has now come into place, but that's needs to mature a lot because the chapter on the digital economy is very open and frank, saying we've not had enough that has taken place. So having stated that and a dated competition law, should one have a competition law is a question that I think this group should answer. Should everything be written in black and white or allow for a little bit of flexibility, or you come out with ordinances, or you change with the situation? And this becomes very important when looks at mergers and analysis, because mergers just during the COVID period and takeoff, you might have a very different approach than pre-COVID time. Now, having said this, the obsession in India with the private sector coming in, because we were always dominated by the public sector, was that of market and market size. Size was an obsession. But if you're talking about size of an obsession in a traditional economy, do you have the same obsession in a digital economy? I mean, I think Lynn brought this out about having network effects. Daniel also brought this about network effects on the case of deepening of the market. But please, the interesting point is that whether it is Amazon or whether it is Flipkart, some of these had already been cleared as mergers by the Commission. It gave an opportunity for a large proportion of small business to get online. And these small business which got online are not necessarily business. They're small traders. My local big bazaar, shopping bazaar, I get everything online. And then when you look at them online, the choice is either you be online, and when they come offline, they become extremely innovative. And what do I mean by saying they become innovative? I just ring them up and they say, no, madam, we'll get it to you in 10 minutes. Please don't call anyone else. So you see how competition has very diverse ways of working. And it is true that Amazon is large. There's the big five, each of them will work. So the government has certain policies where we want to push in our own gatekeepers, whether it's not necessary or not. These are issues to which I have no answers. There are lots and lots of issues that have to be looked at. But some of the facts that were raised on the question of lock-in effects, on the question of the consumers never going down below, which was our worry with Google, on the anguish that only Android is coming in and we're not taking into account Apple. Well, Android is the cheapest. And the Indian consumer wants anything that's cheap. They are not bothered whether it is Android or whether it's an Indian company. They just want it cheap and they want a diversity of it. And the way the use of the digital network has spread all over India, it expands in everything possible. So it's something that perhaps to grasp it makes it very difficult. Has it helped the question of recovery of the economy? To some extent, yes. But that again is a mixed reaction. I haven't done a study on that. I will do that a little later. Let me get to the next question. I am trying to get time so that we get questions, Alan, because it's very important for the public to react to me and to the other speakers, because they'll want to know so much more. When you look at inequality, I think there are two types of inequality one has to be very bothered about. One is the broader inequality. And when it comes to broader inequality, it refers to income policies. It refers to wage rates. It refers to migration policies. These are not competition policy issues. This is for the government to look after them. The government has to have enough about fiscal policy and also on the question of market policy. Daniel had mentioned it. He had made a reference to it. I do agree with him on it. But when it comes down to, say, a more micro inequality, what sort of micro inequality can it help? And I think digitalization to some extent has reduced inequality because goods are available cheaper. And also because of the fact the algorithm is always going around trying to find the cheapest price. And we shouldn't miss that out. If I am going to buy a cheap ticket, air ticket in my name, all the airlines will give me the same rates. So what does an Indian do? Changes the name. From Geeta Gauri, I become Gauri Geeta. And I get cheaper rates. Isn't that fantastic? And this is something that we have to understand even while trying to look at what is the power of these large groups. One is not denying they're large. They need the network effects, they're there. How to regulate them? We have to rethink of competition itself. We have to rethink of the competition law. And I don't think the advanced countries have really come out with something that in my economic analysis is a final decision. It suits the individual countries. So having gone into this and having looked at the idea of Indian consumer, the Indian business, the Indian business always wants a good deal. They will always use the government to fire from the shoulders of the government. They are not bothered about Indian consumers. And therefore, we have a case now with the Competition Commission of India by the Confederation of the Indian Traders, who are saying that the Amazon has unfair discount policy. They force us to sign contracts which gives a higher discount policy. It has to be looked into it, whether that's a competition issue or whether it is something that has to be examined in combination with other things. Similarly, there is the question which I want to bring up is the aspect of data. You know, our data, we have what is known as a KYC to open a bank account. Everything is given about us in these bank accounts. There is also something known as an Aadhaar card, which now the government insists we have to use it for everything. And on this Aadhaar card, they also know whether I have a mole on my right cheek or I have a mole on my left cheek, or whether I am squint-eyed, whether I walk with the left toe or not. So where is the question of privacy coming in? Also look at it, when you go to the US, how much they frisk us, how much they make us go through so many things. Where's the privacy there? This happens even in Europe. And this is not something that we should be bothered about. But there is an issue regarding the data. No doubt these big companies have access to a large amount of data. They're able to use this data to try and consumer profile. And is this sort of data is always important, offline, online. Any business requires data. But it also means what is the data you want to use? Which is the consumer you are targeting at? And many of the things that we use is not based on this kind of consumer utility. So there has to be a lot more work on the question of data, on the question not only of data, but the sort of economics that works on platform markets, where say Amazon is collecting data, is very different from the economics of data markets. You know, data is a separate market now. It is sold, it is bought. And we're creating data markets. And when you're creating data markets, you see, look at in the question of India, we have the most diversity of population. We therefore have the most diversity of illness. And if you want to have data, the national health surveys are very important. The government would like to anonymize this data, use it, and then sell it, which becomes a counter to, say, a multinational drug company buying the data from Amazon itself. So what is happening, and I think it's very important, Alan, also to bring in the aspect of competitive constraints. As an economist, one has to not look at size. One has to look at what is the competitive constraint. It could be a small firm with a very innovative idea, which then comes on. The counter argument is, oh, the small firm will get bought up by one of the big, large five. Okay, let him be bought up. He isn't there for the love of money. He's not there just to create another big firm. And the competition is now worldwide. The internet makes it worldwide. And the Indian consumer is very diverse. And, you know, we are very good in creating not just networks, in creating mathematics of algorithms and working that out. So I think, I don't know, maybe I'm being very radical may not be something people would like, but I've been arguing about this for a long time. And therefore, when I looked at all the cases in the book, I wanted to see where we went wrong, where we went right. And in many of the cartel cases, using, say, game theory, or just using prisoner's dilemma, not going to complications at all, you realize perhaps we jumped too quickly. One could have waited and the market would have worked out because there would be others contesting again. It is again important for the Commission, when it takes up economic analysis, to start looking at studies, which has been started now, by the way. The Commission is doing a lot of economic analysis and market studies, but consumers again become very difficult because, you know, it's such a diversity of factors taking place. But it plays an important role. And because there are so many other important commissions taking place, perhaps one needs to have a wider commission, less of intersectoral regulatory commissions, and one commission where we use, say, the telecom communications engineering expertise and the market expertise of the Competition Commission. So there is a lot of churn that is taking place. And in this churn, I do hope that all of us contribute to it. I'll stop here because it's almost 5 and we should get some questions and answers, and I'd be happy to answer if there's anything required. But I must thank all of you. All the ideas and all the points that you made, I have noted it down, and each one gives me something new to think about. And I find this a very enjoyable thing. Since the COVID is still on in India, we don't go out too much. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Geeta. And that's a very good note on which to end the contributions. Now, I'm meant to comment, but I've just got, I think I'll limit myself to one, admittedly, big question, which, because each contribution has been distinctive and complementary, actually, leaving a large number of ideas on the table, some of them in conflict. It's hard to bring them all together, but maybe I'll ask one general question. Unfortunately, it'll take a minute. And then I will also go straight on to a question or two which has already arrived. I would encourage the audience to send in further questions. My question is, it's been partly answered by some of you anyway. Do we know enough to act about the digital platforms? I mean, in most traditional areas of competition law, theory is more or less settled and the answers are fairly clear and definite. In the area of digital economics, I think the theory is still not fully settled. People are still working away on what conclusions and points are relevant to the analysis of two-sided markets, multi-sided markets, network effects, and so on. Now, on top of that, there is a dearth of empirical evidence. We all have thoughts and stories and observations. We note bits of empirical evidence are rounded up during some of the cases, but I don't know that there's really good empirical evidence on lots of things. I mean, just take the consumer side alone. We don't have much evidence on the extent to which consumers switch between platforms, where there's multi-homing. How much is moved around, how much do consumers move between providers? I could list another dozen questions you'd want to know about consumer behaviour, but we don't. And then on the supply side, there's much less clear, decisive empirical evidence. I would contend, maybe you would contest me on that. On top of all that, this is a high-tech area, and economics is really weak on that. I mean, normally we're taught technologies are given, and then we look at supply and demand and so on, given the technology. But technology is so important in this area, and we understand relatively little about the sources of innovation and so on, that calling out answers about the digital platforms is very difficult. And then remedies. It is really difficult to assess the impact, appropriateness and so on of remedies that might be chosen. And then incidentally, inequality sometimes comes into it. I know there are people that say shouldn't look at it, but to the extent that you look at inequality, the economic concepts of consumer and producer surplus just don't tie in at all with the normal concepts that you use in looking at inequality, income distribution, stratas, low stratas, high stratas, all those sorts of things. So do we know enough? To the extent that we think we know what we should do, is some kind of global approach needed, not necessarily a world competition authority, but much more global problem solving and decision making in cooperation around the world. And then perhaps I could throw in, how do we know what to do about the non-economic questions like privacy, some of the data questions, takedowns, impact on me, and so on and so forth. Maybe that's outside the remit of the competition bodies, maybe it should be inside. So on that view, do we know enough to act? Or should we look at another way? There's been a massive build-up of market power, unprecedented. How about, we've got to do something. We have imperfect knowledge, but we can see that the rise of monopoly and market power is so great that we should step in with rather imperfect knowledge and do our best. So that's a question that comes up, and that leads me going on to Q&A. We've only got about 10 or 12 minutes, but maybe I'll read out the first question I have here, which is from Alan Asher, known to many of you and former Deputy Chair of the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission. He says, could it be that third school of thought I mentioned at the beginning, radical questioning what we're doing, is really about liberating competition law and policy from decades of decline and capture by supply-side interests and restoring notions of genuine consumer welfare? So maybe I will ask each of the panelists to, alas, make a short response to the rather big question, which in many ways you have answered in your presentations already, but maybe we go around the table on that one and Alan's question. So maybe we'll go again, we'll follow the original order, and we'll start with Daniel, Daniel, and then other, I mean, if you want to comment, and then we'll follow the original order.
Thanks. I'll just make a few quick comments because there's a lot of different ideas floating around here. In terms of do we know enough, I think we really need to approach these issues with an open mind. When the CMA does a market study on this, they produce a 1,000-page report after speaking to the parties, doing huge amounts of economic analysis. And so I think, you know, there's lots of, as Nicola mentioned, there's lots of pressures from Twitter and wider society to go in one direction or the other. But I think we have to have an open mind with these investigations and to really understand these markets, because they're all very different with different issues in different market structures in different countries. In terms of the question about a global approach, I know Alan Asher asked a question in the Q&A about multilateral action. Having a kind of harmonized approach across different jurisdictions would be really beneficial, because a lot of the companies operate across different jurisdictions. A lot of consumers and producers interact across platforms which span across different jurisdictions. And so common and cross-border cooperation on this is really important, and that's why the role of the OECD and UNCTAD, the International Competition Network, is really important as well. This is challenging because there are different regulatory environments, there's different market structures in different jurisdictions, there's different timelines, and the competition authority has different legal structures and objectives in different jurisdictions. So this is hard, but working across borders with more international cooperation is often beneficial with these issues. And I'll hand over given the limited amount of time.
Okay, Nicholas.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. That's a great question, and I think it gets to the nature of the problem that we're facing here. So I think there's one thing that we know, and I think we can all agree on that here, which is that the digital economy is growing. There's tremendous growth in information and communication technologies and software industries. And you can see the growth at the segment level, at the sub-segment level, at the corporate level. We also know that it will grow more. So if you look at the market cap of the large tech companies, not only the GAFAM companies, but also the B2B companies, Salesforce, Stripe, Shopify, and others, we see in the market caps number that investors see value in these services, and they will grow more. And last, we also see that there's a growth in the complements to these companies. So we see a lot of complementary applications and services being created. So I think we can agree that there's growth. The question is, what do you do with growth? So I think history is a good advisor here. We know that any growth triggers societal and economic change. Here in competition policy, we need to approach the issue with modesty and humility. I think what we are mostly concerned about are economic or quasi-economic harms that can be manifest in deviations from a more or less big consumer welfare standard. And of course, you know, the rest might be deserved to be regulated. The political harms raised by growth might have to be regulated. So maybe you want to do something, but that's probably not something that competition experts are well equipped to do. So the question is, okay, so there's growth. Can we associate losses in some metric of consumer welfare to the growth of these industries, business segments, sectors, and companies? Now, I read in the chat that inaction implies harm to consumer welfare. I don't think this is true. This is not a logical statement. You know, there's no. You cannot say that action is always better in uncertainty than inaction. This is only true if what we are observing might create a terminal risk, a catastrophic problem like climate change, in which case inaction for sure will have terminal consequences, or has a very low risk, but highly costly risk of having terminal consequences. So the question for us, action or inaction, which is the hard question that Alan, you raised, we have to ask and answer this question by reference to, I think, this idea of are there terminal irreversible consequences to antitrust, patience, and humility in the digital economy. And I don't think that these terminal risks exist in all areas of antitrust. You might face terminal and irreversible harms in relation to merger control, because it's very hard to undo consummated mergers, even though some people say you can do that. It's very costly to do it. But it may not be the case in other areas of antitrust law. So I think we need to think about these issues with a logical framework that understands the natures of costs and risks, their terminal or non-terminal nature, before we do something.
Thank you. Lynn.
I'm not quite sure what I can add after those comprehensive responses, but I would say that the digital economy is relatively new compared to our economic history leading up to now. I think that, but this newness is not an excuse for inaction. I would agree with what Nicola says. I agree with what Daniel says. I think we do need to look at our regulatory framework and whether or not they're adapting and keeping up. I do think that the international cross-border cooperation is important to create this predictable business environment, but at the same time to learn as well. When we see what the recommendations of the Furman report, if we see the experience, what's going on in the UK, are there lessons to be learned, therefore, that can be applied to other economies? So there is cross-border learning that can take place. But I also think, too, is that the consumer as well is going to become more sophisticated as the generations move through. And we already see this with the rise of search engines that now are based on offering alternatives, whether that's we offer better data privacy, we will plant a tree for you. So I think we cannot underestimate the change in the consumer attitudes, the change in the education, as the older generation who might not be so comfortable with the digital world moves on to, I don't want to say die because that sounds awfully final, but it moves on, and the younger generations who are much more comfortable and much more demanding take a larger role within our economy. So I do think, one, we should be acting. We should check our regulatory frameworks. We should continue on our traditional antitrust tools. We do need to learn from each other. The Furman report, Germany changing the merger notifications, because as Nicola pointed out, it's very difficult to undo mergers. And this is something we really need to pay attention to, is this question of killer acquisitions. So we need to act within the framework of what we know. And as Nicola also said, what is the damage going to be? Is it going to be a lasting damage like climate change, or can we backtrack and change our strategies? So I would say, yes, we do need to act using the tools we have, but keeping an eye to this constant evolution of the sector.
Okay, thank you, Tula. Dylan, would you like to comment?
Thank you, Professor. Just maybe to the original question that was posed by Alan Asher to yourself. I think he sent a similar one to me, which I answered in the chat box. I think the issue that over the years there's been a capture of the competition law application system by the supply side against the consumer side, and evidently, of course, that may be true because the supply side has invested in knowledge and have they can hire lawyers, and the number of people who have worked for competition authorities before, such as myself, I'm now in the private sector. So you see that they have this, I think Professor Petit is also with the private sector. So Daniel Schwartz is with the law firm. So you have this kind of thing where they do invest in knowledge, they have a lot of resources before them, and they are able also to counter the decisions that are made by competition authorities to the highest courts in the land. And consumer side don't have that benefit. Of course, you have institutions, international organizations such as CUTS, which have been doing very well in terms of leveraging that knowledge asymmetry by doing a lot of work in consumer education, especially in developing countries. And maybe we also need to look at that aspect, that how do we ensure that consumers are empowered, consumers are well equipped with the requisite knowledge, and consumers, of course, are effectively being the watchdogs on the ground as individuals to inform regulators or competition authorities of what is happening in the market. I think that is a work that remains quite open. And of course, we have competition authorities such as in Australia, Zambia, Botswana, Ireland, which also deal with consumer protection, that it's also incumbent upon them to also go out there to ensure that consumers are well equipped with the requisite knowledge to sort of narrow the gap that exists between the supply side and the demand side. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Geeta, you're getting the last word for a second time.
Thank you. I think that the point that Alan Asher made is not only relevant, but it's important not to have regulatory activism. There's a tendency when I say the word regulatory activism to jump in for the sake of it. There has to be a lot of thought that has to go on in any competition commission, and they have to look at things by studying different effects. And this is where what is the reason why I, in my talk, talked a lot on economic analysis, where very little gets done in this manner. Now, when one looks at it, and to cut a long story short that happens, you see, I think there is a simultaneous parallel growth of the online economy and the offline economy. Everyone seems to concentrate on the online, but they don't realize the links that take place. There is warehousing, there are courier services, there is the gig economy that takes place. Perhaps they may not be so dynamic as the online that is taking place, but there's a certain amount of parallelism that is occurring. And also within this entire thing that's happening for India, I do not know if many of you realize that a lot of the payment systems are done by very simple school-educated youngsters in a backward state in Uttar Pradesh. The UPI payments, the fintech payments are all done there. And then it is sent to the US where it's worked out. So the question is, how do you build the links? And that also means that you do require not only the Competition Commission, the other commissions, but the government to think of different ways of looking at a newly emergent economy. It's not an economy, a newly emergent scenario, and get the best of it. And as Tula has been saying, it's not just the question of producer surplus, it's a question of consumer surplus. You also said it, Alan, you can't look at it purely in terms of utility maximization. So we'll have to get new concepts. And when we're getting new concepts in economics, we have to grow, and we haven't yet got new concepts. I've tried to think of new concepts, and that's why I said I looked at game theory, and I tried to go back to, the one who just got the Nobel Prizes lady. I looked at groups, I looked at prisoner's dilemma. We have to redo the whole thing. So let me say that what Alan Asher says is right, but there's always scope for more things to happen, and I'm a born optimist. I don't think there's anything that says this is the end to it. And let's not get into regulatory activism. That's my basic worry. We tend to jump in.
Thank you very much, Geeta. And alas, it is time to end the session. We've opened up a lot of really important questions. I think it has been very educational for the whole audience. Certainly for me it has been. I want to thank each panelist for really good contributions and CUTS for setting up this program. So thank you all very much. You may just want to have a look at a few of the questions that we didn't get around to considering that are on the Q&A part. But thank you all very much. And I now conclude the session.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. It was a very good session.
Thank you, everybody. Welcome to everybody joining us for the second session of the 7th Biennial Conference organized by CUTS International and CIRC in partnership with OECD, European University Institute, and Overseas Development Institute. First and foremost, we hope that everybody is staying healthy and safe. We didn't anticipate having this event virtual, but we are excited to be here and that we are able to pivot this event, having had a great response from the participants and esteemed speakers from different time zones. The theme for this session is equitable access to COVID-19 healthcare. I would like to introduce Mohan Kumar, the moderator of this session. Ambassador Mohan Kumar has been the chairman of Research and Information System for Developing Countries since June 2018. He is Dean, Office of the International Affairs and Global Initiatives, OP Jindal Global University, Sonipat, India. He has had an outstanding career in the Indian Foreign Service. He has enormous expertise in the areas of international trade and multilateral negotiations. He was India's lead negotiator, first at the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, and then at the WTO in crucial areas such as intellectual property rights, services, dispute settlement, and environment. He has served on multiple GATT WTO panels relating to dispute settlement. Further, we have a pre-recorded session, as earlier mentioned, from Ellen T. Hoen. Unfortunately, due to prior commitments, she will not be able to attend the session. Ellen is the Director of Medicines, Law and Policy, a group of legal and policy experts offering advice to international organizations and governments. In 2009, she joined Unit 8 in Geneva to set up the Medicines Patent Pool. She was MPP's first executive director until 2012. We also have in the panel Alexei Ivanov. Alexei is the director of the BRICS Competition Law and Policy Center, established by and with the support of the BRICS competition authorities to intensify cooperation between the academia of the BRICS countries. He is also the head of the HSC Skolkovo Institute of Law and Development in the High School of Economics. He is a prolific author in competition law, antitrust regulation in the new economic and social reality, intellectual property, innovation studies, and digital and agricultural development policy. In 2017, he was awarded the Medal of the Order for Merit to the Fatherland by the President of Russia. We also have on the panel Amadou Cissé. His presence is still awaited. He serves as an Executive Secretary, Gambia Competition and Consumer Protection Commission. He's a management specialist with over 12 years of progressive experience in HR, strategic planning, policy development, competition enforcement, and consumer protection. He successfully led the campaign to secure the hosting of the ECOWAS Regional Competition Authority in Gambia. ERCA is now fully operational. Further on the panel, we have Bernard Hoffman. Bernard Hoffman is Professor and Director, Global Economics at the Robert Schuman Center for Advanced Studies, European University Institute, where he's also the Dean for External Relations. He has held management positions in the World Bank and served as an economist in the GATT Secretariat. His research focuses on international trade and global governance. Finally, we also have on the panel Hardin Rajyusen. Hardin is Deputy Commissioner of the Competition Commission of South Africa. Before that, he held various senior roles at the Competition Commission and in the private sector. He also actively participates in international fora such as the OECD, BRICS, UNCTAD, and ACF. It's a pleasure to have you all with us today. Before starting with the session, I would like to make a few house announcements. It is encouraged for the audience to enter their questions for their respective speakers in the Q&A tab below to make this session more interactive. Secondly, we are live tweeting this session. Humble request to all present here to retweet it for wider dissemination. Lastly, while tweeting about the live session, we also request everyone to use our official hashtag for the tweet, which is #7thBiennial. We have a pretty packed 2 days for everybody who has joined us here. Our main goal is to replicate what we would have offered had it been a physical event. But since we're all here, we'll make the best of it. We have followers, we have participants viewing the live session from YouTube as well. Hope you all enjoy the session as much as we did in organizing the event. Now, I would like to offer the floor to the moderator of this session, Mohan Kumar. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Rajshri, and it's a pleasure and a privilege to be here, trying to moderate the session hosted by CUTS. CUTS and me go back a long way, so it's a real pleasure to participate in this panel. More importantly, I think the topic is very relevant. And I'm just back from the Paris Peace Forum. I was there for the last 3 days. And the theme that dominated the Paris Peace Forum was one of minding the gaps. And one important gap between the global south and the global north was obviously the vaccination percentage. And Africa came up a number of times in the discussion because of the low vaccination rate. So I'm not going to dwell too much. If I understand you right, there is going to be a video presentation by Ellen. But if you can give me 2 minutes, and then I will request you for the video presentation. I think my own take on this issue is that it is an important contributor to global inequality. I still remember when COVID struck, there were countries which had strategic petroleum reserves, but not strategic medical or pharmaceutical reserves. People ran out of gloves, people ran out of masks, people did not have paracetamol, people did not have hydrochlorine tablets. I think the concept of public health has changed since the COVID. And I dare say countries now treat public health as a national security issue. So that's the first point I want to make. The second point I want to make is that it's not just about getting the vaccines and vaccinating them, but also the health infrastructure in countries, both developing, developed, and least developed. So you have that issue, which is important. It doesn't diminish the importance of the availability of vaccines, but without the health infrastructure, you cannot go very far. Last but not least, and I think India has made something of a contribution in this respect, we are making available our open platform for vaccination called CoWIN. And this is a platform that has been developed in India. It is one platform in which you can actually get people with their mobile phones to know that whether they are vaccinated or not, what is the date on which their vaccination is due. This is something we've been able to do very successfully in India. Our vaccinations, the single vaccinations touch 1.1 billion now, which is no mean achievement for a country whose health infrastructure is not exactly the best. Everyone knows that. So I would say these three things really. One is the basic infrastructure. Second, availability of vaccines, medicines, personal protective equipment, etc. And third, what I call the soft support, which is the digital infrastructure, which I think would be important for big countries because it's not possible otherwise to reach out to people in big countries to tell them, listen, you have to register on this platform so that you know exactly when you're going to get vaccinated. Is the first dose, the second dose, the time duration, etc. So I would point out these three, and without much ado, if I can request Rajshri to play the video presentation of Ellen Owen, who is the lawyer and public health advocate, medicines, law and policy. Thank you, Rajshri.
Thank you for inviting me to speak at the 7th CUTS-CIRC Biennial Conference. I regret very much not being able to be with you in person, but I'm sure those days will come back one day. I will speak to you today about access to COVID-19 vaccines and access to the know-how needed to produce them. The COVID-19 pandemic is almost 2 years old, and from the onset of the pandemic, it was apparent that vaccines would be the surest way out of this global health crisis. It was also clear that such vaccines would have to be available to all on the planet. The mantra became no one is safe until we are all safe. In the early days of the pandemic, there was a spirit of solidarity and collaboration and an expectation that developing and supplying vaccines would not be business as usual. This time, the world would come together to tackle this health crisis. We saw that happen indeed in the world of science, where scientists were rapidly publishing, sharing information, and investing huge efforts into developing what they expected to be global goods. Governments made vast amounts of public financing and pre-market commitments available for research and development of vaccines. In 2020 alone, at least 93 billion euros have been spent on this effort. And I think it's fair to say that without this financing, vaccine development would have been much slower. The first vaccines went to market 9 months after the pandemic was declared, and that has never happened before. While the world of science contributed transparently and in a spirit of collaboration to develop these vaccines, there was no mechanism in place to ensure that the resulting manufacturing technologies and intellectual property would be globally accessible and would be globally shared as well. Commercial companies, pharmaceutical companies, are now the holders of the manufacturing know-how, the intellectual property, regulatory data needed to produce and bring these products to market, and these companies refuse to share the manufacturing knowledge outside their trusted circle of contract manufacturers. We also saw a wave of vaccine nationalism leading to hoarding of vaccines, mostly by high-income countries, and barriers to trading of vaccines, such as export restrictions, as we've seen in India. The mechanisms that were put in place at the WHO, such as COVAX, that promised to distribute equitably the vaccines, never really came off the ground. The limits on production and the hoarding of vaccines by high-income countries has led to a grave global inequities in access to the vaccines. For example, only enough vaccine has been distributed in Africa to give 2% of the population a single dose, as compared to 70% of adults in Europe being fully vaccinated with both doses. And Dr. Tedros, the head of the World Health Organization, concluded that the rapid development of COVID-19 vaccines is a triumph for science, but their inequitable distribution a failure of humanity. This current situation, of course, is in shrill contrast to the promises made when the vaccines were still in early development. There was talk of the vaccines being global public goods, which was promised by the head of the European Commission, for example, Ursula von der Leyen. The French president said no one will own these vaccines, but these promises of the vaccines becoming global public goods so far have remained unfulfilled. There were, however, several initiatives early on in the pandemic to precisely prevent the situation we find ourselves in today. In May 2020, the World Health Organization established the COVID-19 Technology Access Pool, which is a platform where intellectual property and know-how technology could be shared. The Medicines Patent Pool expanded its mandate to be able to work on COVID-19, and WHO established technology transfer hubs in Africa. These voluntary mechanisms, however, with the exception of a recent license to the Medicines Patent Pool for a small molecule therapeutics, have been pushed aside. The multinational corporations have declined collaboration with CTAP and with other initiatives. And of course, seeing these voluntary initiatives fail, countries at the World Trade Organization, notably South Africa and India, proposed a waiver of the TRIPS agreement, the agreement that lays down the rules for the protection of intellectual property globally. This is also an initiative focused on encouraging technology transfer and building of manufacturing capacity. But the talks at the WTO since then have not advanced. Such a waiver would contribute to manufacturing capacity for those who have obtained or have already the know-how and the technology to do so. But of course, a limitation of the TRIPS waiver is that you cannot force the transfer of the technology through it. For that, you will need a level of collaboration. Now, how could that have been regulated differently? Because of course, these vaccines have been developed with vast amounts of public financing. It was the public financing that de-risked the company's endeavors to bring these vaccines to market. But while providing this funding, governments failed to ensure In exchange, the sharing of the know-how. This should have been a condition. I think that that is really the key lesson that we have learned of the last 2 years. The lack of conditionality in these publicly funded contracts is a tangible example of policy failure. In the meantime, COVID-19 vaccines have become big business. The Pfizer vaccine alone accounts for almost half of the company's entire turnover and has a value of about 36 billion. Global sales of the mRNA vaccines for 2022 are expected to be around $94 billion US. Total sales of vaccines, COVID vaccines, around 124 billion. So in other words, has this become too big to share? It's fair to say, I think, that the pandemic has laid bare the lack of effective mechanisms for the sharing of intellectual property and know-how. And that needs to be regulated for the next time around. To be better prepared for future outbreaks, the world needs new rules to assure access to technologies needed to respond to an outbreak, as well as access to the know-how to be able to produce at scale. The pandemic treaty negotiations that are expected to commence later this year, after the World Health Assembly meets in later this month in November, will offer an opportunity to regulate this better. And key elements for a better multilateral pandemic response framework should include, first of all, commitments for the financing of the research and development of vaccines and other pandemic countermeasures, but upon the condition that the know-how is open sourced for others to use in further research and to be used to produce at scale. B, resulting products, of course, need to be priced fairly. We need the creation and funding of vaccine production capacity in the regions of the world where that are currently underserved, notably in sub-Saharan Africa. The sharing of know-how and technology that is needed to build new manufacturing capacity should be assured and not subject to controversy during a pandemic. The preparedness for the next pandemic should start now. Vaccines and the knowledge of how to produce them should be global public goods. For this to happen, we need more than lip service. Saying so does not make it so. We need new rules. I thank you.
I thank Ellen for her significant contribution. I thought she made a couple of points which were quite telling and very powerful. Talked of vaccine nationalism and talked of how there has been a substantial policy failure because conditionalities were not attached to the contracts. That's an interesting argument to make in the light of those of us who know intellectual property rights, the TRIPS agreement of the WTO, and that's something the WTO is grappling with as well. But I expect subsequent panelists to pick up on a point whether this should be henceforth made as a global public good and make sure that people who make these vaccines will make it available to others, the know-how to be shared so that vaccine inequity does not exist. So that's the point I would like to take from Ellen's contribution. I wonder if I could now call on Alexei Ivanov and request him to make his contribution, please. Alexei, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mohan. Thank you, CUTS, for having me for this, I think, very important and timely conference. If you don't mind, I share my presentation. Can I share a screen? Yeah, I think I can. Yeah, good. Can you see it?
Yes, we're able to see.
Oh, great. It's actually very nice to speak after this presentation, pre-recorded presentation by Helen. It's pity she is not on the panel right now with us to exchange ideas because it was very much resonating to what I'm going to say about basically same type of problems which global pharmaceutical market and healthcare system is facing in view of existing restrictions and failure of the regulatory system to address those. It's quite obvious that we don't have a proper distribution of medicine and especially vaccines in the world, which is not sustainable in terms of fighting the pandemic, because the pandemic is global. That's why it's pandemic. If you still have portions of populations uncovered by either vaccination or having access to proper medicine, you don't really have a stop for this type of mutation process, because virus is changing exactly because there is a huge portion of global population not covered by vaccines. And now we have a huge gap in redistribution of these vaccines, and recent data shows that less than 1% of vaccine production goes, it's data of UNICEF, going to the developing countries. Although Helen already mentioned a number of global initiatives, and one of those is of extreme importance is actually patent waivers, IP waivers for vaccines and other medicines for treatment of COVID-19. And two countries we have at the panel today, India and South Africa, initiated the process. Unfortunately, it didn't, fulfill its promise because of some opposition from European Union mainly, but also it was not probably decisive support from other wealthy states. Although Biden administration did express its support, but actually it was not enough to move forward through the WTO system. We have a number of other type of collective action initiatives like COVAX, and Helen mentioned a number of those. We have voluntary licensing initiatives initiated, proposed by the big pharma companies like Merck or Gilead, but mainly covering very limited portion of countries and institutions and businesses which could be included. Actually, COVAX initiative is quite interesting because it's supported by wealthy donors like Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and other wealthy families, and they are already calling for for change of the system because they can't really secure supply of vaccines they wanted to bring to the developing world, because there is a lack of those. There is a really scarcity of supply, and they're struggling to get enough doses to bring to developing countries. So we do see a lot of opposition to this type of initiatives, and mainly to the waiver proposal by India and South Africa based on so-called production scarcity or limitations for production capabilities in the developing countries. We hear that even waivers would be granted. They don't have enough capacity, productive facilities to produce enough doses, and that's actually a false kind of a pretext or false assumption. It's already proven that a number of developing countries like India is among leaders in pharmaceutical industry, and recent study published by New York Times actually was indicating a number of companies which are ready to go even with quite complex and sophisticated products like newly developed mRNA vaccines. So this kind of false pretext that there is no enough productive facility is still there and still dominating discussion about waivers, and was one of the reasons why European Union was so fiercely opposing this this proposal for IP right waivers. So we can say, sorry, jumped. We can indicate at least a number of institutional flows the current system has. One is related to this type of vaccine race, which also brings a form of competition, which is usually called competition to the bottom, when everyone is trying to secure national interest, and mainly like big pharma interest, industrial interest of national players, rather than serving this type of public good. We see it in problem of mutual or recognition of vaccines. Russia is still, for instance, struggling to get Sputnik fully recognized by European medical authorities and some other developed countries as well. We do see this IP problem, which is actually dominating the discussion, and still companies are too much, relying on IP protection in their monetization, commercialization of products. And one of the important pillar of this failed, structure of this failure of the global market to tackle the pandemic is actually the lack of global competition regime. As you perfectly know, competition is not enacted as protection of competition is not part of any international treaty with obligatory meaning or obligatory, force, neither in WTO framework nor in United Nations framework. So it's still a kind of recommended value to protect. So we don't have, as we had initially in Havana Charter back in 1948, provisions to protect competition in the global marketplace. So fragmentation of competition policy, linkage between competition policy and industrial policy, becoming a really weak part of the system, not helping to deal with this competition race to the bottom with vaccine nationalism. It's quite strikingly different from some other initiatives, and it was very well publicized, this initiative of early 70s when the world was uniting and in academic and also in practical sense to fight against flu. It was Hong Kong flu in early 90s and in late 60s, early 70s. And this system still working and operating pretty well. It's based on open access and sharing of information, in really understanding of this type of anti-pandemic measures like public goods. Helen already mentioned that in European context, vaccines and supply of vaccines was considered as a form of public good, which should be addressed in this sense. And also at different fora of international level, we hear that it's actually a global public good, a type of value we have to protect with all sort of regulatory efforts, and institutional support should be provided for serving this global public good. But it's not a case when we go to the level of practical implementation of this type of initiatives. And here I want to tell you a story of Russian case. For many years, actually, after implementation of IP rights in Russian law, it happened in early 90s after the collapse of the Soviet system. We didn't have really working compulsory licensing provisions, neither for pharmaceutical goods nor for other sectors. It was not actually working. It was kind of null law, provisions which was not used by the government. And only this COVID pandemic triggered the first usage of compulsory licensing provisions to supply medicine. In this particular case, it was remdesivir for Russian patients to fight with pandemic. And the new law was enacted back in April this year, and it was quite recent initiative, and it was precisely covering healthcare crisis and naming healthcare crisis as a reason for provision of compulsory licensing. The compensation, according to TRIPS, provided to the IP right holder was measured according to 1.5% of licensee revenues, annual revenues, and that's how this actually was working in the case of remdesivir. This provision was contested by the first IP right holder whose medicine was granted on this type of compulsory licensing conditions, and Gilead, American company. And Gilead contested the decision in the Supreme Court of the Russian Federation, and in the decision of the Supreme Court, which confirmed, upheld the decision of the government to grant compulsory licensing. Actually, Gilead expressed that pandemic is not such a reason that you need compulsory licensing to fight it against. So it was quite interesting that one of the arguments of Gilead was actually you don't need any kind of urgent measure to fight pandemic. Pandemic is fine. You just need to spend more funds on buying medicine. It's normal healthcare situation, and basically there is no any kind of national emergency. And quite characteristic in terms of describing the behavior of Gilead in this particular case, that after it lost the case in the Supreme Court, it recalled its application to approve remdesivir as a drug in Russian Federation. So basically, they were saying, we are participating in normal market. We want, you know, to participate in normal competitive environment and compete on the merits. But as soon as their monopoly, as their very kind of exclusive status was slightly, not completely, but slightly, you know, changed by the government's decision, they were immediately withdrawing from the market. So it's a kind of a blackmailing type of, you know, strategy. When you're saying either you allow us exclusively charge any price and participate in the market on our terms, even in the course of, you know, major global pandemic, or we withdraw from the market, we don't serve our patients, we don't care about human well-being and needs of to provide, you know, healthcare for the people, and that's, you know, very symptomatic form of behavior of the global corporation. So this Russian case was also opening, sorry. Yeah, here is that there is a description of the rationale of the decision by Russian Supreme Court. It was a precedent decision here in Russia. First, it was the precedent case for granting compulsory license, the first time in the history of Russian IP right law, and also it was first, you know, Supreme Court decision basically on this matter. So it's a kind of precedent already established. So now we're opening up for more opportunities to balance, you know, IP right protection for needs of public goods in the Russian context. What is also quite important that after this, you know, battle was settled with first compulsory licensing, it was a huge opposition from the global pharmaceutical lobbying groups, and Russian government also introduced a new bill to help pharmaceutical companies to export medicines which would be, you know, produced on the compulsory licensing grounds. And it's quite interesting when we started to study experience, you know, global experience, international experience, and how this type of provisions were implemented in other countries. We noticed that according to the TRIPS, you can't really trade this type of, you know, medicine to non-WTO countries, but even such jurisdictions like European Union, in their laws, they allow exportation of medicines to countries not covered by WTO, so not members of WTO. It's quite interesting kind of legal, you know, provisions which showing that there is an interest beyond TRIPS, you know, provisions to provide more medicine to developing world, and the usage of this 31 bis provision of the TRIPS could be facilitating, you know, facilitating this inequality gap avoidance, or at least partial coverage of this inequality gap. So saying this, I want to say that through this type of, you know, techniques, helping governments to balance a system, we still should, you know, consider that compulsory licensing provisions is just one tool which has its limited functionality and can't really help to balance the whole system and to help it to move into the direction of more inclusive and cooperative framework like it was back in early 70s to fight the pandemic. And one of the inspirational book I read recently, which was published by two competition scholars, Ariel Izrachi and Mario Staki, called Competition Overdose, where they were mentioning that the race to the bottom in so many different sectors, and they have examples of different industries where competition becoming really destructive force rather than constructive force. And we see this vaccine race, we see this, you know, nationalism rising in industrial policy, which triggering quite bad forms of competition, which are not helping this the global community, you know, to overcome pandemic and to build more sustainable system. I think that using the term noble competition, which they introduced, is a more sustainable competition, I would say, more kind of competition with cooperative elements there, really like competition having values or value-based, you know, principles in their foundation. That could be one of the solutions. we clearly understand that it's probably not possible in the global framework, neither in the form of WTO treaty or UN type of arrangements. But what is possible is to moving together with, kind of regional alliance like BRICS alliance or similar type of developing countries communities, which could build and create a different form of, a value metrics or different form of rules, related to regulation of global pharmaceutical market. And here we have to think about more inclusive antitrust framework, avoiding this type of, orthodoxy focused Chicago-based, thinking only about prices and output, encouraging type of bad toxic forms of competition which are encouraging this type of race to the bottom, destructive, releasing destructive forces in the market, but more cooperative type of competition based on, more value related principles and international and actually honoring, virtue of a global public good. And here, global public good is definitely healthcare, it's definitely lives of people, and I think we have to think about these values when we regulate markets. So thank you very much. I hope I didn't take too much time for my presentation.
Not at all, Alexei. Thank you very much. I thought that was quite good in terms of trying to provoke a debate, which is what we really want to have. And I thought you made a couple of very important points. One, I would say, is the policy failure in terms of competition that you alluded to. And I'm going to ask Rajeshri if Amadou Sese is available. Do you think he's available, Rajeshri?
No, he hasn't.
No. Okay.
Yet, so I think we can move on with the others.
Okay, no problem. In which case, I will ask our good friend Hardeen later on when he gets the turn. He can react because since he's from the Competition Commission of South Africa, I want to take this point further, perhaps in the question and answer session, about how you said there has been a failure because of the fragmentation of competition policy. Some of the other issues on TRIPS that you make, I don't want to repeat it, but I do know that Professor Bernard Huckman is probably the right person, and I'm sure he will tackle some of these issues. And in any case, in the question and answer session, I'll try to look at TRIPS. I was actively involved in the Doha Declaration on TRIPS and public health. I participated on behalf of India, of course, and we can take this further. So if Amadou is not available, I turn to Professor Bernard Huckman. Bernard, you have the floor, and I'm sure you have a lot of interesting things to tell us. You have the floor, sir.
Thanks a lot, Mohan, and a pleasure for me to be here, part of this conference, which we are partnering with CUTS on. So my task was to say a bit about the trade policy dimensions of this, of what has been happening. I'll make 4 points on this. 2 are backward-looking, 2 are more forward-looking, and to help myself remember what I'm talking about, each of them starts with an R. So the backward-looking dimension is really on restrictions and restraints. On restrictions, and the forward-looking R's are kind of reflection on where to go and what that implies for reform. And I think the reform agenda has already been touched upon, certainly in the case of the TRIPS discussion. So I think one of the big takeaways from a trade policy perspective on what happened is kind of initial panic, especially by countries, high-income countries that have capacity to produce what in the beginning was protective personal equipment, right? So vaccines were really not on the horizon yet. It was really about medical supplies, many of them relatively low tech, but they were in short supply, right? So what we see governments doing, or what governments did on the trade policy front, was a mix of either restricting exports, and in some cases, that was just very much kind of export restrictions cubed. It was essentially nationalization of the stock of whatever existed domestically, including things that were not owned by nationals, right? So the classic case here is what was done in France by essentially nationalizing the stock of face masks that were actually intended to go to Italy and Spain, right? So we have that dimension of restrictions. But we also see those restrictions being very concentrated in a limited number of countries. Many countries did not restrict exports for the kind of obvious reason that there was very little to restrict. But many of them also didn't think about using these types of instruments. And what we see much more commonly that was done across countries was to facilitate trade, right? So virtually every country that we've been tracking as part of a joint project with the Global Trade Alert at the University of St. Gallen. So we actually have a database that tracks trade policy responses on a week-by-week basis during the pandemic. And what you see, many governments trying to maximize access to critical supplies by getting rid of all tariffs, getting rid of import restrictions, facilitating trade, making it easier to get this stuff across the border. So we have this mix of restrictions on the positive side, so impose the restrictions, and on the negative sides, taking away existing restrictions, right? So there's a very interesting, I think, balance and pattern of responses on the trade policy front, with the stylized fact hearing that many countries did nothing. So I think from a research point of view, there's quite a bit to unpack in terms of the underlying political economy of what governments did and why. And my kind of unscientific explanation for a lot of what we saw early on was essentially governments not knowing what to do. I mean, there was a real panic dimension to this. What can we do? We need to do something. So this was instinctively something which was available. It was a big stick and it was used. At the same time, we also see a lot of restraint, right? So if you think it counterfactually, what could have been done? What could we have seen? And of course, vaccine nationalism is an example of what we definitely did not want to see and did see. But at the same time, you could say, well, it could have been a lot worse, right? And I think one of the reasons why it wasn't, and it didn't end up being a lot worse than it is, and I would emphasize, and I agree with everyone who said this already, the situation is certainly not something that we should collectively be proud of. There is this huge inequality in terms of distribution of access to key medical supplies, in particular vaccines, but it could have been worse. And why wasn't it worse? Partly because of the global value chain nature of production. So a lot of the producers of vaccines, but also of medical products, they rely on imports. And if you start shutting off access to those inputs, so you impose export restrictions, on, let's say on raw ingredients or on polyester fibers you need to make masks, then you're going to have a shortage on the final production side, right? So there was a bit, I think, of an equilibrium. Equilibrium is probably too strong a word, but there was a bit of a balance, right? So there was some self-restraint imposed as a result of the nature of production and the nature of trade in these types of products. And I think we see that on the vaccine front kind of most clearly, because many of the vaccine producers rely heavily on imports of inputs of various types of products that they need, not just only in the production of the vaccine, but also in terms of how do you use that vaccine, right? So then we're talking about hypodermics, we're talking about all the things we need to get the stuff into people's bodies, where again, countries are specialized in the production of those types of inputs, which everyone needs, so therefore, there is this kind of disincentive to start blocking trade too much because that will negatively affect you. So I think this restraint dimension is something important to bear in mind. And I think if we think about restraint, and this goes a bit to the questions that have already been posed, on the one hand, we have endogenous constraints, which really result from the incentives that governments and firms have because they are interdependent. And on the other hand, we have exogenous constraints. And here I'm thinking about trade agreements, right? So formal rules in terms of what may or may not be done, and to try and guide governments to actually do the right thing from a global public good perspective and not think purely nationalistically, right? And I think here for me, the big takeaway is the European Union, right? Because, you know, we talk a lot about the WTO as a trade agreement, as imposing constraints on policy, as a mechanism to liberalize trade. But the European Union, of course, goes much, much further, right? The European Union is a common market. We have an economic and monetary union. But nonetheless, what happened in the first 4 or 5 weeks of the pandemic is that all of that was essentially thrown overboard by a number of European member states who said, well, we're going to break the single market, right? We don't really care if these masks, which are Swedish and on their way to Italy, we don't care. We're going to take them, right? So I think for those of us who think it would be really nice to have a multilateral system of binding and enforceable rules, I think the European Union experience is a bit of a warning that, we don't want to put too much of our, too much faith on what we can do to constrain governments when you are in an emergency. They will do what they do. Now, to be a bit more positive, I think the European Union experience also shows that if you have an effective mechanism for cooperation and you have deep integration of the type we have in Europe, then those types of situations are not allowed to persist for too long, right? And I think the European Commission stepped in relatively quickly and basically constrained the ability of individual member states to do what they were doing, but at the cost of essentially externalizing that, right? So the European Union then started to impose export controls for all of the European member states, including for a lot of countries that have not done so early on. Now, those are not export bans. They are a system of authorization licensing. I think there's quite a bit of work to be done to figure out, how did that actually work? I've not seen much on that. But again, all that to say, warning in terms of let's not put too much faith on treaties and agreements, which look great on paper, but when the rubber hits the road, governments will do what governments do. So I think this gets me to the third point on reflecting on this. What it suggests to me is that we really need to do much more in terms of trying to write down legally what seem to be legally binding rules, is to think much more about the incentives and to try and put in place systems that actually draw the lessons of what we saw. And one of those elements, I think, is really revolves around information, right? So I think one of the things that led to a lot of perverse actions being taken in the early days, not early days, early months, I mean, this was quite a long time, was governments really didn't understand enough about how these things were produced. They didn't really know where things were coming from. They didn't know where the various inputs were being sourced from. They didn't know where the capacity constraints were, and they didn't really have a good sense of what they could do. So yes, they threw huge amounts of money into the vaccine production process, which was great. But if you think about a lot of these products where I think governments could have done much more to both avoid taking actions on the trade front, which made things worse, but also could have done much more to actually make things work better, more efficiently, faster, by trying to identify where are these bottlenecks, where are these capacity constraints. So for me, that's one takeaway. And I think there are discussions ongoing right now in the WTO. I know that the International Chamber of Commerce has been pushing a health information system to put that in place. And I think for the next time around, and hopefully it won't happen very fast, but unfortunately, I think it certainly will, we need to have systems in place where the public sector can actually work much more effectively and immediately with the private sector to try and figure out what can we do jointly, right? So and I think that's an important reflection. Now, what can we do jointly is not just about, it's largely revolves around keeping markets open because of this interdependence. And I think, but it effectively, much more importantly, and I think others have already mentioned this, I think it revolves around generating systems that we can enhance supply very fast, as fast as we can. How do we beef up supply in a particular area where we need it? And now, of course, we're all focusing on COVID and vaccines, but the next pandemic or the next crisis might be focusing on a very different type of industry. Who knows what. So I think, again, partly that is this information problem, but I think partly it points to generating the capacity and a willingness to cover the costs of excess capacity, right? So part of that revolves around diversification. And I think clearly one of the messages that comes out of this pandemic is that we don't have enough production in the places where we need production. A number of you have already talked about that. But I think the other thing that I would take away in terms of, and I think these are areas for reform, and that's my fourth point. So if you think about the WTO as an organization, it's state to state, it's governments talking to each other, right? Private sector isn't in there. Stakeholders really don't have a voice. If you think about, okay, let's think about how specific supply chains are operating today. Where are the challenges if we're thinking about medical supplies? there was nothing there that you could do that. Governments were simply talking to each other. So I think that's one area where we need to do much more in terms of reform to create those mechanisms so that we can actually respond to crises more efficiently. On the last point on TRIPS and vaccines in particular. So I'm not an expert on this, but I mean, for me, what surprises me a bit, and I thought it was very interesting, the comments made by Alexei in terms of what happened in Russia. It seems to me you can do a lot already, right? So we have the compulsory licensing mechanism in the TRIPS agreement, right? And that was fought very hard by India, right? I mean, that's there because of India, as far as I can recall. And the key thing here is compulsory licensing and relaxation of TRIPS intellectual property provisions really doesn't do anything for a country that doesn't have the capacity, right? And you're certainly not going to build that capacity up very rapidly in the context of an emergency. This is very long term. This is really about economic development. So the point is, how do you ramp up production in the countries that have that capacity and get it to the countries that need it, right? That need to import it. And I think, so for me, a bit of the mysteries is why wasn't this used more, right? It's there, do it. And when I ask this question, the answer I get is, it's not really an intellectual property issue. It's really about know-how. And I think that's the point that Ellen also made. It's really about transferring technology. And I think there we need to be clear on our own minds. If we're in the middle of an emergency where it's very supply constrained, we're in a supply constrained situation, it's kind of difficult to expect these firms to start transferring technology, think about how to do that, when all they're really focused on is how do I ramp up production wherever I have capacity now. So I think these are more issues that are medium long term. I think there's certainly very much things that should be discussed in the WTO context. But I think I would argue in terms of intellectual property and the TRIPS agreement, I would focus much more on this transfer of technology dimension and say, well, we already have the compulsory licensing instrument there. Do we really need to do a whole lot more? So I think what this crisis has shown is that there are dimensions that we should focus on from a supply expansion point of view, which don't necessarily have a lot to do with a TRIPS waiver. It really has to do much more, how do we actually implement what we had in the TRIPS agreement and actually encourage this transfer of technology, encourage this diversification of production. Let me stop there. Thanks.
Thank you, Bernard. Those are very, very interesting trade policy points. I will come back to it if you allow me, especially the one on TRIPS. We will have a detailed, try and have at least a bit of a discussion after everyone has finished the first round of interventions. Please look at the chat box. A gentleman by the name of Alan Lasher is asking a lot of good questions. Alan Asher, I think it is, and he has made a number of points, one for Alexei and one for Bernard. So kindly take a look at it so that you can try and respond to it. But I'm going to call on Mr. Hardin Ratchisusu. And if I can, of course, request you to make your intervention, but if you do have the time, and I hope you have the time to respond to Alexei about the policy failure of competition. He thinks that the competition mechanism, because it's largely fragmented, I'm putting words in Alexei's mouth, of course, but this is pretty much what he says. There is failure because it's fragmented. Would you agree with that proposition? But over to you, Hardin. You have the floor. You have the floor, Hardin. You'll have to unmute.
No, thank you, Mohan. Thank you very much. Immediately you said I have the floor. My battery was running flat, so I.
No problem. We can hear you now. Go ahead.
Oh yes, thank you very much. Indeed, in my remarks, I found I think Bernard and Alexei's inputs quite interesting, because in my remarks I was going to speak to those issues, and hopefully I cover those. So I think it aligns very well with what I was going to talk about. And thanks again to CUTS for the invitation. And of course, I extend my greetings to the Secretary General, Pradeep Mehta. My remarks are going to be sort of in three parts, right? I'm going to talk about a case for competition law in healthcare. I think this is already there, but I'll talk about it. I'll talk about challenges and also some limitations and maybe suggestions for the future. So competition law and policy has an important role to play in enhancing access to healthcare. It is even more important when we talk about access to COVID-19 vaccines and drugs. South Africa realized the significance of competition law in promoting access to healthcare early on in a settlement with the GSK and BI on ARV pricing complaint. So these companies agreed very early on, early in 2002, to grant licenses to generic manufacturers, permit the licenses to export the relevant ARV medicines to sub-Saharan African countries, and also where the licensee did not have manufacturing capability in South Africa, permit the importation of the ARV medicines for distribution in South Africa. So, and I've also looked in the 2016 United Nations Secretary General's high-level panel on access to medicine, which affirmed the need to promote competition and access to health technologies. So for instance, that high-level panel sort of projects that the global economy would lose about $100 trillion worth of economic output by 2050 if antimicrobial drug resistance is not tackled. The TRIPS agreement places an obligation on WTO members to protect and enforce intellectual property, but there are key flexibilities that are permitted in order to meet human rights and public health objectives, and these have been spoken about, earlier. And I think Alex focused on compulsory licensing, the parallel importation. Of course, my focus, of the talk today is the application of competition laws to limit and remedy the abuse of intellectual property rights in domestic legislation. Though these flexibilities exist, there are some challenges to implement this, and largely for developing countries. And as that high-level panel noted, and I think these are known, well known, that there are a lot of conditionalities to trade agreements, threats for retaliation that tend to affect the effective implementation of these flexibilities. These challenges affirm the need to support the steps taken by India and South Africa in the WTO, calling for the suspension of the protection of IP related to COVID-19 health products for equitable access to healthcare and acceptable pricing practices for pharmaceuticals. And I was hearing Bernard saying, well, we do have capacity. We've heard these arguments that the flexibilities are sufficient, but there's a body of sort of experience that shows that these flexibilities, for one way or the other, they tend to be frustrated. And I think when we're talking about a pandemic like COVID-19, we cannot afford this. I mean, you have seen the experience in Russia, how long it is taking to pass a law. Same with South Africa. Compulsory licensing is there in TRIPS, but it's taking long to publish, to have laws to deal with these issues. I've also looked more at the UNDP flagship publication on competition policy, which is using competition law to promote access to health technologies. So this is a very source, I think, of good information on experiences, for competition regulation in this space. In fact, that report notes that what we see in ARVs, there's been a dramatic reduction, from 15, 16 years ago, that it used to cost $10,000 per year per patient. Now it's just over $100 per year per patient, which was a result of allowing generic competition to ARVs early on. And here we're talking about transfers of technology as well. And I also noted that CUTS proposed a toolkit on competition policy and access to healthcare, which also is a timely reminder of the need for nations to adopt measures to improve access to healthcare and affordability. There are various, I think, pro-competitive measures that the toolkit advocates for, which I won't repeat here. The same thing, the South Center has released a document. They speak about the same thing, that and it has urged developing countries to enact or revise competition laws and policies to effectively address issues relating to access to pharmaceuticals, having in view their local conditions and specificities, including local production capacity, levels of competition, average prices, size of population, and so forth. But what are the challenges to competition authorities? And I think this is a pointed question that Alexi pointed. And I was going to list a few challenges that competition authorities have faced, which is a lack of enabling legislative frameworks within and across borders. Although we have competition law, we have competition laws adopted in many countries, there's no harmonization in the main, of rules, at least in the developing world. So there's still a lot of disparate sort of approaches to this problem. There's a challenge of resources. So we have limited resources allocated to competition regulation, which hinders effective enforcement of competition laws. This is again, main challenge in developing countries. There's unmet capacity building needs, particularly for younger competition agencies. And finally, the main one is this lack of cooperation between competition agencies to tackle anti-competitive practices at regional and global level. And UNCTAD identified a couple of issues, but they've just mentioned two things. Maybe I've highlighted two things. There's lack of trust, mutual trust and understanding. Lack of focal point at foreign authorities. It's very difficult for competing authorities to reach out in some cases. I think we are seeing now, opening up at the continent in Africa with BRICS also, from a South African point of view, that we are able now to open up, that platform. But also here, I'll give you an example. We've been conducting an investigation against a company, Roche, for a breast cancer drug. We couldn't obtain information. We approached the Swiss authorities. They say, well, we don't have a mutual assistance agreement. We don't have any sort of form of assistance that can provide South Africa. But as I wrap up, and we, in 2019, South Africa tabled a discussion document before the IGE at UNCTAD, which emphasized key interventions that I think are still relevant today, and that healthcare must continue to be a priority to policymakers, sector regulators, and competition law regulators. There's need to prioritize competition issues in pharmaceuticals and healthcare markets. Cooperation among competition regulators will enable better and effective enforcement, which is an essential role in the ecosystem of ensuring that pricing of healthcare remains affordable. Competition policy is an important tool to enable access to pharmaceuticals and treatment at the lowest cost possible, whilst the interests of investment and innovation are safeguarded. However, competition law, as well as other flexibilities under TRIPS, may also have limitations, thus necessitating other targeted measures, such as the proposed TRIPS waiver, especially in a time of a pandemic like the present. So I'd agree with Alexi that we cannot put all our eggs, for instance, in those flexibilities that they would permit all the access issues that we're talking about. There are major limitations. And finally, as agreed at the 2021 IGE this year, UNCTAD is expected to prepare reports and studies as background documentation for the 20th session of the IGE next year on rethinking competition law enforcement, lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic, especially in socially important markets. So looking at challenges and opportunities for an effective response during the pandemic and the economic recovery in the post-COVID-19 period. So I hope deliberations in this session will be amongst those informing these very important debate next year. And I saw also, in the input discussions, there are discussions at the WTO. They're going to happen again later in the year. But from a competition regulation point of view, the platform we would have to discuss these issues on a best appropriate competition law response or competition regulation response would be at that UNCTAD IGE next year. And I know that CUTS, is always participating in these discussions. The BRICS Competition Law Center, shapes these discussions, and I look forward to these deliberations next year, but also to further discussions today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hardin, for your remarks. I hope all of you are able to see the chat box and look at the questions posed by Alan Asher. Can I have a yes from all the panelists, please? Yes? Okay, good. I have a few comments of my own, and then I'm going to turn to Alexei, Bernard, and Hardin in that order. Unfortunately, we are missing the panelists who have made video presentations. I cannot go back to them for the second intervention and the questions. So we will have to do the discussion among ourselves. Let me make a few comments on TRIPS, since I was India's negotiator there, and I know a little bit about it, not by no means a great expert, but Bernard is right. The compulsory licensing clause was there almost entirely, I would say, because of India, also Brazil and Africa supported us, but it's true to say that India pushed very hard for it. I want to make a couple of comments, just factual, and try not to be ideological, because TRIPS can really, get you all worked up, especially if you're an Indian negotiator, I suppose. But I will try to be as objective as possible. The first comment I want to make is the TRIPS agreement is the only agreement which does not have a general exception clause. The Article 20, if you know what I mean. The GATT agreement has a general exception clause, and the services agreement has a general exception article. The TRIPS agreement does not. I vividly remember asking my American negotiator friend, and America and India, you will realize we were at the opposite ends of the spectrum on TRIPS. So I asked him, why don't we have a general exception? The one which starts, nothing in this agreement shall be construed to mean, etc. And then you've got the proportionality test, the necessity test, and then you say you can do the following things. I said to him that the Article 20 clause of the GATT agreement has, you can completely bid goodbye to GATT law if you want to protect plant, animal, and human life, provided you meet the necessity test and the proportionality test. That is, you should not try to resort to a more restrictive option if a less trade restrictive option is available to you. So that's the only the grounds on which you can actually. So I asked him, are you saying that public health is less important than protection of dolphins and protection of whatever? He said, no, that's not it. But the TRIPS agreement is a very special technical agreement. Now, this was never convincing for me, frankly. And in the run-up to Doha, where we had a TRIPS declaration on TRIPS and public health, the declaration, a ministerial declaration, mind you, because frankly, Africa Group, India and Brazil would have liked an amendment of the TRIPS agreement. That was not possible. There was no consensus. So we had there we tried to introduce the language of the chapeau of Article 20, which is nothing in this agreement shall be construed to mean. And of course, this was completely rejected by the Americans, supported by the Europeans. The reason I mentioned this history is because of the very, very interesting point made by Alexei, that this company, Gilead, actually believes that the pandemic is not an emergency, if I understood him right. Now, this is frankly outrageous. If the pandemic is not an emergency situation, which allows people to invoke exceptions in the TRIPS agreement, I don't know what is an emergency, frankly. So this is a point, Bernard, I wish you to address. And because you said, and that is a point of view that I respect, which is that flexibilities are already there in the TRIPS agreement. I don't deny that. I cannot deny it. I think the problem is, if even countries like India are not able to resort to compulsory licensing so easily, and I'm being absolutely honest and straightforward, we are a big country, we are a proud country, we are independent, we are not going to be bullied easily by the United States or the EU in these issues, but even we have found it very difficult to use it, Bernard. And that's the point that Hardin is making as well. The flexibilities are there, nobody denies it, but there are implicit threats, there is pressure. If you use it, there will be consequences. So that is an issue, I think. The second issue I want to highlight is that nobody is saying that the TRIPS waiver, I don't think even India and South Africa are saying that the TRIPS waiver is a panacea to the whole problem. We just don't want the TRIPS agreement to impede a solution. That's all. We don't want the TRIPS agreement to be an impediment. I don't think we are naive in thinking that you have a TRIPS waiver and then suddenly you're going to see vaccine supply in Africa boom. No. We just don't want the TRIPS agreement to be part of the problem. We want it to be part of the solution, only a part. I completely agree with Bernard when he says there are other issues which are equal, which is why in my opening remarks, I mentioned health infrastructure, critical in Africa and in low-income countries and in India. We've not spent as much on health as we should have. And so it did take a lot to even get this 1 billion people vaccinated first dose was quite a challenge. And it's admirable we have done it, but that is not to say that the health infrastructure in India is perfect. It's not. So that is an issue. So I would want Bernard to react to that. So Alexei, can you react to this question posed by Alan Asher? He is suggesting a trilateral cooperation between WTO, WHO, and the third one I can't remember, but I think it is the WHO. Sorry?
World Intellectual Property Organization.
Yes. So I think this seems like a good idea, but I'd like to know your reaction to Alan's proposal. Alexei, but you please also react to the other points because you were the first one or the second one to make the intervention, so you've heard the others. So kindly react to what others have said as well. Alexei, you have the mic.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Mohan. I have a lot to say, so I would kindly ask you to interrupt me in case I don't feel like.
No, we have time. Go ahead.
Yeah, because it's important not to bore people, So one point I want to exactly addressing what Alan was asking. If we want to facilitate technology transfer, we definitely need more cooperation, or how Hardin put it, ecology or ecosystem of regulation. So we do need a kind of ecosystem of regulations for pharmaceutical industry. We do need different elements of the puzzle put together. And this is a real a challenge for authorities, which normally, they used to think in categories of very specialized zones. So one is responsible for IP, another is responsible for trade, another for healthcare, another for competition or something. And when we don't have this type of holistic approach, we don't have this ecosystem of different regulatory mechanisms, not cohesively connected, but at least loosely kind of connected, or in ecosystem saying terms, having some sort of links to each other or listening to each other in a way, there would be like a joint effort in building solutions. But what is missing in this trilateral group is actually one responsible for competition. And that's exactly one of the problems on the global scale. So if you remember back in Havana Charter time, when it was initially designed, ITO, International Trade Organization, competition protection was one of the pillars. For global, international, commercial trade investment order, So to facilitate trade, investments, all sorts of commercial relations, founders of this international trade organization were thinking that competition is essential. That's how you design marketplace. You design marketplace in any kind of capitalist economy with all these pillars present. You know, you have freedom of trade, you have IP protection, but you also have protection of competition. On the global scale, it's missing. It's missing, you know, for purpose. There was a certain, you know, design, there was a certain thinking by some countries like United States, which didn't want competition protection to be part of the story. So if we want trilateral, I think it's very good to have trilateral, but only health organizations there is responsible for public good. We should need a competition authority to be responsible for public good as well, for different kind of public good. It's a public good of preserving, you know, fair and based on the merits type of competition in the marketplace, which would help us to avoid all sort of, you know, vaccine wars, or at least kind of, you know, calm down its intensity. So relating to this point, I want to say also about some of the, you know, issues you raised and other colleagues. For instance, when Bernard was saying about lack of information, it's clear for businesses and for authorities in trade world, but it's also very clear for competition authorities. Competition authorities, like in this, you know, old tale, when different, you know, wise people approach an elephant. I think it's Indian tale, or at least that's how I learned it from, but maybe it has even deeper roots somewhere, you know, in Indo-European, whatever origins. But you know, this elephant story, when you approach an elephant and one guy thinks it's a tail, another one thinks it's a leg, another one it's a nose, but actually it's an elephant. So that's exactly how authorities now deal with global issues, competition authorities. Each and every one of those taking particular fragment, you know, either it's dealing with a leg or with a tail, they don't see a picture. Because of lack of information sharing, lack of trust, that's what Hardin was saying, lack of actually efficient international cooperation framework. It took us decades to agree on Section F principles of UN set of goals to protect of competition. UN set of principles and rules for protection of competition is it's very kind of recommending very loose, very soft regulations in the first place. So it's very kind of, you know, more like recommending set of principles rather than real like rules-based regime. But even with this very kind of soft regulation provided by UNCTAD, we didn't have a guidelines or some sort of, you know, mechanism which would open up for international cooperation based on Section F. So that's what we call institutional failure, which doesn't help to neither share information, nor do any kind of joint investigations, joint policy reactions to big issues. You have a global challenge. And unfortunately, you have to act locally, but also you think locally when you deal with global issues. Yeah. So it's good to act locally, but think globally, you know, when we have a perception of big thing. But in this particular case, in this kind of fragmentation, you know, balkanization of competition law and policy in the world, you even can't think globally, because you can't really like grasp the whole picture. You know, when and that's actually a very big issue for healthcare sector when you deal with global mergers. When you deal with global mergers, and we heard a lot that big pharma, they acquire a lot of, you know, startups, nascent stage, you know, of their development, you know, companies, and it's a form of killer acquisition, shut down innovation tracks, shut down new projects to keep same environment, to keep same landscape. You know, not allowing their competitors, their rivals, to grow, to appear. So they're shutting down, they suppress competition at the very beginning. So mergers are very important, of key importance. But when we deal with global mergers, what global companies are doing, they actually steering, they kind of strategically moving between jurisdictions, you know, dealing with one jurisdiction first, another second, because of some procedural rules, you know, in place in some jurisdictions. For instance, South Africa has to deal with a merger and has to close it in a very limited period of time, like, I don't know, 60 days or something. And so the first approach to South Africa managed to get their decision done without any kind of interaction with other jurisdictions. Then they go to another one, and one by one, they go through different jurisdictions. only ones who cooperate are developed countries like US and European Union. All the developing countries, they kind of left aside. They don't have enough neither bargaining power against the big companies to ask them for information. We had a real a caricature situation when one of the big corporation, Bayer actually, was rejecting to Russian authority to provide same information they gave to South African authority, claiming that those different markets, those different markets, I mean, those are different markets, but you essentially are creating in a global market. I mean, there are different issues, yes, but actually we have to understand what you disclose to our peer authorities in other countries, how you want to, to operate on the global scale, and we don't have instruments to force them to share this. And it's a kind of it's anomaly that you have a global regime for protection of IP rights, and you have very fragmented regime for protecting of competition, even in terms of understanding how a market operates. What Bernard was saying, that countries, very surprisingly, are hesitating to enforce even existing provisions. And we saw it in Russian case in very kind of concentrated form. We have this provision in the law, but government, although we are not like functioning democracy, but we are quite pluralistic in sense how bureaucracy works. It's probably one of the compensatory mechanisms. Our bureaucracy is not that unified as it looks sometimes. And some of the ministries, like Ministry of Trade or Ministry of Healthcare, were opposing fiercely against usage of compulsory licensing. And you know why? Because they were indoctrinated in a to a very large extent in different international fora. They go to, I don't know, WTO, to WIPO organization, and they hear from companies, look, don't do this, otherwise you will be marginalized. You will be excluded from the global community of nations. You will be, stigmatized to a certain extent. And they come back and they say, look, maybe we should not do this. Maybe we should care more about, innovation. I'm taking this in how do you call this? Blanket.
Air quote, yeah.
Yes, air quote, because it's not exactly the behavior of Gilead. Gilead gave voluntary licenses to a number of countries, but only those countries which actively at least threatened to implement compulsory licensing provision. They didn't give such a license to Russia. Price for remdesivir was 10 times higher in Russia than in neighboring Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan is so similar in economical sense, in all different, social sense. It's a neighboring country, post-Soviet country, all, same features. They gave voluntary licenses to Kazakhstan, didn't give to Russia, because in Russia, they expected to get to ripe, a higher portion, of profits. And then you're exactly right. They raised this point that it's not a national emergency, because we didn't have in the laws at that time when this compulsory licensing was issued. It was December 2020, and we have a new law enacted in June. So in December, we had a provision saying national emergency, very broad concept. They were saying, because you don't have a special provision about healthcare, your national emergency provision doesn't work in this case. Your national emergency for them, it should be large-scale war or something. But they were saying, just buy remdesivir. You have money. And most cynical argument they had? They were saying, you have money in the budget. You have public funds available. Buy it. For the price we offer, how much do you want? We supply. You don't need compulsory licensing. And when we granted this compulsory licensing, actually know-how was not an obstacle. The guy who took it, actually of Indian origin, he built Russian pharmaceutical company, but he's of Indian origin. He came from India as a student, stayed in Russia back in late 80s and built a company, very good company. So in Irkutsk region in Siberia, he took this license and immediately, very quickly built a production line. And now he even supplies to India. He even supplies to India on the basis of this, because he's using this 31-base, provision for exportation. So it does work. But what is very important, that when we build this ecosystem of regulations, for instance, for know-how, I think we fail on clinical information, we fail on the registration process. When Ministry of Health register drugs, register vaccine, they have to provide exhaustive enough information for anyone can produce it. That's actually essentially the concept of patent protection. You get a patent protection in exchange for information disclosure. You disclose information, you say, here, I tell you everything about my invention, or I tell you about my invention enough so you can reproduce it. But then we see that you need a lot of other data, know-how stuff to really start process. So for registration procedures, we have to require more data from IP right holders so that they can enjoy their patent protection. But at the same time, if public would need it in case of emergency, they could actually take this data and start production. So know-how should not be an obstacle. And here, answering to Alan's point, you definitely need to work closer with WIPO, with intellectual property organization, so that you say, okay, you can grant patent protection only in exchange for opening up your procedures, your technology. And for public goods, for medicines, when you register medicine, you please provide enough data so anyone in case of emergency can reproduce your invention. Thank you very much, Mohana.
Well, thank you, Alexei. That was great. It was a comprehensive response. Can I ask you just one question, which I'm going to ask everybody, because Alan Asher is right. I also have been pondering this question. Do you, and I just want a 1-minute response, Alexei. Do you believe there are enough vaccines in the world today for everybody? Or do you shortage?
We clearly see that in a number of countries you can't get vaccine easy. So for people
you cannot.
I mean, that's what you see. You cannot get. It doesn't matter whether they're stockpiled somewhere, whether it's a problem of logistics, it's a problem of production, it's a problem of anything. You can't get vaccine when you need it. Yeah. So that's a fact. You can't really contest this fact. You can go to, I don't know, sub-Saharan Africa and you can't get it like this, So that's an issue. Even if it's a problem of global logistical value chain, if it's a problem of local production, it's another point, but you can't get it. You can't really relax and say people have enough vaccines. That's a fact. I mean,
Thank you.
It's difficult to. Thanks.
Thank you, Alexei. Bernard, I turn to you, and you've got a lot on your plate. You've been asked questions by Alan Asher. You can respond to that. I made a few points. Others have made points on TRIPS flexibilities. If you feel like it, please respond to it. And of course, please also from your point of view, respond to whether or not there are enough vaccines. If not, is there vaccine manufacturing capacity that can be ramped up in South Africa, Brazil? I'm hearing things in Latin America and Africa. India hopefully will come on stream next year, if not this year. I think we will be able to export some vaccine. So if you can give your appreciation. Bernard, please.
Okay, thanks. So on this question of is there enough production supply right now, I will channel a friend of mine who often answers questions with yo, which is a mixture of yes and no. So on the yes side, I think all the statistics show that in terms of production, there is enough now for everybody, right? Now, so the real question is what Alexei mentioned, and I think we shouldn't just wave that away. I think that is really critical, is how do you get that stuff to where it should be, right? And that gets you into the distribution side of the equation. Logistics, very important. There's undoubtedly also a pricing issue in terms of affordability. So maybe that gets us a bit into the competition area. But I think the key really is, how do you get it from A to B, right? And I think that's something where, the WTO obviously has very little to say, and they can't do anything because essentially just, they write, the members write trade rules and negotiate on trade policy. So I think that really is the key question. So we have two key elements. One, ramping up supply. So even though, and this is the no part of the yo, So yes, the statistics suggest there's more than enough there, at least in principle, to give everybody a jab. But on the other hand, this is a dynamic process, right? So now we're all talking about a third jab in Europe, in the US. So there's going to be continuing demand to allocate at least a good share of these vaccines to countries where pretty much everybody has had access for quite a while. And the majority of people have already been vaccinated twice, right? So, so I think that's why it's yes and no, but I would really emphasize this distribution challenge. So I think and this is really difficult, right? And obviously, if you think about COVAX, if you think about the systems that are in place, if you think about the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, obviously they're all focused on this distribution logistics dimension. Clearly, that's something where you need to work with governments. It's not something we can ask the firms to do. There is a lot of need for cooperation, and I think the donor community could do a lot here. But I think it really boils down to this distribution issue. And I think one of the problems there is, if you think about, okay, so what organization in principle is best placed to manage this process, to encourage it, right? It seems to me that is the World Health Organization, right? Because they also have more of a country presence. So you need to work with institutions that have boots on the ground. Right now, who are those institutions? You have the World Health Organization, you have the World Bank, you have development organizations who potentially can, and I think are doing what they can do to help in terms of doing this, but I think that is where the focus should be. So I don't have a magic solution to that, but I do think it's really been amazing, if you think about it, how many vaccines we have, how rapidly that was ramped up. It's an interesting question, to what extent the subsidies played a role. I think governments played a huge role in encouraging that response. So I think that's also something to bear in mind. So there is a pricing dimension here, right? And I think what Ellen was saying in her recorded intervention is governments have thrown a lot of money at a lot of these companies to get this, production, to basically get the vaccine developed, get it tested, get it approved, and so that we have it. And I think there is I think this is a question to the competition people on this panel. Is that a competition issue? So on the one hand, of course, governments could write contracts with these firms that say, okay, we are going to put money into this, and the quid pro quo is that you make this available at cost. So it's a bit what AstraZeneca did, I think largely voluntarily, or to a large extent because of Oxford University insisting that that was the deal. Right, so that's one approach here. So I think it's also important to kind of differentiate a bit across companies, right? So what she was saying about Pfizer, I mean, Pfizer is clearly making a lot of money off of selling their vaccine. I think AstraZeneca for a long time was not making any money at all. They've now said, yes, we're going to change the model. But for me, it's a bit ironic that the companies that have done the most to try and get the stuff out there are also the companies that have been criticized the most. And certainly that's the case for AstraZeneca in Europe, which I find really unfortunate. Is TRIPS. So on compulsory licensing, so I agree completely with everything that has been said. And in practice, this is difficult to use, right? But I think also in practice, it's difficult to use because we have too many lawyers involved. I'm an economist, so I can say this. So, if you have an emergency, just push it through. I think we could do much more faster if there's a will. Now, maybe that goes into what Alexei was saying, is that we have the wrong mindsets. Maybe we also have the wrong political economy in terms of what the incentives are for people in government to push this through. But I think in principle, we could be doing more. But I would also reiterate the point that what the people in the industry say is that this is very different from HIV/AIDS. The type of drugs we're talking about are really difficult to reverse engineer, right? It's not a blueprint. You say, I want the blueprint, here's the ingredients, and you can go off and make it. So again, this is something others have said also. It really is about the know-how of how you actually produce to meet standards. And those standards are very strict, of course, because this is about, health and safety of those products, and you can't just allow things to happen where the standards are not met. And that is something that I think we then should be thinking about is, where do we get that knowledge from? Right. And again, in an epidemic, where we really have huge excess demand, not just for the materials, for the vaccines, but also for the people who know how to do this, the skilled workers who are, who have been trained for years in the factories we have today. How quickly can we ramp that up? And I think we should be thinking collectively about how you can enhance that capacity so that it's there when we need it, right? So I think this is more the forward-looking agenda. So, but I would again go back to this issue of, is TRIPS an impediment? I would ask the question, is TRIPS really an impediment at the moment? And I mean, I think it's less of an impediment than people make it out to be. So if you think about the Serum Institute in India, that is actually working with a number of these companies. And, where again, it's very clear, the issue is, how do you ramp it up? How do you produce more of this stuff? Right. And it's very clear that in India, the incentives are, we need to vaccinate Indian nationals, right? We can't just export everything we have. So there is a real supply constraint, because I think India, of course, is a net exporter, just like the European Union is a net exporter. And there simply wasn't enough of this stuff early on. I think now, if you believe the reports, there's a lot more available, and the issue really becomes one on the distribution side. And I think that's something I really don't have a comparative advantage in as to how we do that. But I would say that this is not something where organizations like the World Trade Organization can do a lot, except deal with this information problem, right? And I think there again, this coordination issue of identifying, where is there real demand? What are the constraints? What type of logistics problems do we face? How can we help? So for me, I see this much more as something which is much more natural in terms of the kind of the crisis response types of organizations, plus institutions like the World Bank that potentially can help deal with the logistics problems. Okay, let me raise one question to you. So it's a bit, so if you just step back and you think about competition and competition policy, what could competition authorities have done in February, March, April, 2020 that would have made a real difference? And because I'm honestly asking this question because I would really like to know. So I'm all in favor of competition policy. I understand, issues relating to market dominance and pricing, but there you are in the midst of this early on in the pandemic. What could competition authorities have done that would have led us to a better place than we are today? Thanks.
Thank you, Bernard. That was a comprehensive response, I thought, and that gives further food for thought, if you like, and debate. So Hardin, I turn to you. You could have the last word, actually. So that's one way of looking at it, but do try to react to as many points that Alexei and Bernard have made so that we get the full picture. And I want to be sure that I'm getting all the points of view, which is the purpose of this panel. There's nothing right or wrong about these things. These are public policy decisions that countries have made. But one question that Bernard has asked is a good one, and it applies particularly to you, Hardin, which is, what is it that competition authorities could have done differently in March, April 2020? I think that's a valid question. And it'll be great if you can address that along with, of course, the other issues that have been thrown up. Hardin, you have the mic.
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. In fact, maybe the refined question should be what competition policy could have achieved. Because what we lack is sort of a globally coordinated policy on competition. So if we are all mindful of the impact of any action on competition and market structure, we would have seen the kinds of conditionalities that Ellen was proposing, that if you have a government that is mindful of a monopoly that it is creating, with the pandemic we are facing, there would have been conditionalities that would have ensured that the vaccines were accessible, vaccines were available at accessible prices, but also there would be technology transfer because we were dealing with a pandemic. So it is not a matter for enforcement. So when you're asking, what competition authorities, of course, they can only work within the existing laws. And what you have seen with competition authorities, they've done very proactive. In many countries, we saw competition authorities putting, in place exemptions for these companies to get together to respond to the pandemic. Competition authorities in South Africa were quite responsive. South Africa, we had not been using masks, maybe like many countries, sanitizers, but we saw huge price surges in those products. There was immediate intervention. So what I think we should take home here is, I think what Alexi has been talking about, we've been talking about this at the UNCTAD, that this gap of a sort of a globally accepted rules of competition, I think will haunt us for many years. Because what we are talking about today, I'm hearing here today that, someone is asking, is there a shortage as we speak? I don't think this is what we are here to talk about. We are here to talk about how best to respond to a pandemic. And we are reflecting on COVID-19. The response has been poor. The response has left out the majority in the developing world. You have seen a question here that says, is there production capacity? Indeed, there is. This is not the first vaccine that the developing countries produce. There is capacity in South Africa. There is capacity in India. But you cannot ask now, when there was no technology transfer, what is it that, why do we need technology transfer now? Because suddenly there is some oversupply, of the stock. I've not looked at the numbers, but the people who were leading procurement for Africa, they mobilized resources. And last year, at a crucial moment, when many deaths could have been avoided, they could not get any vaccines. Right. So let's not address this as if the pandemic has passed. And let's not address this as if we're only talking about COVID-19. We are talking about pandemics, and I think there are going to be more pandemics to come. If another pandemic finds us in this state, I can tell you there will be no progress. I think we are going to see more catastrophes in the world. So the point here is that we need an enabling framework. And I think there was a debate here, what are the limitations of TRIPS? They are there. The UN's high-level panel, the Secretary General's panel is there. They've reviewed this, that flexibilities are there. They are not working for developing countries as we speak. If something cannot work for a large country like India with that population, where else do you think it would work? We are not saying, so what we are advocating for here is for better rules for access, better rules that will ensure that there is also competitive markets in this space. Right now, we are going to see monopolies emerging, producing this kind of vaccine. And of course, you're going to ask competition authorities to intervene on pricing, but that will take time. And as I've said, this is one of, there are limitations to this instrument. So I think, Mohan, what I'm taking from here, in fact, Alan I see in the chat, is referring me to, I attended last year's CUTS conference. In fact, there we ended with a question which was posed by Alexi, whether is TRIPS promoting innovation. In fact, I was hoping that Alexi, with your BRICS Center, you would be maybe telling us about the findings of that research. But I will leave it here. Probably, maybe this is the last word from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Haran. We have exactly 10 or 12 minutes left, and I don't want to conclude because I don't think I can sum up exactly the different points of view, and that would be a waste of time. But I'm going to mention 4 things that the panel discussed, and I'm going to go to each one of you and expect a 1-minute response as to what are the 2 things which are critical in your point of view from now on till the middle of 2022. What the G20 statement says is that they want to do 40% of the population to be vaccinated by the end of 2021 and 70% by the middle of 2022. Let's take that as a noble objective, because that is the only way in which we can get countries back on track. There is no other way. So if that goal has to be achieved, what are the 2 things that needs to be gotten right? Technical know-how or transfer of technology, TRIPS flexibility, competition policy, funding, and manufacturing. So I'm going to repeat, which are the 2 issues in your view that are the most important? And you could also go beyond these 4 issues. There is no problem if I've left out anything. This is to achieve the objective of 40% by the end of this year and 70% of the global population by middle of 2022, which in my view is absolutely the minimum. It's not a maximalist goal. We should be actually doing the whole world, but short of that, this is the objective. Transfer of technology, technical know-how, TRIPS flexibility or the TRIPS waiver, whatever you want to call it, competition policy, since we discussed quite a bit on cooperation and competition policy. And last but not least, there is also the issue of funding. Somebody has to pay in order for the vaccines to be delivered in least developed countries, low-income countries, because they are simply not going to be able to afford it otherwise. I will begin with Alexi, Bernard, and then Hardin. Alexi, 2 minutes, and then we will wind up.
Thanks, Mohan. And let me first, if you don't mind, respond to what Bernard posed as what could become, and that's a part of the answer I would have. So in spring 2020, competition authorities in the world could impose more stricter or even like some sort of rules, some sort of, obligations, commitments on the companies for sharing data. For sharing data about know-how, production. They have this in their arsenal of tools. They could say, for instance, when Pfizer was buying BioNTech and Pfizer deal should be observed and cleared by the authorities. I don't know whether it was any procedure, actually, neither in Europe nor in developing world, whether anyone was thinking actually about this merger, this deal. This deal could be, with some sort of, remedies, antitrust remedies imposed, with some sort of, requirements to share information. Why Pfizer acquired company and didn't allow anyone to use know-how produced by this startup? BioNTech, German company, was essentially a startup, which I'm sure was getting some public funding to develop this technology of mRNA vaccine. And probably when Pfizer was buying it, nobody really thought about this type of knowledge and this type of invention as a public good. Competition authorities could impose stricter rules, as conditionality, as Hardin and Ellen were saying, on this deal, on number of other type of deals or things. In terms of achieving these goals, answering to what Mohan was saying, I would say, look, currently we see Pfizer getting so much disproportionate, profits, income out of global vaccination campaign. Everyone is struggling. Economy is going down. 2 groups of monopolies getting, just amazing, supply of funds. Digital monopolies, who are getting bigger and bigger and increasing their capitalization, I don't know, tenfold, whatever, in a matter of a couple of years. And Pfizer and similar big pharma companies. I mean, it's not sustainable seeing this type of corporations enjoying this type of, growth in terms of profits and capitalization in the midst of global economic crisis. So we should have, and that's what competition policy was essentially for or about, to balance the marketplace, to kind of compensate, because markets are not efficient. They have flows, they have, their problems. When you have market power of certain corporations growing disproportionately comparing to other sectors of the economy, you have intervened. You have to ask for some sort of, redistribution of knowledge, of technologies, of, wealth. Why not? And this type of redistribution could be achieved by civilized competition tools. We need global competition framework, one way or another, but we need it. That would be my answer.
Thank you. Bernard, 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thanks. Well, not surprisingly, you will hear me say, I think it really is a mix of funding and manufacturing, but also distribution. And I think the distribution you mentioned, I've talked about in terms of logistics. I think one thing we haven't talked about here is the anti-vaxxers, right? So there's also a big problem here in terms of dealing with it. So even if you make all of this available, and certainly we see this in rich countries, so a lot of people don't want to use it. But anyway, so let me not go there, but I think, so I would say that, so the funding side, we've not talked about a lot, but I think that really is important. So yes, there have been subsidies for the R&D side, for getting this, for ramping up production. We are in a world where we're still very much into quantitative easing, where there's lots of liquidity sloshing around. And I think we really should have been and should have been and should, looking forward, be devoting much more resources to actually dealing with the problem. And certainly in terms of achieving these two goals you mentioned for 21 and 2022. So just a few comments on the competition policy dimension. So I think here, and again, we don't have time for this, and I think it deserves a lot more thought in terms of where are the levers, where are the entry points, right? So Alexei mentioned Pfizer, BioNTech, which is a merger and acquisition type story, fine. But I think at the end of the day, we need to make a distinction. So a lot of you have used the word monopoly, and I think we need to make a distinction between actual monopoly as opposed to monopoly rents where firms are making excess profits. And somehow we as societies think that is not something that should be done, especially if we funded a good part of those excess profits. But I don't really see that as an issue for competition policy per se. That's really an area for government regulation. I mean, that's what we have governments for. Governments should act. Governments can tax. So it's very much an issue for regulation. I think there is a bigger point here, of course, in terms of the big guys buying up these small startups and essentially trying to reduce competition, right? So these are potential competitors to them. But I think that's a really general type of issue, which is not necessarily related to the pandemic and public health. One last point in my 2 minutes. So I think here, there's a real difference, I think, between the way competition policy is done in the EU, because it includes state aids, right? So we have an integrated kind of mechanism where we say, okay, we have competition law, but that competition law also applies to public undertakings. We ask the competition authorities to look at what governments are doing with respect to subsidies, and it has to be approved, right? So there's a system which is much more integrated than what we have in other jurisdictions, where most competition authorities, can't really go after the government, So, and I think that is a gap here, and I think that there really is something to think about, especially because this subsidy link is so important in this particular context, where we actually have given really large subsidies to many of these companies, right? So I don't even know whether many competition authorities actually would have the jurisdiction to take action on that front. So, I mean, there might also be a need to rethink really what competition agencies can do. So I've always been struck by this, is that there are these huge sectors and activities which are carved out from the reach of competition law simply because government has said this is what we're going to do. And I think that is a problem. Thanks.
Thank you, Bernard. Hardin, we have exactly 2 minutes and then I will conclude. Hardin, please.
Thank you very much, Mohan. I think maybe I will mention two things because the main issue here, and I think you're asking, short to medium term, I think we should be very much concerned about the market structure that is forming. Okay, so, and that's why I see those responses, to technology and knowledge transfer, discussions around the TRIPS waiver, if they were rooted on these market structure contents, I think we would be making progress, because what we need to avoid here is that, and I'm using, Bernard, I think the word monopoly here loosely, but we don't want to see very large firms, emerging out of this and being the only ones that can produce, these kinds of, vaccines, because that's why I think you should draw the lessons from other pharmaceuticals, because we have seen, very, highly, exploitative prices, in other products. So if there's no intervention now, we might have those challenges. And I think lastly, on competition policy, probably, this discussion we're going to have next year at UNCTAD, maybe again, we should be placing these, sharply so that one day, competition policy could be elevated, back where it should be. But I think this is a long-term goal, but I think steps should start now if we are to see some progress. I know probably as ambassador, these are the things, you have worked on for many years, but we'll just have to keep pushing so that, we make progress. Thank you very much. And thanks again for the
Thank you very much, Hardin. It remains for me to conclude and thank very much my three panelists who were present, Alexei, Bernard, and Hardin, and of course, Ellen, who gave us a video message as well. So I give the mic back to Rajshri so that she can take it forward. Thank you, Rajshri.
Thank you so much. That was amazing. And I would like to thank all the panelists for an interactive and a comprehensive session. I would also like to take a moment to thank all the attendees and also Alan Asher for such an amazing set of questions, which actually motivated our panelists to have a more interactive session. I think this is our last session for the day. Please, I would request everybody to join us tomorrow for our session 3 and session 4 and the valedictory session of our biennial conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.